Honneur les portes. It being orders of the day. Pardon me, just a moment. One more phrase before I call orders of the day. It being 11:03, the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-246, Modernizing Animal Protections Act, standing in the name of Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith, seconded by Mr. Eyolfson, moves that Bill C-246, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Fisheries Act, the Textile Labeling Act, the Wild Animal Plant Protection and Regulation of International and Interprovincial Trade Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, Animal Protection, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, the Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I put forward Bill C-246, the Modernizing Animal Protections Act, to improve our country's animal welfare laws. I've often been asked why I chose to introduce this bill. First, animal welfare matters to me personally. Yesterday was Mother's Day, and I thank my own mother for instilling in me the value of respect, including respect for animals. Second, animal welfare matters to many of my constituents. I can joke about the percentage of dog ownership in my riding, but during the time we put out a call for ideas for a bill, we received more correspondence on the issue of animal welfare than any other. Third, I am interested in ideas that cross traditional party lines, and I believe that animal welfare is an issue of concern for all Canadians, from farmers to hunters to anglers to pet owners, including supporters of every political party. Finally, I have a great deal of respect for the members from Ajax and Vancouver Centre and previous Liberal Justice Ministers McClellan, Cochon, and Kotler. Each of them introduced near identical provisions to modernize and strengthen our criminal code. These changes are targeted at animal abuse, from animal fighting to deplorable puppy mill conditions, not animal use. The bill seeks to accomplish three goals. 1, a ban on the importation of shark fins. 2, a ban on the importation and sale of cat and dog fur, and a requirement to label the source of fur. 3, the modernization and strengthening of existing animal cruelty offenses in our criminal code. Now, with respect to shark finning, it's estimated that over 70 million sharks are killed every year for their fins. The practice is cruel. Their fins are cut off and the sharks' bodies are thrown back in the ocean while they are still alive. They are left to sink to the bottom of the ocean and drown. It is as cruel as it is wasteful. Canada has banned shark finning within our borders since 1994, but we remain complicit in this cruel practice. The Globe and Mail recently reported that Canadians imported over 300,000 pounds of shark fins last year alone. We represent 1.5 to 2% of the global market. The bill would ban a person from importing or attempting to import shark fins into Canada. The amendments were drafted based upon advice from the Library of Parliament and Legislative Council. If there is a better way of addressing these concerns, I ask that such matters be resolved at committee. I want to specifically thank the member from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for bringing this matter to the House's attention in 2013. His legislation was narrowly defeated at second reading, and I believe it is time to correct that mistake. Canadians across the country agree. We want to protect the world's oceans. When polled in 2013, 81% of Canadians surveyed supported an importation ban against shark fins. Similar bans have been led by those in the Chinese community, including Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam, who helped to ban shark fins in Toronto in 2011. Chinese-American senators have introduced shark fin bans in Hawaii and California, and both businesses and the government in China are moving away from serving the product. If necessary, I am open to a change that would limit the ban to countries that do not have the same regulations as we have here in Canada, that is, requiring that a shark be landed before its fin is removed. With respect to cat and dog fur, the bill seeks to ban its importation and sale. It also seeks to require that all fur products be labeled as to the source of fur. Large companies such as Canada Goose already follow this best practice. Again, if there are any concerns with particularities in the drafting of this provision, they should be dealt with at committee. There is an e-petition before this House with over 13,000 signatures calling the government to ban the importation and sale of cat and dog fur. Such measures have already been adopted by the EU and US, and it's time for Canada to catch up. Finally, the Criminal Code amendments. I have received questions about the meaning of Section 182.1 sub 1 sub a. That's the provision that states it is a crime to willfully or recklessly cause unnecessary pain or suffering to animals. This provision will not affect any animal use practices. I know that because the same provision has been in the code for decades and it has never stopped animal use. Now, some have incorrectly suggested that the word recklessly is being added. This is blatantly false. Current Section 429 of the Code already applies the word recklessly to existing animal cruelty offenses. Here is how my bill would change the code. 1. It closes loopholes related to animal fighting. It is not currently a crime to profit from animal fighting or to train or breed animals for the purpose of fighting. The bill makes these activities criminal. 2. It closes a loophole in the definition of bestiality. In Australia, it is a crime to engage in any sexual activity with an animal. Yet, due to a recent decision of the BC Court of Appeal, bestiality in our criminal code requires penetration. Now, the court stated that it is up to Parliament to expressly amend the code if it deems a change necessary, and that is exactly what this bill aims to do, making all sexual conduct with an animal a crime. 3. It creates a new offense of brutal and vicious killing to close a loophole where an owner had killed his dog with a baseball bat, but the judge acquitted on the basis that the dog died immediately and there was no evidence of pain and suffering. This language was drafted by the Justice Department in 1999, and previous Justice Minister Cochon stated categorically that such a change will not affect animal use practices. The current Justice Department, when I consulted with them, had no concerns whatsoever with this part of the legislation. Reasonably, any concerns of unintended consequences should be addressed at committee. We can hear from criminal law experts, and if the amendments could plausibly affect accepted animal use practices, their language should be changed. I accept that. Or an exemption list added to ensure that they do not have that effect. I am open to reasonable amendments and have repeatedly said so. Not only would my in-laws disown me if my changes stop farming, fishing, or hunting, they've owned a farm outside of Sarnia since 1834. As a lawyer, I do not believe that the criminal code should be used to regulate accepted practices. It is a place to punish egregious and immoral conduct in our society. Had I intended to affect farming, I would have done so through the Meat Inspection Act or the Health of Animals Act, not the criminal code. 4th, it allows judges to ban animal ownership if one is convicted of animal cruelty for a second time, getting tougher on animal abusers. 5th, the bill changes the current animal cruelty offense of willful neglect to one of gross negligence, a standard applied to every other criminal negligence offense under the criminal code, modernizing our legislation. The current willful neglect standard can make prosecution difficult. Under a gross negligence standard, there is no mental element to the offense, and the Crown need only prove that animal cruelty was caused by conduct that is a marked departure from the norm. Now, that remains a very high standard. Clumsiness, incompetence, and ordinary mistakes will not be criminalized. An example of a recent case of criminal negligence is the conviction of the Albertan parents who failed to take their sick baby to a doctor for over 2.5 weeks, resorted only to natural remedies until the baby died. Criminal negligence requires a significant departure from what is generally accepted in our society in order for the moral censure of a criminal punishment to be appropriate. Finally, my bill moves animals from the property section to a new part, entitled Offenses Against Animals. This is a symbolic change. Animals will remain property at law, but it recognizes that animals are different from tables and other kinds of property. It recognizes that an offense against animals is wrong because it is wrong to harm animals, not because it is wrong to damage another person's property, which just happens to be an animal. Previously, the Criminal Lawyers Association testified at committee that the removal of the animal cruelty provisions from the property section would not cause the loss of any available defenses under the code. And this part is important. When it was studied at committee in the Senate, the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters and the Poultry Welfare Association both hired counsel to testify, and each noted that their only legal concern with the removal from the property section would be the potential loss of the color of right defense. They proposed one specific amendment to fix that, and to address those concerns, I added that proposed amendment at Section 182.4 of my bill. If any concerns remain, again, I am open to amendment. The purpose of this bill is not to affect accepted animal use in our society. There are a broad range of groups supporting my bill. I'm proud to say that the Canadian Centre for Abuse Awareness supports the bill. The CCAA is a national charitable organization with a mandate to reduce the incidence and impact of child abuse through education and public awareness. As John Muse, Director of Public Safety at the CCAA, a retired veteran police detective and former board member at the Parole Board of Canada, notes, research confirms the link between abuse of animals and other forms of violence, including child abuse. The CCAA appreciates the targeted approach taken in this bill in a number of specific areas. Of note, this legislation, when passed, will close a sex with animals loophole successfully used by a child sexual abuser in court. The CCAA believes this evidence-based PMB is deserving of all party support and looks forward to testifying in support of the bill at committee. Second, the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association supports the bill. The CVMA is the national and international voice of Canada's veterinarians. The CVMA writes, veterinarians are often the first professionals to examine an abused animal. The CVMA continues to support efforts to strengthen the Criminal Code's existing animal cruelty provisions and strongly supports passage of C-246 at second reading and looks forward to providing more detailed and in-depth input at the committee hearings. Third, humane societies and SPCAs across the country support the bill. The Montreal SPCA states that cases of severe neglect are unfortunately not uncommon, and changes need to be made to facilitate the prosecution of these offences. The BC SPCA states that the bill closes loopholes related to animal fighting and creates a gross negligence offence for animal cruelty to make it easier to prosecute cases such as deplorable puppy mill conditions. The Canadian Federation of Humane Societies has written to every member of Parliament in support of the bill. Each year, SPCAs and humane societies investigate more than 45,000 complaints of animal cruelty and neglect. As organizations entrusted by governments and by Canadians to enforce the law, the member societies of the CFHS regularly witness the impact of inadequate and antiquated animal cruelty sections of the Criminal Code of Canada. This is not new legislation. The Criminal Code amendments were originally drafted by the Justice Department in consultation with animal use organizations. Near identical legislation passed this House at third reading on 3 occasions and passed third reading at the Senate on 1 occasion, subject to minor proposed changes. Many current members of Parliament voted in favour of that legislation, including ministers of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, of Agriculture, of Immigration, of Public Safety, the government House Leader, and the members for Cape Breton Canso, of Malpeque, Yukon, Kenora, Vancouver Centre, Scarborough-Guildwood, Brome-Missisquoi, and Steveston, Richmond East. That legislation included the brutal and vicious language, lawful excuse language, and the addition of the gross negligence standard. It was not only supported then by current colleagues, it was also supported by animal use groups. For example, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture supported that legislation in 2004, and a broad coalition of animal sector groups wrote a letter dated November 22, 2004, to then Minister of Justice Irwin Cotler to support the legislation. The letter was signed by, among others, BC Cattlemen's Association, Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Canadian Association for Laboratory Animal Science, Canadian Sheep Federation, Dairy Farmers of Canada, Manitoba Cattle Producers Association, and the Ontario Farm Animal Council. The letter stated, Canada's animal-based sectors, as represented by the undersigned, wish to express our support for the swift passage of certain amendments to the Criminal Code, cruelty to animal provisions. This national coalition, on behalf of over 1 million Canadians we represent, join with others who are expressing support for improved animal cruelty legislation. Specifically, we are calling for the reintroduction and adoption of the measures contained within Bill C-22. It is our hope that the consensus that has already been achieved in Bill C-22 will result in the reintroduction and passage of this important legislation as rapidly as possible. Bill C-246, my legislation, reintroduces that important legislation in Bill C-22. The previous member from Peterborough, a riding with a cross-section of rural and urban communities, the Honourable Peter Adams, said this in 2004, "This is legislation that is important to all those who care about animals. It is equally important to those who own pets as it is to farmers who care for their livestock. It simply brings old provisions designed to protect animals into the 21st century. Enough is enough." That was 12 years ago. yet the words still ring true today. The purpose of a vote at second reading is to vote on the objects of the bill. I have laid out these objects and reiterated that the intention of this bill is not to affect animal use practices. I ask for your support at second reading such that any concerns, questions, and potential drafting errors can be addressed properly at committee. I ask for your support to improve our animal welfare laws. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleagues' efforts to bring better animal welfare standards in Canada. As an out and proud cat lady, I am very excited to hear that. I have two questions that I think some have some concerns around. Section 182.1b talks about an animal being killed brutally or viciously, and I'm just wondering if my colleague could tell if that's defined in the bill right now, or if he'd be looking to define those such that certain methods of slaughter for agricultural animals would not be included in that. And then the other component is Section D under the same section, which talks about injections of poisons or an injurious drug or substance. Could he talk about an intent for definition around that? Because I do know that there will be people who run animal modeling facilities at research institutions across the country that will be concerned about definitions therein.
Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and it is important to clarify some of the language, and I tried as much as possible to state that quite clearly this bill is not intended and won't affect animal use practices. With respect to those two provisions in particular, the poison section is already in the criminal code. That existing provision has long been in the criminal code, has never stopped animal use practices. We ought not to be worried about that particular provision. Now, in fairness, the brutal and vicious provision, this is not legislation that I drafted. It was originally drafted by the Justice Department in 1999. We do have a minister stating categorically that it will not affect animal use practices, but I completely appreciate that some folks might want to see that in black and white, and this is exactly why I'm asking to get this bill to committee. Let's have criminal lawyers testify as to its actual plausible effects, and if there's any possibility that that would affect any animal use practices, let's either remove that provision or let's put a definition section in the bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Beaches East York for the work that he has done on this bill and bundling a number of animal welfare concerns into one bill here. And I know he is well aware, and he referenced it in his comments earlier, about the work that I did in the last Parliament on banning the importation of shark fins to Canada. And he's acknowledged that, and I certainly provided as much material as I could. It, unfortunately, in the last Parliament lost by 5 votes. It was a very close vote with a majority Conservative government. Unfortunately, it did not pass. Over 100 million sharks a year, as he knows, died of this cruel practice. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is there's been a lot of misinformation spread by certain Conservative members in communities across the country. And I wonder if my colleague could talk about the Criminal Code amendments and the misinformation that has been spread about hunting and fishing in this country.
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, to the member for the question. I first want to highlight, he mentioned the bundling of various provisions together, and I've heard an attack related to omnibus legislation. And first, all provisions are related to animal welfare, the same topic, but more than that, it's 7 pages, Mr. Speaker, and if it is an omnibus bill, it's the shortest omnibus bill this House has ever had the opportunity to debate. But to the member's point about misinformation, there's been far too much misinformation spread. For example, and I highlighted the fact that I'm not adding recklessly to the bill. There's been comments that I have. There have been comments that I'm aiming to stop hunting and fishing, that this bill will do that. It simply won't do that. There's not a single criminal lawyer in the country who suggests that that will happen, and previous testimony at committee in the House and in Senate stated absolutely the opposite.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the honourable member for Beaches East York for bringing forward this very important legislation. I also had a private member's bill to deal with shark finning in the past, and my question was actually one he's anticipated, because when a bill has many other bills affected, sometimes people make the blanket statement that it's somehow illegitimate as an omnibus bill. The legitimate use of many statutes in the same bill is when they speak to one purpose. And I wonder if you would expand on the purpose being to take a great step forward against animal cruelty in Canada.
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question and for her work on the issue of animal welfare. The purpose of this bill is to take a step towards bringing Canada's animal welfare laws into the 21st century. Now, I referenced the former member of Peterborough who said just that in 2004, and yet no action was taken. The attempts to ban shark finning narrowly were defeated. The EU and the US have banned cat and dog for the sale and importation for many years. Canada lags. The criminal code amendments, some of the provisions, the offense provisions which we're hoping to update and modernize here, have not been updated for over 100 years. It's time for Canada to bring our animal welfare laws into the 21st century.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Red Deer, Lacombe. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House today to speak against Bill C-246, the so-called Modernizing Animal Protections Act. I'm very proud to represent the vast constituency of Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, and West Central Manitoba. My riding, Mr. Speaker, is primarily agricultural and
Honourable member, he mentioned that he wanted to split his time, but normally time is not split in a private member's hour debate. I'm assuming he's meaning that the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe will also have 10 minutes, but perhaps later in the debate. Is okay? Is that right? Okay. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Red Deer Lacombe will also be speaking. Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House today to speak against Bill C-246, the so-called Modernizing Animal Protections Act. I'm very proud to represent the vast rural constituency of Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa in West Central Manitoba. My riding is primarily agricultural, and in addition to producing grains and oilseeds, the land supports thriving cattle and hog industries. My constituency is also blessed with vast tracts of natural habitats and numerous lakes that support hunting, angling, and trapping activities that are critical to our way of life and our thriving tourism industry. The wise use of our fish and wildlife resources and the efficient, humane, and environmentally sound raising of livestock are critical to maintaining the economy and the way of life in my riding. And it is my duty as MP to vigorously defend our way of life against the ill-conceived Bill C-246. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. We all support animal welfare, but animal welfare is a far cry from animal rights. Canada has good animal welfare legislation at both the provincial and federal levels. However, Bill C-246 is a Trojan horse that would advance a pure animal rights agenda. And Mr. Speaker, the animal rights movement is very clear that their primary goal is the elimination of all animal use. Animal Justice Canada strongly supports Bill C-246, and they are, and I'm quoting, quote, working to enshrine meaningful animal rights in Canadian law, including the right of animals to have their interests represented in court and the guarantee of rights and freedoms that make life worth living. The group PETA on the masthead of their website proudly state that, quote, animals are not ours to kill, eat, wear, experiment upon, or exploit for entertainment, unquote. And then there's PETA's famous line, quote, when it comes to pain, love, joy, loneliness, a rat is a pig, is a dog, is a boy, unquote. There are many other animal rights groups who are advancing the same agenda and strongly supporting Bill C-246. You are known by the company you keep. The Criminal Code of Canada and all provinces have comprehensive provisions that criminalize various kinds of animal cruelty and neglect. The courts have for decades consistently interpreted these provisions as not intending to forbid conduct that is socially acceptable or otherwise authorized by law, such as hunting, fishing, medical research, and slaughter for food. So what does Bill C-246 change? And I'm looking at the criminal code side. I'm not looking at the cat and dog or the shark finning. 1, offenses against animals would no longer be offenses against certain property. This significant change takes animal cruelty offenses out of the section dealing with offenses against certain property and moves to the section of the criminal code dealing with offenses against persons, giving rise to the suggestion that animals are no longer a special type of property but are potentially entitled to rights similar to persons. 2, inclusions of the new recklessly test. The new Section 182.1 includes the test of recklessly to the existing willfully test for causing unnecessary pain, suffering, or injury to an animal. This expands the kind of conduct that could be criminalized. 3, new kills an animal offenses. The bill adds 2 new offenses that are not currently in the criminal code. 182.21 says everyone commits an offense who willfully or recklessly B, kills an animal, or being the owner, permits an animal to be killed brutally or viciously, regardless of whether the animal dies immediately. Kills an animal without lawful excuse. This brutally or viciously test is completely novel and does not appear to have been previously used in any Canadian statute or interpreted in any Canadian court. And this provision does not appear to exist in any legislation in the United Kingdom, Australia, or the United States. It creates a new and very broad offense. For example, would the current method of cooking lobster by placing them alive in a pot of boiling water be criminalized? Currently, killing an animal is not the focus of the criminal code. Cruelty, not killing, was the focus of the offenses. This new test forces the court to evaluate the method of killing chosen, and if it falls within the test or there is no lawful excuse, criminalizes the behavior. Lawful excuse is not defined in C-246. These 2 sections, depending on how they would be interpreted by the courts, could have the effect of criminalizing many recreational, agricultural, commercial, scientific activities such as medical research and religious practices such as kosher or halal butchering. 4, addition of negligence standard. This widening of the test for criminalizing from willfully under the current section to the much lower negligently test in the new bill can have the potential of criminalizing far more types of behavior. And it must be noted that anyone convicted under the expanded provisions will now have a criminal record that will follow them for the rest of their lives, affecting international travel and employment prospects. A person will no longer have to be willfully cruel to be criminalized, just clumsy, incompetent, or unlucky. For example, this section could create consequences for accidentally striking an animal with a vehicle. This is a vast expansion of criminal liability to areas of activity that should not be affected by the criminal law or are already regulated under other existing federal provincial legislation. 5, no specific exemptions for legal conduct to offenses listed. The bill in 182.5 that common law defenses in Section 8.3 and 4292 of the Criminal Code are not affected, but these are defenses to the commission of the offense, not the exclusion of otherwise legal activities from being criminalized under the Criminal Code. These specific legal activities, ranching, hunting, fishing, trapping, medical research, etc., should be clearly listed in the bill so that otherwise legal activities should be taken out of the Criminal Code completely and not criminalized. And there are also possible constitutional issues, Mr. Speaker. All provinces have animal cruelty laws. I've read every single one of them. Where a federal bill criminalizes an activity that is deemed lawful and regulated under provincial law, constitutional issues relating to the validity of the statutes arise. This is another reason to clearly and specifically spell out which otherwise lawful activities are not criminalized. Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Code is meant to contain laws that criminalize certain actions or behaviors. It is meant to be broad enough to allow enforcement, but specific enough to target particular actions. The problem with this legislation is that it is not targeting specific actions. We don't actually know what action may be considered criminal with this vague language. It doesn't even provide a list of activities that are permitted. In terms of C-246, many people mistakenly think that this is a rural versus urban issue, or that it is all about hunting, angling, trapping, and ranching. If enacted, C-42 could affect all Canadians. Let's look at medical research. Most, if not all, animal rights groups oppose animal-based medical research. Canadians must realize that most significant medical breakthroughs result from animal-based medical research. Approximately 60% of all cardiovascular research is conducted on animals. The Heart and Stroke Foundation, on their website, notes, quote, remarkable progress has been made tackling cardiovascular disease in Canada over the past 60 years, with death rates declining by more than 75%. This is largely due to research advances. It must be noted, Mr. Speaker, that all surgical techniques are developed and tested on animals before they are applied to humans. Humanity owes a great deal of gratitude to those animals that were sacrificed so that we might live. I and hundreds of thousands of Canadians are alive today because of cardiovascular advancements which were developed using animal experimentation. If we were to stop performing medical research on animals, we're basically saying, let's stop making life-saving medical breakthroughs. It's not acceptable to me or anyone else. Some of these groups want to stop using animals, while others would prefer to push even further and use vexatious litigation to punish those who use animals in any manner. The effect of their campaigns have been devastating for remote rural communities, such as those represented by the current Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, and others that depend on sealing and trapping. And those communities are represented by MPs from all parties here. Mr. Speaker, I do not approve of willful cruelty to animals. However, words are very important, and I fear the language in C-246 will not, in fact, crack down on those who willfully harm animals, but instead put legitimate and necessary animal use practice in jeopardy. I cannot vote in good conscience for legislation that could potentially cast a chill over medical research on animals, potentially criminalize ranchers, trappers, and jeopardize traditional outdoor activities such as hunting, angling, along with the many other legitimate animal use practices that are vital for our economy and well-being. I would ask our colleagues to consider these serious concerns and vote against Bill C-246. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, I'm very, very pleased to rise and speak in support of Bill C-246 and salute the member for Beaches East York for his leadership in bringing this back to the House. I say bring it back because we've seen the three initiatives here in different forms introduced by different parties over many, many years. Bringing it together and modernizing our animal cruelty bill just makes sense, and I commend him for his efforts to do that. I have seconded this bill proudly, and I wish to note very clearly that this being a private member's bill, members will take different positions on it. But as my friend from Port Moody Coquitlam pointed out, initiatives such as the one dealing with shark finning came within 5 or 6 votes of becoming the law in this land, and I certainly hope we don't lose this opportunity to do the right thing this time. Now, I think we can be proud that this bill builds on the work of so many others and in so many different parties in this House. Part of this bill would follow through on an initiative championed by my colleague, the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, to implement a measure widely supported by Canadians, namely a long overdue ban on the importation of shark fins. Mr. Speaker, you have heard that it's estimated that, shockingly, 100 million sharks are killed each year simply for their fins. The rest of the carcass discarded. Their fins are cut from their backs, and the bleeding sharks, often still alive, are tossed back into the ocean where they sink to the bottom and drown. As a result, 1/3 of all shark species are threatened with extinction. In Canada, the fins of endangered and near-threatened shark species are regularly consumed. We can do better as Canadians. And of course, our ocean ecosystem needs sharks. They're a vital apex predator, yet their populations are plummeting. Mr. Speaker, this is an international conservation crisis. We should all be disturbed by this ongoing practice, and we should be acting quickly to implement measures that will eliminate the trade in illegally obtained shark fins. A number of Canadian cities have joined this fight, attempting to ban the sale and consumption of shark fins. So in 2012, however, a court ruled that these bans are beyond municipal jurisdiction. Since these municipal bans were struck down, the consumption of shark fins in Canada has increased by 85,000 pounds. Therefore, it calls out for appropriate federal legislation, and so I commend my colleague for bringing this to the attention of parliamentarians so we can do the right thing. Canada must show global leadership in the fight to stop this cruel practice by implementing an import ban. As a country, we can and should end our role in the trade of fins. I want to say how proud I am of the work of a group called Fin Free, school groups across the country, and particularly the work of Margaret McCullough, an instructor at Glenline Norfolk School in Victoria who's organized children to fight for shark fins at the provincial, municipal, and federal level, to fight for a ban on shark finning, which has come so close in the last Parliament to being realized. I've met with their students on several occasions, and I can assure you their passion for this issue is truly inspirational. From meeting with elected officials and business owners to participating in a documentary film on shark finning, those students have worked hard to make this long overdue measure a reality. Because of their work and thousands of others like them across Canada, we came so close, as I said, in 2013. 5 votes. I know we can deliver this change for those children and for people all over Canada, demanding that we, as Canadians, play our fair part in this international conservation crisis and addressing it head-on. This bill would also update Canada's existing animal cruelty offences, Mr. Speaker. As the member for Beaches East York notes, these have not been updated substantively since 1892. While I know it's his intention to bring anti-cruelty laws into the 21st century, I'd settle for the 20th century, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Camille Labchuk, who is the Executive Director of Animal Justice, says this bill will, and I quote, help Canada move past our status as the country in the Western world with the worst animal protection laws and help us take a giant step in the right direction, close quote. These measures have not only been proposed in the House before by members of more than one party, these measures on animal cruelty, they've actually been passed by the House on no less than 3 occasions. But I must acknowledge that some have raised concerns about whether this bill would affect the millions of Canadians who enjoy hunting, trapping, and fishing every year. I have been assured that this is neither the intention nor is it the effect of this bill, which addresses only criminal conduct with regard to animal cruelty. And I'm happy to say that my examination of this bill so far has given me no reason to doubt the words of the Minister and the Department of Justice, who told this House both in 2002 and in 2005 that these amendments would not impact lawful activities involving animals, including hunting, trapping, and fishing. One need only look at the existing sections of the Criminal Code to understand the way in which these offences are designed and applied. Section 444 of the Code makes it a crime to kill cattle without a lawful excuse. Section 445.1 makes it an offence to willfully cause unnecessary pain, suffering, or injury to an animal. And of course, these provisions are neither designed for nor applied to farming, fishing, hunting, or research, as has been suggested earlier to this House. Now, this is a bill which we hope to get to the committee where we can study it in greater detail. We can hear from criminal law experts at that time. We can see whether the Department of Justice is right, which I think they are. At that point, if amendments are required, the honourable member for Beaches East York has made it abundantly clear that he would be open to amendments of clarification. One such amendment, which I will be moving if we get it to that stage, is one that is extraordinarily simple. It would go something like this. For greater certainty, this bill has no impact on hunting, fishing, and trapping. Close quote. What else do you need, Mr. Speaker? I come from a province, British Columbia, where we consistently put in our legislation for greater certainty clauses to ensure that certain bills dealing with land use or resource development do not derogate from Aboriginal or treaty rights. Those bills are almost rote now in British Columbia legislation. They're typical for greater certainty, and everybody understands that. So, number one, let's be clear. The animal cruelty sections have been over and over pronounced by the Department of Justice as having none of the effects that the honourable member has addressed, the colleague from the Conservative Party. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, for greater certainty, the member has made clear he'd be willing to entertain an amendment of that sort that would take out any such concern that this House might have. Consequently, I see no reason why it can't proceed. It's addressed, after all, at those who wish to combat intentional, reckless or, cruelty to animals in particular. So there's no legal basis whatsoever on which to dispute the analysis of the Justice Department that these provisions already have no effect on lawful activities involving animals. The last part of the bill, the third item, is relatively straightforward. It would ban the sale of cat and dog fur in Canada and require source labeling for fur products. This would match laws found in the United States and Europe. This measure has already won the support of tens of thousands of Canadians through one of the e-petitions that are now possible under our advanced rules. And it's necessary to prevent the kind of horrifying stories revealed in a 2012 Toronto Star investigation that found dog and cat fur being used to make children's toys. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this bill is a collection of measures that are long overdue and well considered, having been introduced, studied, and in some cases passed by this House in the past. It deserves further study. It would get further study at the committee if we can agree as parliamentarians to send it there so we can do our part as Canadians to modernize our animal cruelty laws, no longer be part of the problem with shark finning, and to deal with the issue of dog and cat fur that this bill would so carefully address. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much. I am very pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-246, a bill introduced by my colleague and friend from Beaches East York, which aims to strengthen the law concerning animal protection. Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, the bill has three main objectives. The first objective, already spoken previously by my friend from Victoria, was to ban the importation of shark fins by amending the Fisheries Act and the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulation of International Interprovincial Trade Act. Mr. Speaker, the practice of cutting fins from live sharks, discarding the remaining animal into the sea, allowing them to sink to the bottom of the ocean, either dying from suffocation or killed by other predators, is cruel and wasteful. It allows fishing vessels to operate more profitably, but it goes without saying that shark finning is a cruel and wasteful harvesting of this animal. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Fisheries Act to create a prohibition on shark finning. I would point out, however, that the practice of shark finning is already banned in Canada through licensing conditions administered under the Fishery General Regulations, and any violation of shark harvesting of licensing conditions is a chargeable offence under the Fisheries Act. And as such, the proposed amendment to the regulations may create some confusion or redundancy. The second purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is to ban the sale of cat and dog fur in Canada by amending the Canada Consumer Safety Act and to require fur source labeling by amending the Textile Labeling Act. Mr. Speaker, I am a confessed dog person, but I support my colleague's recommendation for providing greater clarity to the use of these products and to ensure that appropriate protections are extended as required. Mr. Speaker, my primary concern with the proposed amendments to the Criminal Code made by my colleague concerned those sections of the Act intended to modernize the animal cruelty provisions in the Criminal Code. Mr. Speaker, I agree that the animal cruelty regime does merit significant reform, and I'd like to take the opportunity to applaud and commend my colleague from Beaches East York for his strong efforts and advocacy in bringing this important matter forward. I do, however, believe that there is going to be a larger review of the Criminal Code taking place under the mandate of the Justice Minister, and I believe that the changes to the animal protections in that code should be the subject of broad public consultations prior to moving forward. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-246 proposes to create two new offences. The first offence contained in, bear with me, Section 182.1 sub 1 regarding the killing or harming of animals states that everyone commits an offense who willfully or recklessly causes or being the owner permits to be caused unnecessary pain, suffering, or injury to an animal. And Section B, kills an animal or being the owner permits an animal to be killed brutally or viciously, regardless of whether the animal dies immediately. Mr. Speaker, I believe that there is considerable merit in the proposed amendments brought forward by my colleague from Beaches East York. But I also wanted to share with you, Mr. Speaker, in this House, some of the concerns raised by my colleagues from various jurisdictions across this country. The first concern that has been raised to my attention regards conflicts and exemptions within the bill. Bill C-246 does not have a list of exemptions for specific lawful activities such as ranching, hunting, fishing, trapping, medical research, etc. This bill may inadvertently create conflict of laws making existing legally regulated activities illegal by the very nature of their existence. In addition, this bill raises concerns regarding constitutional issues in that it may effectively render hunting, fishing, trapping, ranching, and other heritage and indigenous activities illegal because they may be deemed to be brutal or vicious, or they may have an inherent reckless level of activity as part of their very nature. Mr. Speaker, the new test of recklessly adding to willfully under Section 182(1) for causing unnecessary pain, suffering, or injury to an animal expands upon the kind of conduct that could become criminal as one who sees the risk and takes the chance that pain and suffering may occur. This has caused a great deal of concern among those who are hunters, trappers, and fishers across this country that this risk may be very inherent to the very nature of those activities. And even if they are practicing their sport, commercial, or traditional activity lawfully and by prescribed socially accepted practices, they may come into jeopardy. Mr. Speaker, I have listened very carefully to my friend's comments and his reassurances that these matters will not be connected to those traditional activities, but there is a very legitimate concern across this country with respect to their potential impact. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I must unfortunately advise that I cannot support the bill as it's currently proposed. Mr. Speaker, I know that many stakeholders across this country are concerned that these new offences of killing an animal in a brutal or vicious manner could go too far and may capture traditional animal slaughter practices. I'm aware that when these matters were previously discussed in this House, there were a number of reassurances provided to those members, but a great deal of public concern can still exist. Canadians who enjoy hunting or fishing or raise animals to be slaughtered for food are deeply concerned that these practices could be captured by these new offences, notwithstanding my friend's reassurance. Given the strong concerns that were expressed when the similar bill was debated, I think it would be most appropriate to broadly consult with Canadians across the country before pushing forward with any legislative amendments. Mr. Speaker, I believe that most Canadians would agree that animals deserve our protections apart from any property interests that may be attached to them. I am certainly not disagreeing with the need for strong legislative action to protect animals. Studies have confirmed that a person who abuses animals is much more likely to begin doing the same to people. And there is also research linking animal abusers to increased incidents of domestic violence. However, it is my strongly held view that aspects of Bill C-246 are sensible and appropriate from a criminal law perspective. I believe that any reform into the animal cruelty offences in the Criminal Code deserves the benefit of broad public consultations and further study. Animal cruelty is an important social issue that deserves a comprehensive legislative response. It needs broad public consultations to allow us to get this right. The best way forward is in the review of the Criminal Code that will take place in the future. This way, we can hear the concerns and attempt to address those concerns of Canadians engaged in legitimate activities of hunting, fishing, ranching, medical research, etc. We want to ensure that any legislative changes are appropriately balanced and do not impinge on the rights of Canadians to continue enjoying these important activities. Mr. Speaker, these are activities that are not only traditional but an important part of our economy, and I know Canadians feel very strongly about them. Canadians are concerned that they do not want to feel that the enhancements that we put in the criminal code may put them at increased risk of prosecution as a result of engaging in these traditional activities. It is too difficult, in my opinion, to do this within the context of the existing private member's bill and its associated processes, and that the best way forward is by a comprehensive review of the criminal code, which will allow the consultations to take place. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a full debate on this matter in the House. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I sit here listening to the debate this morning, I can see that this is obviously a very passionate issue for a lot of members in the House. I want to thank my colleague across the way who I've got to know through committee work and a little bit of work outside of normal duties. I totally respect this individual. I respect his right to bring this bill forward and have it discussed. I do personally wish that we weren't having this discussion, because I do believe that some of the legislation and the proposed changes that were there are going to have a potential impact on the constituents that I serve. But I want to thank him for at least it's a very courageous thing, and I mean this with the greatest of respect, for particularly a new member of Parliament to bring forward such a what I consider to be a very large and ambitious piece of private members' legislation, and he can be commended for that. And we don't know what the final decision is going to be made, Mr. Speaker, so we'll see how that goes. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for just bringing forward a very respectful position, I'm assuming on behalf of the government, on how they're going to proceed in dealing with this. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go into some examples of this bill. I don't disagree with all parts of this bill. The question that I have, though, is not the intended consequences. It's always the unintended consequences, and that's what I'm going to get at. So the bill is quite large in its scope. It deals with shark finning. Mr. Speaker, we've known from debate in previous parliaments that Canada already does, through its current practices and so on, not allow in our own waters, and we do not allow through importation, through our regulatory regime, the fins from sharks that have been finned. However, if it is the will of this House at some particular point in time to pass that legislation, I would not be personally affected. In fact, as somebody who's as a zoologist, with the fisheries and aquatic sciences degree, I understand the importance of the ecosystem and understand the whole web of the food chain, and of course knowing that a top predator is always welcome in the system, and understanding that we don't want to have the extinction of any species through these harvesting practices. So it would be something that I would at least be open-minded to. It would be something that I could have dealt with. Had the bill only dealt with that aspect of things, I could have maybe found my way to supporting it at some point in time. The bill also goes on to talk about dog and cat fur. Now, this is a heartstrings amendment. So what people are thinking about is their little dog at home being used in some way or form for its fur at some particular point in time. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, as a pet owner, as somebody who's been a dog owner, both as a youngster growing up on a beef farm in central Alberta, where we use dogs quite differently, by the way, on the farm. Our dogs on the farm were work dogs. We loved them, we respected them, and they respected us. But that was a completely different relationship with our blue heelers and our other dogs that were working on the farm, helping us herd cattle, helping us protect our assets and so on. That was a completely different relationship. When our dogs behaved and performed well, they were rewarded. When they were out of line and needed to be corrected, we used appropriate methods to correct the behavior of our dogs. This is something that you learn at any dog training school or whatever the case might be. But that's a far cry from my little lap dog, because now I live in town. Regrettably, there wasn't enough room on the farm for all of us kids. But I live in town now, and we've got a little lap dog, and that is a completely different relationship that we have with that dog than the dogs that I had growing up on the farm. So no, I would not want that to happen. But I am in control of that, Mr. Speaker, because I am the dog's owner, I am the dog's master, and I can decide whether or not that animal wants to end up in some type of other situation. I have that ability and I have that responsibility, and I do take care of our family dog. I don't know any family that doesn't love their family pet. She's part of the family. And if she's watching, she won't understand a thing I'm saying, but she'll at least see me on the screen.
None of us
But I'm very, very concerned about this bill trying to tell or trying to quantify and make everything homogeneous. It just assumes that every animal is like in the experience that we have. For example, if you've only lived in town, and I'm not saying this in a derogatory way in any way, shape, or form, but if you've had a pet dog your whole life and it's been a lap dog, you have a very different world view, potentially, of your pet animal than somebody who might be working on a farm. And that's my only point in bringing this up, Mr. Speaker. I'm also a hunter and an angler. I have spent years of my life training, like I said,
I have a zoology degree in fisheries and aquatic sciences. I have a conservation law enforcement diploma. I've spent years researching fish. I've spent years working as a conservation officer, protecting the environment, protecting wildlife, conserving our resources, and I'm very, very proud of that history and past that I've had. And I can tell you that the vast majority of people that I work with in this community are the most ethical, responsible people you've ever met. And when they see this piece of legislation and they see clauses in the bill that says anybody who kills either recklessly or violently or brutally in the legislation, they're going, so if I catch a walleye and I want to take it home and feed my family and I bonk it on the head in the boat, does that mean I'm going to go to jail? Well, the sponsor of the bill would have us believe no, and I believe his intention is for that to be no. I do believe that's his intention. But do we know that for sure? And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. I'll give you an example. Animal rights activists use every opportunity that they can to advance their agenda. That's fine. That's their ability. That's their right. They can do that insofar as they want. They can do whatever they lawfully can, and they're entitled to that. We're a free, open society, and they have that right. But I'll give you an example of how these things can go sideways, and it actually pertains to the agricultural sector. We know that cameras get put in livestock facilities from time to time. They get brought into slaughter facilities from time to time in an effort to advance an agenda. Sometimes they do good, sometimes they do not. But I can tell you, in no uncertain terms, that I've had numbers of constituents who have come to me having documented people who they know are stalking their farms. They are driving their vehicles up, parking lawfully along the edge of the road, photographing and documenting farming practices. I myself have heard phone calls and recordings of individuals who have left threatening messages on family farm answering machines who didn't like the type of farming that the individual was actively engaged in. And these are the same folks who would belong to organizations such as PETA or any other animal rights coalition groups who, I'm not saying all of them would share that same agenda, but certainly folks that use these kinds of methods and techniques to intimidate, to browbeat, and to otherwise try and shut down or become the self-proclaimed purveyors of social license of this particular issue, they would use these methods to advance their own agenda. And my sincere fear in this piece of legislation is if it should come to pass in its current form, would create ample opportunities, it would create motivation, it would create no end of people trying to use this legislation, and all you have to get is a willing judge and a simple case, whether it be negligence, because that's the new test. It used to, the test right now is very high. It's a very high bar in the criminal code about how you can actually get charged. And so it should be. A criminal offense is a very serious matter. If you take a look at the legislation now, all it simply means is you can have a little bit of neglect. And who gets to decide that, Mr. Speaker? If we take a look at some of the sections in dealing with punishment, being the owner or the person having the custody or control of an animal willfully or recklessly is not defined anywhere, abandons it or negligently fails to provide suitable and adequate food, water, shelter, and care for it. Well, that care could be simply something as simple as grooming a matted fur of your dog. But the penalty for something like that could potentially be a criminal record. These are the things, Mr. Speaker, that are sending a complete chill into not only parts of the industry, but through also the hunting and angling community. While we all want good animal welfare standards, there are parts of this bill that would improve animal welfare. I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague when he talks about raising animals for the purpose of fighting, for the purpose of bedding, these kinds of things. I don't think there's very many people in Canada that would actually disagree with that. If this bill only did that, then I'm sure my colleague would have the support of the vast majority of the members of this House. But the overambitious agenda of the bill, I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, and I don't mean this in any way to be malicious, I'm hoping will be the end of this bill before it even gets an opportunity to get to second reading. I'm very, very pleased to hear the Parliamentary Secretary say a much more rigorous approach be taken, a much more consultative approach be taken to ensure that everybody with a vested interest in this, First Nations people left out in the cold on this, dealing with dog and cat fur, it's quite traditional to use husky fur in the use of garments. Is that going to be a problem? I don't know if that's going to be a problem with this piece of legislation or not. We know already that the seal hunt, through an ambitious campaign, which is the use of a hackapick, veterinarian-approved process, stands the rigors of all of the evidence scientific that we have, has been brutalized in the public media around the world and has resulted in the exponential growth of the seal population off the Atlantic coast, while at the same time creating economic havoc, particularly for vulnerable coastal communities that rely on this traditional lifestyle. And there are countless communities that do this. Farmers, ranchers, people who live off the land. There are people, and they're not just First Nations people, that live off the land, and they want to be assured that all members of Parliament in this House understand the gravity of what could potentially be at risk here. So, Mr. Speaker, while I commend my colleague for bringing the bill forward, I cannot, in good conscience, support this bill. We had discussions. I should mention he honorably came, sat down with me, talked to me because he knew my feelings on this. I respectfully told him that I could not support the bill. So it'll become no surprise to him that I rose to speak on this piece of legislation today. I will always stand up for the people who, whether they're agriculture through animal husbandry or farmers, ranchers, and the hunting and angling community, I will always make sure that we preserve these traditional ways of life, and I will not open up any opportunities for the unintended consequences of these industries to be sacrificed, such as they could be with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There we go. All right, I'll take it. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures.
Alors, la présidente.
Order, please. The Speaker is now, or the Chair rather, would like to rule on the selection of report stage motions for Bill C7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts, and to provide for certain other measures. Specifically, I would like to address report stage motions 1, 2, and 3, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the notice paper. This being the first report stage debate of this Parliament, it affords the Chair an opportunity to remind the House of the Speaker's role in selecting report stage motions and the practice that guides it.
The Chair is bound by our established practice in relation to the Speaker's role at report stage. A note to Standing Order 7615 says, quote, "The Speaker will not normally select for consideration by the House any motion previously ruled out of order in committee, and will normally only select motions which were not or could not be presented in committee." Unquote. L'ouvrage, la procédure et les usages de la Chambre du
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, sets out the following general principle with respect to the selection of report stage motions. At page 783, it states, and I quote, "As a general principle, the Speaker seeks to forestall debate on the House, which is simply a repetition of the debate in committee. The Speaker will normally only select motions in amendment that could not have been presented in committee." Unquote.
On June 9th, 2015, in debates at page 14,830, the Speaker in the last Parliament referenced these passages. He said at the time, quote, "Both these excerpts point to an essential truth about report stage, namely that it is not meant to be another opportunity for detailed consideration of the clauses of a bill. For this reason, the Chair rigorously limits the types of motions that could be considered at report stage. In so doing, The Chair rests on the presumption that a committee's clause-by-clause consideration provides ample opportunity to scrutinize the clauses of the bill and have amendments considered accordingly, unquote. This principle continues to be applied with due regard to the particular circumstances of each case. At the time that clause-by-clause occurred for Bill C-7, the committee had not yet adopted a mechanism to allow for the participation of members from non-recognized parties in committee. I'm not certain, however, that the Chair would agree with the presumption that in light of this, report stage would be the only vehicle available to these members to propose amendments to the bill. Dans le passé, les
Committees have shown great flexibility in the past in how they consider amendments at clause by clause. In describing this flexibility, we refer to the much repeated axiom, committees are masters of their own proceedings.
C-7 was one of the first bills to be considered in committee in the 42nd Parliament, and with committees still trying to determine how members from non-recognized parties could participate in committee proceedings on bills, a certain amount of flexibility is appropriate in this instance. As such, I will allow the member for Saanich Gulf Islands to move her motions 2 and 3, even though they ought to have been moved in committee. I would like her and all members to understand, however, that in the future, the Chair will be stricter in exercising his authority at report stage. Unless truly exceptional circumstances arise, the Chair will not select report stage motions that could have been moved in committee. I encourage all members to make efforts to have amendments dealt with in committee so that report stage does not become a repetition of the committee clause-by-clause study of a bill. Accordingly, motions numbered 1, 2, and 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. I shall now propose motions numbered 1, 2, and 3 to the House. Motion number 1, Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Monsieur Plamondon, moves that Bill C-7 be amended by deleting Clause 1. Motion numéro 2, Madame May.
Motion number 2, Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill C-7 in Section 33 be amended by striking the line 12 on page 20.
3, Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Plamondon, moves that Bill C-7 in Clause 33 be amended by deleting line 25 on page 21. Debate. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will note parenthetically that I would reserve the right to come back to you to argue more substantively on the question of the rights of smaller parties in relation to report stage. It is very clear, though, as you have outlined, that in this case there had been no direction from the committee to afford an opportunity, one that I would either welcome or resist, to appear before committee as opposed to having this opportunity. And in our system, our parliamentary democracy, it is a very fundamental principle that all members of Parliament are equal, and that it is our job here, as to our abilities and our efforts, to equally contribute to the passage of legislation. Now, to this particular matter, Bill C-7, we have before us important legislation to create for the first time the ability of RCMP officers to collectively bargain with their employer forms of basically to unionize the workforce, to have an opportunity to work together as employer and employee to set out how that working relationship goes forward and to give the RCMP officers rights collectively to bargain. Now, this should not really just rely on legislation. If we go back to the BC Hospitals case, the Supreme Court of Canada was very clear on this matter that all workers have the right to collectively bargain, whether they're in a position to form a union or not. And in fact, in the BC Hospitals case, it's made very clear that labor rights are human rights. So why do I bring forward this very critical amendment? And I am hoping that members of Parliament from all sides of this House will give my amendment serious consideration to improve this legislation. The amendments, which are essentially sub-deletions within a section, therefore they're considered substantive amendments, and only a member of Parliament in a party with fewer than 12 MPs at this stage in our proceedings is in a position to put forward this amendment. So I would hope that many members of Parliament from other parties will actually be grateful that we've got this one opportunity to improve the legislation substantively before passage. Here's the problem with the sections that my amendments delete. They preempt the collective bargaining process to say that the collective agreement cannot include conditions relating to, quote, conduct, comma, including harassment, comma, close quote. That's all I'm attempting to do, is to remove that line. Remove the preemptive legislative act of taking out of the hands of collective bargaining the opportunity to ensure that the collective agreement between RCMP officers and their employer have the possibility of provisions to protect the workers from harassment. Now, I just want to stress again that by passing this amendment, it does not insist upon the inclusion in a collective agreement of steps to protect workers from harassment. It only leaves that opportunity open to them through the process of collective agreements. Now, I'm actually baffled that we're even having this conversation in 2016 about the rights of RCMP officers to collectively bargain to protect themselves from harassment. The number of complaints that make their way into public media are fewer than the ones that actually occur. I'm in touch with several RCMP officers who have filed complaints against their superior officers or their colleagues for sexual harassment, but their cases are still private, and I will not mention their names, but I will mention the names of women who have been sexually harassed within the RCMP and have come forward. It's certainly not news to any member of this place that we have an unacceptable degree of sexual harassment within the RCMP, that far too many fine, well-trained, exemplary officers find themselves unable to work in a toxic workplace, file a grievance for sexual harassment, and then find themselves completely alone, often having to go to their doctor who says, look, you're basically dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder. You can't go back into that workplace. Here's a note for sick leave. So officers who could be contributing to putting people behind bars, to helping to take evidence, to helping to put a case together, they're home on sick leave while their harassers are at work. There needs to be some rebalancing here. I refer to the case which recently was actually settled out of court of Corporal Catherine Galliford. And she actually had to go to court in launching, so it wasn't an internal RCMP sexual harassment complaint. She actually went to court after years of sexual harassment. And what she said was, quote, "What broke me is that I had no one to go to for help," close quote. That's what struck me when I was dealing privately with some of the RCMP officers currently in harassment complaints that are internal. I hadn't realized how grim it is for women within the RCMP when they file a complaint for against sexual harassment. They have no access to a union rep to help them through the process. They have no help getting a lawyer to protect them and their rights through the process. They are isolated and essentially harassed all over again because they also are shunned by other members of the force because they filed a complaint of sexual harassment. Surely to God, when this place has dealt with issues of sexual harassment for how we handle it within Parliament, when we're looking at issues of sexual harassment on university campuses, we're looking at an unacceptable acceptance of misogyny and sexism in various places throughout our society. When we have the chance to make one small amendment to Bill C-7 to create the possibility that this new collective agreement covering RCMP officers will give them the right, male or female, to have a mechanism to deal with inappropriate conduct within the force. I don't need to remind members of the recent evidence. Actually, RCMP Commissioner Bob Paulson spoke to it recently that, yes, he really doesn't need to have it pointed out to him that it's unacceptable to have RCMP officers wandering around naked at the office. But conduct provisions in a collective agreement should be open to employer and employee to negotiate what level of accepted conduct they can stand, what levels of support a victim of harassment, male or female, needs to conduct themselves and continue to do their job. So, Mr. Speaker, given extraordinary degrees of public awareness of the problem that women in the RCMP face, given the unacceptable conduct towards, it's a minority of the cases, but they're there, of men who are mistreated within the RCMP, given that we know that the RCMP is one of the finest police agencies on the planet, that we want to support the RCMP going forward to clean up what many members of the force have referred to as an unacceptable culture, an abusive culture, then this is one mechanism. And why would we as lawmakers preempt collective bargaining to say you can negotiate many things? And as you can see from my amendment, there's no attempt here to remove the specific terms or conditions that shouldn't go into a collective agreement related to policing. So the provisions that will be left in place cover a lot. The collective agreements shall not touch on law enforcement techniques or transfers from one position to another or appraisals or probation or anything related to carrying out their duties qua RCMP officer. Anything related to what they must do as an RCMP officer cannot be in a collective agreement. I understand why lawmakers make that stand. But why would we in Bill C-7 remove the possibility of a proper regime to assist any member of the force who needs the support of their union, a lawyer, a counselor, whatever provisions can be worked into a collective agreement through free, unfettered collective bargaining? Why would we close the door on their access to collective agreements that include rules, guidelines, and a framework to deal with harassment? Mr. Speaker, I know I have less than a minute left. I just want to focus the House's attention on the fact that this is one single amendment, one amendment. It is not an attempt to slow down the passage of this bill. It is not vexatious. It is an attempt using the democracy that exists through the Westminster parliamentary system that allows any member of Parliament to improve legislation, really improve it at report stage by inviting all my colleagues, whether they were on the committee at clause by clause or not, to look at this bill afresh and say, let's improve it. Let's make sure that this House speaks with one voice to support every woman in the RCMP who's ever been harassed, to say we end an abusive culture here by giving you real rights in collective bargaining, to improve the conduct of the RCMP and end sexism within the RCMP, end an abusive culture once and for all. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member from Saanich Gulf Islands on her passion and her insight, and I agree with much of what she had to say, including that the RCMP is one of the finest police forces anywhere. Also, that harassment is a problem that needs to be better addressed. We need a better regime, and we need to end an abusive culture. But the question is collective bargaining the place to do that? Or, as the Public Safety Minister has said, it is a priority for him, and he is currently developing legislation to address just this. So the Government of Canada takes harassment very seriously and is addressing it. So what I would like to ask the member is that when the Bill C-7 was in committee, there was an agreement among the members present to request the Commissioner and the RCMP team to come back and talk about what would be part of a change in culture, what are they planning, would the members support that happening, the RCMP coming back to the committee to begin that work of changing the culture in the RCMP.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. I know that at least one member of that committee stood up on this point, the honourable member for Elmwood Strathcona. We are dealing with not either or, I would say to my honourable colleague. With all due respect, I have great respect for the Minister for Public Safety. I'm sure he takes this on board as a priority. But why close the door on a mechanism that is open for free and collective bargaining between the employer and the employee? New legislation to deal with harassment in the force, that'll be great, but it's not inconsistent nor contradictory with this place speaking up and saying the RCMP officers have a right to free collective bargaining that includes taking steps against harassment.
Questions and comments? Kase Kamantaya, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing this amendment forward. It is, as she said, an opportunity to bring some improvement to a bill that, in my opinion, will not do a good job of bringing in a proper collective bargaining regime for RCMP officers. I wonder if she could just, for the benefit of government backbenchers who may be wondering at the gravity of what they're being asked to decide here, if she could just expound upon the fact that by making this amendment, all we're saying is that RCMP members would be able to bring these issues to the bargaining table. This doesn't mandate any particular outcome. It doesn't guarantee success on any particular proposal or any proposal at all. But what it does is it allows them to bring their expertise working on the ground and knowing the RCMP in a way that most members of this House wouldn't know to the bargaining table to start addressing some of those issues. And to not pass this amendment is to say that Parliament knows better and that we needn't even give them the option to bring those things to the table. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona. Yes, in evidence before the committee, and this was really well explained, I think, by a lawyer with a lot of experience in labour relations. I once practiced in labour relations, but it's been a couple decades. But Paul Champ has worked in the area of labour relations and has actually taken on some of these cases. And he was asked directly by the honourable member for Burlington what the implications would be from a legal point of view of taking out the words including harassment from the bill. And his response was basically you would have an association negotiating some clause in the collective agreement that says fair treatment in the workplace or no harassment in the workplace, but it wouldn't open the floodgates because a member would not be able to bring in a case to adjudication on their own. It would have to be approved by their bargaining association. And what's more, it's very clear from his response that it only creates the opportunity for a collective agreement on this point. It still is a matter of free and fair bargaining between the RCMP management and the RCMP workers as to whether they want to have a provision that deals with harassment in their collective agreement. What we do by removing the words harassment from Bill C-7 is give them the possibility of free and fair collective bargaining on an issue that is, I think, of paramount importance to fairness and decent treatment and human dignity in the workplace.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-7. I applaud this bill and the process that led us to dealing with this bill today, Mr. Speaker. It puts in place the labour relations regime that governs the RCMP members and reservists, and it respects their constitutional rights. And I want to say personally that I think it goes beyond respecting their constitutional rights. It's a statement of respect for who they are. The members of the RCMP and the reservists are people who make sacrifices for the Canadian public. They are willing to be in the front lines and put their lives in danger. They are posted anywhere in Canada, so their families need to be willing to support that kind of relocation and disruption of family life, and they do this all in defending the safety and security of the Canadian public and our country. I respect them for that, and I am so pleased that we are respecting the members with this bill. Le projet de loi C-7.
Bill C-7 is a reaction to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Mounted Police Association of Ontario versus Canada, Attorney General of Canada. In this decision, the Supreme Court indicated that the main parties of the existing RCMP labor relations scheme are unconstitutional.
MP members from the definition of employee in the Public Service Labor Relations Act as unconstitutional. Moreover, the court held that a section of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police regulations infringed on the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The court affirmed that Section 2D of the Charter, in quote, protects a meaningful process of collective bargaining that provides employees with a degree of choice and independence sufficient to enable them to determine and pursue their collective interests.
For the RCMP, the court established that, and I quote, the current labor relations regime denies the RCMP members that choice and imposes on them a scheme that does not permit them to identify and advance their workplace concerns free from management's influence. End quote. The RCMP regulations imposed the Staff Relations Representative Program on the RCMP.
Program was that at every level of hierarchy, representatives and management consult on human resource initiatives and policies with the understanding that the final word always rests with management. The court found that the Staff Relations Representative Program did not meet the criteria necessary for meaningful collective bargaining. Under this program, RCMP members were represented by an organization that they did not choose themselves. What's more, they had to work within a structure that lacks independence from management. Clearly, this process failed to achieve the balance between employees and employer that is essential to meaningful collective bargaining. Therefore, the court held that this violated the Charter right to freedom of association. This bill is a direct response to the Supreme Court decision and is meant to address the ways in which the RCMP labor regime was found to be unconstitutional.
First, this bill would repeal the exclusion of members of the RCMP from the definition of employee in the Public Sector or the Public Service Labor Relations Act and would rename that law the Public Sector Labor Relations Act. Secondly, the bill will follow through on the court's decision, which indicates that RCMP members must choose which union organization will represent them, and that the union must be independent of all influence from management.
Independence and freedom of choice were two key elements of the Supreme Court's decision. The bill before us today would take action to address both those elements. It would provide RCMP members and reservists with the freedom to choose whether they wish to be represented by an employee organization, which would be independent of the influence of RCMP management. And as such, it would enshrine the constitutional freedom of RCMP members and reservists to engage in meaningful collective bargaining. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Supreme Court of Canada for this decision. This is an important decision which has allowed us to modernize the labor relations regime which governs members and reservists at the RCMP. The bill that we are studying today will allow us to harmonize the labor rights that govern these federal employees with the basic freedoms which are laid out in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And that's why Bill C-7 includes certain exclusions.
National Federal Public Sector Police Organization. Therefore, its labor regime must be aligned and consistent with the fundamental framework for labor relations and collective bargaining for the federal public service. Bill C-7 includes several general exclusions. For example, staffing, pensions, organization of work, and assignment of duties are excluded from collective bargaining to be consistent. Each of these issues is instead dealt with under other legislation, for example, the Public Service Employment Act for staffing, the Public Service Superannuation Act for pensions, and the Public Service Labor Relations Act for labor relations in the public service. This system has been in place for years, and it works. Bill C-7 is consistent with government's approach. Bill C-7 also amends the Public Service Labor Relations Act by adding a separate part to address the specific and unique circumstances of the RCMP as a police organization in the federal public sector. And, Mr. Speaker, we did hear in committee many times how unique the RCMP is. And we know how unique it is in our communities. As I've mentioned earlier in my speech, it's a national force, and the members can be posted anywhere across the country, and with all of the implications that has for their families. RCMP-specific matters excluded from a collective agreement or an arbitral award include the deployment of RCMP members, conduct and discipline, law enforcement techniques, RCMP uniforms, medals, and orders of dress. These matters relate to the effective management of this unique police force and the broader accountability of the RCMP for the safety of Canadians. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that legislative measures have established a number of other mechanisms outside of the official collective bargaining process which allow employees to move forward with their objectives and interests using an approach that is based on collaboration and on finding solutions. For example, the RCMP Consultative Committee on Retirement and Pensions, which establishes recommendations on the administration, conception, and funding of retirement benefits. There are also the Health and Safety Workplace Committees, which work with the employer to create, implement, and oversee workplace safety programs and to resolve problems linked to workplace safety. There are also union management relation committees, which look at workplace issues including harassment and the divulgation of reprehensible acts.
I can assure my colleagues that the government takes this matter very seriously, and the minister is working on legislation to address this. The Minister of Public Safety did come to the committee. He takes this seriously, and the government is seized with this issue. The government and the RCMP's goal is to strive for a workplace that is free from harassment so that when an allegation occurs, there will be robust processes in place to safely and effectively resolve the issue. Mr. Speaker, today we have a historic opportunity to enshrine the constitutional freedom of RCMP members and reservists to engage in meaningful collective bargaining. And I encourage all my honourable colleagues to seize the opportunity before us and support this very important bill. Thank you.
Now, questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think maybe I'll just start by noting something, which is that regardless of whether this bill passes or not, RCMP members are going to get the right to collective bargaining. That's not a decision being made by the government whether they pass this legislation or not. It's a decision that unfortunately had to be made by the Supreme Court, and that's something that's going to be happening whether we pass this bill or not. The question is how to create a good framework for collective bargaining, and that's what we're here to debate, is whether or not this bill creates the appropriate framework for collective bargaining and improves upon what is already in the PLSRA, which will be the framework for RCMP members if this bill doesn't pass. I just wonder, the Parliamentary Secretary had talked about the issue of harassment, and I just wonder if she would recognize that in terms of the approach that they've outlined with the Minister and the management of the RCMP, that's an approach that has been in place in various manifestations and studies and initiatives for decades. And would she not acknowledge that giving members the right to advance those concerns at the bargaining table would actually have been something genuinely new in terms of addressing issues of harassment in the workplace.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member and his genuine intent there. I do want to say that it is members of the Liberal Party and senators, formerly part of the Liberal caucus, who spent years studying this issue, holding hearings right across the country to hear from members of the RCMP who'd been harassed. We understand the issue. I personally hosted some of those events, and it was heartbreaking. Yes, we clearly understand that there must be substantive change. The question is the bargaining table the right place for a human right to be to be free from harassment? And I would just ask the member to think about his arguments at the Pay Equity Committee, where the NDP are arguing that pay equity is a human right and should not be bargained, should not be at the bargaining table. But here we have the member arguing that harassment, freedom from harassment is also a human right, and that should be at the bargaining table. No, I think there needs to be stronger laws. There needs to be a new regime to protect the members from harassment and from being subject to further harassment when they report, and that's exactly what the Minister of Public Safety is working on.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. And I want to put, again, to pursue this point as raised by the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona to the Parliamentary Secretary. Would she not agree that if a collective agreement creates a framework for handling the issue within the RCMP, that does not in any way, shape, or form alter the government's ability to bring forward legislation? Surely we're not saying that because freedom from sexual harassment is a human right, universities don't have to take any steps to deal with rape culture on campus. Workplaces don't have to do anything to protect workers from sexual harassment. Because it's a human right does not create a circumstance in which access to a framework to deal with protections for that right in specific workplaces is off the table.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's the opposite, Mr. Speaker, from what the member has just stated. What I'm saying and what the government is saying is that we are very concerned about harassment. And I want to again reinforce that the member from Humber River, Black Creek, devoted hours, days, and weeks to this issue over a number of years before being on the government side. So we really understand how unfortunate and pervasive this problem is, and we know that it needs to be addressed. The question is collective bargaining the place to do it? And we believe that the minister is correct. He's seized with this. He's working on a new legislation, and it is not about it's either in the Bill C-7 or it's not being addressed. No, it's the opposite of that. This will be addressed, and that's the correct place to do it.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this debate on Bill C-7. And, Mr. Speaker, I will have the opportunity, even though I'm speaking to this bill, I'm looking both at the form and the substance of it. So Bill C-7, Mr. Speaker, follows up and it concerns our 28,000 RCMP officers in Ottawa. Sometimes people take say police montée, which is mounted police, but it's not that in French. It's la gendarmerie royale, even though people enjoy using that expression sometimes. But this follows a Supreme Court ruling in January 2015, which concerns the right of association of RCMP members. And therefore, this followed up on a request of the RCMP against Canada, and it went as far as the Supreme Court, at which point we were handed down the judgment in January of 2015, and which gave us up to a year, which was extended in 2016, to allow the government to respond with legislation on their right to association. So that is the first component I wanted to mention. because it's not just an issue of the form of this with the C14, which concerns the medically assisted dying, and which I was involved with as well. What we have to understand, Mr. Speaker, is that RCMP officers were not really unionized, but they had groups formed and they could speak with their employer about the program that existed, the SRRP, and that was challenged by some groups, some RCMP officers in Ontario, and that's why we had this decision. So you can understand for the Quebecers listening to us that the RCMP is also the most significant police force in 8 out of the 10 provinces, because in Ontario you have the Ontario Provincial Police, in Quebec the Sûreté du Québec, but in the other provinces it's the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, that acts as the major police force for enforcement of laws and regulations and ensures law and order. So we were stuck with this situation where the Supreme Court had to order the government to draft legislation to give the right of association and collective bargaining to RCMP officers in Canada. And it's at that point in time, Mr. Speaker, that our government, when we were in power, under the Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse, started the preparatory work with a view to drafting this legislation so we could clear the ground for this. Because you have to understand, when you're talking about negotiating collective bargaining agreements and negotiating salaries and so on, things don't just happen overnight. The time has to be taken to do these things properly, and that's where we are now. So the current government tabled this bill, and we don't have any problem with the principle of it, but some details do pose a problem. So in the clause-by-clause study, my colleague, the honourable member for Durham, because he's a minister, is himself a lawyer, and has tabled 2 amendments that were really important. Sections 40 and 42 of the bill, which were withdrawn, concerning, among other things, health care that was provided for the RCMP and healthcare insurances. And so we were very pleased to see that on 2 main components, the government did say that the Conservative members were right and that those sections had to be withdrawn. But now, Mr. Speaker, now we're going down a different path in the government on the whole issue of the right to associate and how to recognize that. So there are 2 different visions that we have here, and this is where it has a link with another bill I'm working on, which is Bill C-4. So what is the government proposing, and what would we have liked to see within this bill? Well, for us, the right to association has to be recognized, but has to rely on a secret ballot vote that reflects the will and wishes of the members. That's a key component for us, and it's something that we had in the past voted on in the House under Bill C-525, which allowed us, when there were union accreditations, when a group of workers were seeking to form an association, it had to be done through a secret ballot vote. And our member for Durham proposed that solution to the government, and it was rejected. And for us, we find this unfortunate because, Mr. Speaker, the right to association, which is sacred, has to be enshrined so that it has even more legitimacy, resonance, and authority when the time comes to negotiate an agreement. And for us, Mr. Speaker, the best way to ensure this authority and strength is through secret votes. And Mr. Speaker, it's important, here in the House of Commons, we were all elected by secret ballot votes. We have to go, that goes back over 100 years, and that's not just yesterday. And it's the same thing for all elected members of legislative assemblies in provincial assemblies across the country. Everyone has been elected under the governance of secret ballot votes. Our mayors, our municipal councillors, they're all elected in that way. So it just makes sense that in a democratic system, if we really want to give this kind of authority and competence, that we must have the choice of this being exercised through a secret vote. Because when the time comes to negotiate and discuss, when we want to be absolutely certain to well represent one's members, You have to have a solid foundation. And we feel on this side of the House that the best way to give more authority to unions or to the representatives is to obtain that through a secret ballot vote. And that's the same issue we're facing under C4, for which I am the official critic for the opposition. Because in our opinion, Mr. Speaker, C-525, which was tabled under the former in the former Parliament by a Conservative member, indeed allowed for this kind of union regulations for the setting up of unions through secret votes. And as we all have decision-making authority, it relies indeed on the votes of all of our constituents in our ridings. But we felt that should be the same situation for anyone creating an association, a union, and it would give the necessary authority to those people so that they could then negotiate with employers. So it's a fundamental issue for us, but unfortunately the government decided to act otherwise. It's their decision, it's up to them, but it's not ours. We feel that that is a basic component, and we feel that the government would have done better to act in this way. However, and yet, I should say, the Supreme Court, in its decision last year, said that the right of association will not necessarily protect all activities associated with the activities. And so in our opinion, the best way to give the necessary authority to the new group that will be formed must rely on a secret vote.
Here, with all of you, we do support the fact that the RCMP member, for whom we have a lot of respect, the 28,000 members of the RCMP, we have a lot of respect to them. They are doing such a great job. They are the most honorable job in our country because they deserve the law and they deserve it for our citizens. So we pay a lot of respect to them, and we do agree with the fact that they shall have the right to negotiate as a group. We do recognize that. This is why our colleague from Durham, the honorable member from Durham, made a tremendous good job in the parliamentary committee to pull out two articles who were not as good as it was supposed to, Article 40 and 42. But this is a crossroad where we are. The government prefer to have a way of recognizing the group who will represent the RCMP members, and us, we think that they will be better deserved if it's by secret ballot that those people will be elected as their representative in front of the government. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, on the principle, we do agree with the principle of the bill, but unfortunately, because this government failed to recognize that the secret ballot vote is the best way to assure the strongest and the dignity of the group that they will represent. Unfortunately, this government failed to recognize that, so this is why we will not support Bill C4. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for his speech. I am of the opinion that he has really taken this to heart over the last 2 years, when in Quebec we had a public inquiry on construction, and this showed through all of the testimony that there was a horror story that concerned dubious practices with secret votes. And I would like to know what my colleague's position is on the protection that this kind of election offers, whereas in the alternative that is proposed here, there could be recognition in due form. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if we watch the same Charbonneau Commission, but what I recall is that unfortunately the people in positions of authority in the unions breach the fundamental rights of their union members to be duly represented. It's exactly the contrary of what he's saying, and we feel, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, that in order to be protected from any kind of malicious powers and threats from for new members, these people can express their choice within the privacy of a voting booth. And when you have to stand up and vote, when there are 3 or 4 people who are looking down on you to make sure you're voting the right way, it's perhaps not the best way of doing things. And that's why on this side of the House we feel that what was good for C4 is good for this, that a secret ballot vote gives more force and authority to the people who want to unionize. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising, and I have to say to my Conservative colleague that secret votes in accreditation processes for union building is something that's always used by the employer to reduce the effectiveness of these. The signatures of cards, member cards, respects the rights of individuals who want to find allies and associate and negotiate a collective agreement. I'd like to know why he's in favor of a process that systematically, and university studies have shown this, have demonstrated this, that they undermine the process. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I appeal to the democratic sense of my honourable colleagues. How is it that there's less unionization when there's secret votes? Perhaps people just don't want to associate in those circumstances. We are all elected by secret ballots. Are we supposed to challenge the authority of people elected in such way? Not at all. I know that my colleague had faced some stiff opposition in his riding, but the people spoke. Mr. Speaker, for us, the best way to ensure that there is solid, strong, authoritarian, and manifest support of a group is through a secret ballot vote. Whereas when you have to sign a card, you are likely to be influenced. And so if indeed the secret vote means that there is less unionization, it's perhaps because people don't want to be unionized that much.
C'est commentaire, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his great remarks today in the House and reminding all members that we are indeed here as a result of a democratic process that involves a secret ballot to show the will of the people unburdened by pressures, but their own vote, as it were, Mr. Speaker. The important thing to remember is that we're here on C7 as a result of a Supreme Court of Canada decision brought by an association challenging the inability under the Public Sector Labour Relations Act for the RCMP to formulate a union. But the frontline men and women in uniform across the country have never actually had their say on this process. So I'd ask my colleague to weigh in on the fact that C7 is the government's once again denying the right of the rank-and-file members to wade in on this process, which many have concerns about, and the secret ballot vote would allow everyone to have their say.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
I want to thank my colleague for his interesting question. I think the government failed to recognize this authority of secret ballot, but more than that, they missed the great opportunity to create something new and something stronger for our proud RCMP member. If they had a secret ballot vote decision to get unionized or not and to elect their representative, the unions or the group that will come from will be stronger, more accurate, more responsible, and in front of the government will have more authority than what they propose.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important not to let this debate on an amendment that has to do with harassment and whether or not RCMP members will be allowed to bring issues of harassment to the bargaining table to get derailed by questions of process on certification. There'll be time for that in the debate. There's already been a lot of discussion around that. There's going to be more opportunity for discussion on that at third reading. And I would say, because what I haven't heard in the arguments of some members is why a different rule should apply to RCMP members than a rule that will be applying to other Canadian workers who are federally regulated. The place for that debate is on C4, which will be coming back to this House as well. So I just want to take some time to talk about however RCMP members get there, if they get there, to have a certified bargaining agent. The question that we're talking about now with respect to this amendment is what that bargaining agent is going to be able to bring up at the bargaining table. So that's the important issue, I think, with respect to debate on this amendment. And I'm pleased to rise in support of this amendment. Members who have been following this debate closely will know that I argued with the support of my caucus at committee for an even greater lessening of restrictions on collective bargaining because we think that that's required, frankly, Mr. Speaker, in order to honor the spirit of the Supreme Court decision that was taken. And so that ruling, and we heard quotes from that ruling from the honourable parliamentary secretary earlier. It says very clearly that part of the impetus and reason for the kind of freedom of association that's guaranteed as a charter right and thereby also guarantees collective bargaining is that workers have to be able to have a meaningful recourse within their workplace and a way to identify their own priorities, to bring them to the employer, and to have a shot, I guess is the really informal way of putting it, at having some success. So if we're going to bring a bill forward that says, for all the many reasons that RCMP members sustained a protracted court battle in order to get collective bargaining, those have to do with workplace safety and health. They have to do with the topic of this amendment, which is harassment and conduct within the workplace. If we're going to bring forward a bill in response to that decision that says, okay, fine, you've got collective bargaining on paper, but you can't bring any of those issues to the table, and we don't even care what your proposals would be. We don't care how reasonable they would be. Before we know even what they are, we're going to rule them out of court through this legislation, Mr. Speaker. I think does a real disservice to the Supreme Court's ruling. I think it does a disservice to members, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's a reason why, if we don't relax these exemptions, we're going to see in very short order another court battle. And I think eventually, if the Supreme Court continues to rule in the spirit that it has been on collective bargaining, we're going to see that this law doesn't pass muster. We have an opportunity now to be able to move forward with a bill that would actually give RCMP members what they asked for and what they fought for going through the court process. I still think there's going to be a lot of problems with the bill because there are so many other exclusions, Mr. Speaker, but we'll support this amendment because it's a way of taking a bad bill and making it a little bit better. And it's a bad bill that has a strong likelihood of passing because the government seems quite committed to passing it in its present form. Why they feel such a loyalty to this form, Mr. Speaker, is beyond me. This is actually the language that was pulled out of a previous Conservative bill. They haven't minced words when it comes to criticizing the previous government in terms of its approach and thinking. Well, the Liberals certainly have not held back criticism of the previous government when it comes to their approach to labour relations, and yet, the first bill that they're likely to pass, Mr. Speaker, doesn't just adopt that same philosophy and approach. It's actually, for the most part, word for word, the very same bill that had been contemplated by the previous government going back as far as 2010, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment is a way, I think, of trying to bring the bill a little bit closer to the spirit of the Supreme Court decision. I don't think it gets us there, but I think it's important for RCMP members, if there is a possibility of passing this amendment, and I hope there is, that will at least make things a little better for them. And I would argue, Mr. Speaker, and have been arguing at length and throughout this entire process, that it's not just an opportunity for RCMP members. It's an opportunity for the institution as well, Mr. Speaker, because we've heard and we hear today from the government about how they're engaging to work on the issue of harassment and to improve it, and they're going to study it, Mr. Speaker, as if it hadn't been studied before, and then they're going to make some changes, and I wish them well in that. And I'm not saying that that isn't important. I'm not saying that that's not an important part of the process. But what we have here with the Supreme Court decision and now Bill C-7, if it's changed, is an opportunity to bring in a genuinely new approach, to do something genuinely different, and to allow RCMP members to bring their knowledge and expertise of the force and how things work on the ground directly into conversations with management, For instance, Mr. Speaker, if it's the case that Parliament is going to be addressing workplace issues in the RCMP along with management, and it's going to take parliamentarians going around studying issues and then a law coming before Parliament and passing through the two houses in order to address workplace issues, is it the view of the government that somehow that's a better process and that it's somehow more responsive than a process that would allow a union representing RCMP members made up of the very people who are out there doing that good work on behalf of Canadians? The time that it takes for an issue to filter up through an organization, get media attention, build public pressure for government to act on it, and it is unfortunate that with issues of sexual harassment in the RCMP, we've reached that point, because it means that it's gotten very bad, Mr. Speaker, but there's all sorts of other workplace issues that maybe don't get quite that bad, but are egregious nevertheless, and could be addressed by a process that actually consults the people who are doing the work on a day-to-day basis. And you could get that kind of day-to-day or month-to-month feedback between the people doing the job and the people managing them. The model that says somehow issues have to get bad enough that they come to Parliament, and then we go out and we study the issue sometimes for years, and then bring legislative changements, and that's how we're going to address issues in the RCMP. I don't think you have to be a super kind of business ideologue to say that this is just a bad model. It's just not efficient. Why wouldn't you want a model, if you're seriously trying to address an issue, that allows you to get more frequent feedback and doesn't involve a bunch of third-party players like parliamentarians, for instance, who don't have that day-to-day experience and don't have a real operating knowledge? It may be that some members of Parliament do, but if they do, it's a coincidence of the fact that it's that particular type of person that got elected to represent that particular riding. But I think it's fair to say that most of us in this chamber don't have that kind of day-to-day experience, and it just seems wrong-headed to me to pretend that the most serious issues of the force are going to have to come here before they can be dealt with. There's an opportunity here to have a better system, to have a system that RCMP members appreciate much more fully, that they're actually a part of, and that if it works well, Mr. Speaker, and this is part of our point, is just that we should not prejudge the issue of whether this is going to work well or not. If it works well, it means that less of those issues are going to come to this House. And I would say that by the time issues get here, they've gotten really bad, Mr. Speaker, and it's and they're probably far away from being effectively solved. So a good collective bargaining process can help us catch more of those issues early on, resolve them in the workplace so that they don't have to come to Parliament to get fixed. To the extent that this amendment, in a limited way, creates more opportunity for that kind of better process in respect of a certain issue, we're in favor of it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the members' comments, and I thank him for his speech on this motion and his concern. The reality is we can't wait for collective bargaining to take on this issue. The Prime Minister has committed to that we, as a government, will ensure that the RCMP and all parts of the public safety portfolio are workplaces free from harassment and sexual violence. That's one. Two, the minister has already asked the RCMP to review their policies and procedures on this and review the recommendations and the new process they put in place in 2013. And so we do have a serious and non-negotiable expectation that there will be transparent investigations, serious disciplinary measures, support for victims, and a plan to end toxic workplace behavior. So the question that I'm going to ask the member is, why, when in the Pay Equity Committee, the members of his party is throwing out the idea of the legislation of the previous government because it's bargaining a human right, i.e. pay equity, and that should be not treated at the bargaining table. And we agree. We agree with the members' party on that. So why is it not a place for this human right to be negotiated, whereas he's proposing that it's a matter for negotiation with respect to Bill C7.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
The difference is, Mr. Speaker, that there's nothing to say that pay equity is a human right and to want that legislated doesn't preclude employees bringing to the bargaining table in their own workplace proposals about how pay equity can be better realized, or from bringing to the table facts about the workplace that say pay equity, despite whatever legislation is on the books, is not being adequately realized. The problem with this bill is that it says whatever is not going right with the legislation and whatever could be improved in the workplace, RCMP members will not have the right to bring that to the bargaining table. Nothing in the NDP position on pay equity is saying that workers shouldn't be allowed to at least bring to the bargaining table issues of pay equity in their workplace. That's the difference. I think it's a serious mischaracterization of the issue to say that the NDP is somehow against workers being able to talk about pay equity at the bargaining table. Other provisions that support and enhance pay equity are welcome, but we are not proposing a ban on discussing pay equity at the bargaining table.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this debate has progressed, and particularly with the excellent presentation of my friend from Elmwood Transcona, I'm beginning to wonder whether the restrictions on access to free and fair collective bargaining contained in this bill will actually lead to a further Supreme Court case to find that the legislation before us, C7, is an inappropriate and unacceptable limitation on free and fair collective bargaining rights that the RCMP officers and workers have already won before the Supreme Court of Canada.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question, because I would like to emphasize again that I think that that's where this ultimately is headed, and I don't see a need to wait. I mean, we've talked about a lot of the challenges that face the RCMP as an organization, and I really do believe that collective bargaining as one piece of a multifaceted puzzle, one other way of addressing those issues, could actually help the institution resolve some of those long-standing issues and by bringing a new approach. And I think we're not doing right by RCMP members if we cause them to have to mount another battle in the courts in order to get there. And we're just adding time to finally addressing those things in a meaningful way. Part of what I'm beginning to suspect in this debate, Mr. Speaker, is just how many members of this House actually understand what collective bargaining means and how it works. Because we hear, we constantly hear that a misrepresentation of what happens in bargaining, that somehow by being able to bargain something, it's going to mean that suddenly employees control everything and that there isn't a role for government or management anymore. And it's just not the case. Being allowed to discuss things at the bargaining table isn't even a guarantee that a proposal of any kind will be accepted at the bargaining table. And I've been shocked, frankly, Mr. Speaker, to see how few members of this House seem to appreciate that point.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Civil Protection. Mr. Speaker, it's with pride today that I rise to speak to this House to continue the debate on the bill that has an impact on our country's national police force. A police force, the RCMP, that is the pride of Canada and has been for the past 100 years. When looking at the history of this great territory, we learned that the National Police Force has contributed in so many ways. Just think about the march westward from Fort Dufferin in Manitoba, the completion of the railway, the Canadian Pacific Railway in Craigalatchie in British Columbia. The organization that preceded the RCMP, the Northwest Mounted Police, was involved. The crossing of the St. Roch Passage in the Northwest, and the important roles that the police force played in both world wars. Mr. Speaker, it would be very accurate to say that the history of the RCMP is indeed the history of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the bill that is before us today is an important step and component as part of this history, because we're seeking to give members of the RCMP, for the first time, the right to collective bargaining. Bill C7 will establish a labor relations regime consistent with the Constitution for members of the RCMP. This regime will give them the freedom, if they so desire, to be represented by a union organization, to negotiate with the employer in order to take into account their labor needs. Now, for the time being, I'd like to speak to the second and third proposed amendments put forth by the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. In the case of labour relations regimes that manage police forces across the country, Bill C-7 includes an exclusion for certain aspects of collective bargaining, namely with respect to the particular nature of the work being done by the RCMP. The two proposals would withdraw behavior, including harassment, from the list of exemptions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that all members are concerned and share the concern raised by the Honourable Member with respect to harassment in the RCMP, and that this matter is of particular concern for the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety. In the mandate letter sent to the Minister of Public Safety, it says, as part of the instructions, that he must do what's necessary to ensure that the RCMP and other aspects of the portfolio are exempt and free of harassment and sexual violence. The Minister has clearly stated that he expects a response to allegations of harassment in the RCMP through exhaustive and transparent investigations, by taking strict disciplinary measures and by offering support to victims, as well as taking steps to eliminate this toxic behavior in the workplace. To this end, he has asked the RCMP Civilian Review Complaints Commission to undertake a review of the RCMP's policies and procedures for dealing with harassment in the workplace, and more specifically to evaluate the recommendations made by the Commission in its report of 2013. In addition, as the Minister clearly stated at committee, this examination is part of a host of initiatives designed to address this very serious problem, and other initiatives will be forthcoming. If we look at the other issues raised at committee, a lot of time was spent discussing clauses 40 to 42, which would have an impact on workplace health benefits as regards workplace injuries. They would be looked after by provincial workers' compensation boards in a way that is similar to all other police services. This issue was considered at second reading, then again looked at and raised by several stakeholders during consideration at committee. Finally, it would appear that all agreed to postpone the matter to a later date in order to examine it more. These clauses were withdrawn from the bill, which shows our government's commitment to respect Parliament and the independence of its parliamentary committees. The government continues to believe that it's not ideal for the employer to make the ultimate decision as to whether or not an injury is linked to work or not. We will continue to work with the RCMP, its measures, and the jurisdictions that have contracts with the RCMP in order to put in place a long-term solution that will make it possible to meet members' needs in this regard.
The bill before us is one that will achieve the essential objective of allowing RCMP members to be represented by an employee organization of their choosing. In its decision, which found the previous labor relations regime unconstitutional, the Supreme Court determined that the Staff Relations Representative Program, which was imposed upon RCMP members, violated their charter rights because it did not allow members any option for representation, nor did it provide an effective mechanism for dispute resolution. On top of that, the program was not independent of management. Bill C-7 will ensure that RCMP members' charter right to freedom of association is respected. In addition, the legislation ensures that any certified RCMP bargaining agent is solely focused on the representation of RCMP members, and clarifies that the Public Service Labor Relations and Employee Board would have to consider the unique role of the RCMP in administering and enforcing the Act. The bill also proposes binding arbitration with no right to strike, which will ensure both that the labor rights of RCMP's members will be respected and that Canadians can continue to rely on the RCMP to ensure that safety and security in communities from coast to coast to coast. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the real raison d'être for this bill is to ensure that the rights of the RCMP members are respected. They were consulted during the development of this new labor relations regime, and they remain the focus of our attention as we examine the bill that is before us today. In fact, I will conclude by pointing out that each year the members of the RCMP respond to more than 2 million of calls for service from Canadians, while continuing to conduct long-term complex federal investigations linked to issues such as organized crime, financial integrity, corruption, or terrorism. What's more, as we've seen recently in Northern Alberta, the members of the RCMP are always there to help when unfortunate tragedies occur. Since the start of the crisis in Fort McMurray, the local RCMP, assisted by members of detachments from across the province, has taken action and supported search and evacuation efforts. We will long be grateful to them for the work that they have done in this extremely difficult time. In short, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us is designed to protect those who protect us by guaranteeing that they have a labor relations regime and framework that honors their rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask a question, because I continue to be somewhat confused. I'm trying to understand how, if the issue can be negotiated with respect to sexual harassment at the table, that would be problematic for the government to conduct other investigations or take action to improve the situation within the RCMP as regards sexual harassment.
Commentaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, Mr. Speaker, the mandate letter to the Minister was very clear with that no sexual harassment will be accepted in the workplace and that the matter needs to be resolved. Now, personally, I've spoken to members, victims of these contentious issues, I can assure you, and in fact, having been a part of the institution as well, everyone admires the institution. I have confidence in the institution, and we have clearly called on the Commissioner to conduct specific investigations to deal with contentious issues, the outstanding ones. In addition, we put in place a system that's been called for since 2014 and that will yield the results that we expect. We strongly recommend the RCMP show the effectiveness of its response capability in these areas.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just wondering if the member, and I thank him for his speech, can tell the House how the government is dealing with the class action lawsuit that entails about 400 people that have been harassed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. President, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on any ongoing settlement with the court, but it has been a clear demand to Commissioner Paulson to provide us with, on one hand, a very deep investigation on what's going on, and with respect to the case in court, actually, we're looking forward for a good settlement.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I've had what I'd like to characterize as a wonderful relationship with the RCMP detachments in my riding in northwestern British Columbia. We've had dialogue, we've had exchanges, and I have an enormous amount of respect for the work that they have to do, particularly in rural Canada, in some of the more remote communities where the challenges are very quite intimate. Now, what this bill is seeking to do is to provide a better workplace environment for serving members of the force. Because the challenges are real, because the stresses are often high, there has been an unfortunate history within the force, as my friend from the Conservatives just noted, a very large class action lawsuit, I think overwhelmingly, if not entirely, brought forward by female members of the force, that we've had commissioners in the past, we've had governments in the past saying we're going to get to this. So my question is very simple. In no other labour relations anywhere in the country that I'm aware of would a government seek to say workplace health and safety is going to be excluded from the bargaining
from the negotiation between the employees and the employer. That makes no sense. And in fact, many women, when asked why they enjoy participating in any kind of organized labor at all, is for those actual protections, those very same protections. That in the past in Canada and too much in the present, there have been these sexual misconducts by others, and if women in particular don't have the power of unity to press their cases, they don't feel as safe on the workplace. So for heaven's sakes, why wouldn't the government just allow this to exist as part of the conversation, if it ever comes to that, at a bargaining table between the RCMP and the people who work for it? It makes no sense to me at all. I wish the Parliamentary Secretary...
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the colleague for the question. I'm very happy to hear that all members of the House have such high respect for the RCMP. If my response might seem insufficient, well, I will take the response of people that I've talked to, victims of this kind of behavior, who believe, despite the difficulty of the events, believe that there is a solution present in the institution. They believe that there is a way to find a solution within the institution. We've asked very clearly for there to be results concerning the Commission's investigations, because it's unacceptable that this kind of behavior continues. And in any case, we have a system which was recently put in place, and we need to determine if that system is effective. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today to speak to a very important issue that affects RCMP members from across the country. I come from a city that is home to the largest RCMP detachment in Canada. So I speak not only as a member of Parliament, but also as a former councillor and as a former mayor. Mr. Speaker, over those 18 years, I've seen many changes in the organization, and I've worked with many people who care very deeply about the RCMP members and the force. And for purposes of context, and within British Columbia, all communities and cities, except for about 7, are policed by the RCMP, and we have a provincial RCMP force in all of 8 provinces. All large cities pay 90% of the cost for policing, and communities under 5,000 are supported. The 10% that the federal government pays is for the ability to pull 10% of our force at any given time to deal with federal issues or federal events. Now, as I mentioned, this is because many cities have grappled with numerous issues over the years, whether it was resources or lack thereof, equipment for our officers, how to deal with the changing face of crime, how we can better support our members, or the cost of downloading. Now, some of these issues will continue to be a challenge, while other issues are ever evolving. Cities have also had their challenges with ever-changing legislation, with the results that only come to light when we see it played out on the front lines. Now, the Supreme Court ruling held, and I do want to make mention, because it was the Supreme Court, not this government, that is giving this, that the exclusion of members of the RCMP from collective bargaining and the imposition by management of a non-union labour relations regime were unconstitutional. And further, that the current RCMP labour relations regime denied RCMP members choice and did not permit them to identify and advance their workplace concerns free from the influence of management. Mr. Speaker, I support the right of RCMP members to be representative, if they so choose, and have a collective agreement in place. I think it can provide clarity and certainty, not only for those members, but for management, and especially for the cities and communities that they serve. I took the opportunity to discuss this bill with many RCMP members across this country, in my own city, and I heard a number of concerns. Now, while some of those concerns have been addressed, and we were able to get the government to make amendments to the bill within the committee, but there are still concerns that remain. Now, I support those amendments to strike clauses 40 and 42, and I thank my Conservative colleagues for the work that they've done in the committee to make that a reality. However, I feel there are still fundamental flaws with Bill C-7 and that this government is not listening to the RCMP members. As I stated earlier, there are issues that the organization continues to grapple with. Some programs have been put in place. However, certain issues continue to surface. And I feel very strongly that we have an opportunity at this point in time to work together to finally address them and bring about change that is sorely needed. One of the fundamental tenets of any policing organization, Mr. Speaker, is safety. Safety not only for the members themselves, but also for their fellow officers and for the general public at large. RCMP members should be involved in a meaningful way and have mechanisms in place to discuss any and all safety concerns without the real or perceived threat of discipline. They should also have the ability to address working conditions within a respectful and supportive process. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, this should not be part of the bargaining restrictions. And it saddens me deeply, as it does every member and the entire force, that since 2006, 30 RCMP members have taken their lives. The most recent was here in Ottawa on March 17th of this year. Post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, mental and emotional trauma are very real conditions within the workplace environment. What police officers witness and experience on a daily basis goes far and beyond what any one of us may experience in our entire lifetime. I've always been an advocate for mandatory support measures to be put in place for RCMP members. And as we discuss Bill C-7, I feel we can strengthen and broaden the mandate to begin to address some of these issues. And one RCMP officer wrote me, and I quote, "Essentially, this bill tells members of the RCMP that although they are trusted to put their lives on the line every day for Canada, Canada does not trust them to ask for appropriate changes to their working conditions, equipment, or harassment concerns." Mr. Speaker, each and every police officer should be supported and protected as they fulfill their duties. I have immense respect for the work they do on our behalf, in our communities, and for our families. And we should do the same for them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill in its current form. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do find it unfortunate that the member has made the determination that the bill is not worthy of supporting. One can always appreciate there's always room for improvement, but to recognize that the bill does move us forward on a very important file. And I guess my question to the member is, does she see any benefit within the bill itself? Is there any reason in which, or any aspect of the legislation that her or the Conservative Party support within the legislation?
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say, as I've stated earlier, over 18 years of working very closely with the RCMP and members of the RCMP, there are a number of issues that have been systemic that we have tried to overcome and tried to work with. In my place as the former mayor, working with the federal governments and the provincial governments, the Supreme Court ruled that they have a right to a labour organization and to be represented. That I support 100%. The bill supports that element of the Supreme Court decision, and we go forward with that. But there's significant elements that are not within Bill C-7, and because they're so fundamental and so underlying that, no, I cannot support this bill.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as many in this House know, I've got a very long relationship with both the RCMP and the union movement in Canada. Both have touched my family very significantly and very personally, so I think I'm in a unique position to comment on Bill C-7. The one area in C-7 that I have great difficulty with, and I would ask my colleague to expand upon this if possible, is the provision that does not allow members to vote in a secret ballot environment on whether to certify or decertify at any time in the future. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe that secret balloting is a fundamental tenet of democracy in this country. All of us who sit in this place were elected by secret ballot. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of this Assembly was elected by a secret ballot. It is the norm across Canada. Most provincial legislation ensures that secret ballots take place in union certification drives. So I would ask my friend and my colleague, does she believe that this bill should contain a provision to allow secret balloting? And also, if she can comment on why the government seems so steadfast against allowing RCMP members to vote in a secret ballot environment as every other Canadian would have the right to do.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the question because it is a fundamental right for every person that belongs to any labour organization to have the right to a free ballot. Why this government does not want that measure in place on any front, I cannot answer that question because fundamentally I think it's our right as individuals to have the ability to do that. And as he clearly stated out, whoever is elected in a general election, it's done by secret ballot. It is all done by secret ballot because that protects the right of the individual. And so I absolutely agree with him 100%. It should be within the legislation, and again, it is not.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Okay, resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Surrey for bringing her experience to this House. I think the best part of this new Parliament, from the viewpoint of the opposition, is not the fact that we're in opposition, Mr. Speaker. That's certainly not a bright point at all. But the bright point is the fact that 1/3 of our caucus is now made up of new members of Parliament. And the honourable member who just spoke brings to this House her experience as a municipal leader, and particularly in Surrey, with, as she mentioned, the largest RCMP detachment in the country, and in recent years, probably the most tasked detachment in the country, working with some of the challenges in violence and organized crime that area saw. And her leadership as mayor was recognized long before she joined this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So that's when the House of Commons is at its best, when we have members of this place rising in the House to talk on legislation, not just based on what's contained in it, but how it impacts the lives of those impacted by the bill, how the work done by the men and women of the RCMP in Surrey and indeed across the country is fundamental to the safety and security of the people of Canada and the people of Surrey, which reached out to her council while she led council there with concerns about crime and these sorts of things. As a mayor, she also brought to the debate the impact of uniformed service on men and women in the RCMP. The rise of operational stress injuries, the risks to violence, the impact on family of stress, of moves, these sorts of things. So I appreciate her addition to the debate here today and her discussions with me and other members of our caucus on Bill C-7. And it's her input and the input of members across the country of the RCMP that is leading the official opposition to oppose C7. As you may recall, Mr. Speaker, at the introduction of this bill, I said that we would try and work with the government on it. C7 is in this place as a result of the Mounted Police Association of Ontario versus Canada Supreme Court decision, which clearly stated that the staff relations program at the RCMP was not sufficient to meet the rights of association guaranteed to all Canadians under the Charter. That program was an internal HR function that tried to work between management and the men and women on the front lines of the RCMP, but that Supreme Court decision that stated clearly that the exclusion of the RCMP from the Public Sector Labour Relations Act and their inability to associate violated the Charter, and therefore C7 is here before us. And in my speech, I said that we would work with the government as a result of the timeline the Supreme Court of Canada gave Parliament to provide a framework so that men and women of the RCMP can get union representation in a way that suits the needs of the unique role the RCMP plays. And I remind members of this House, and I remind the government, that they were given a lot of flexibility by the court. The key element, though, was that the had to be free from management, so the type of collective structure needed that degree of independence from management, and that the rights and the freedoms of members needed to be reflected in that association. So their charter rights needed to be secured. And we didn't see that in C7 from introduction through to committee, Mr. Speaker, and that's why our willingness to work with the government only had legs that got us to committee, Mr. Speaker. As my friend before me said, we were very concerned with sections 40 and 42 with C7 that could have resulted in a patchwork of entitlements of RCMP members for health and occupational safety provisions across the country. In fact, sections 40 and 42 had nothing really to do with the standing up of a collective bargaining agent for the RCMP. It was essentially the outsourcing by the federal government of workers' compensation to provincial regimes, Mr. Speaker. And because each province is different, it would have taken a single unified national police force and created a patchwork of benefits for their members, depending on where Canada asked them to serve. And we had real problems with that, Mr. Speaker, because similar to my time in the Canadian Armed Forces, men and women in the RCMP uniform go where their nation needs them, whether it's to Surrey or whether it's to Shelburne, Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. And they should not have to worry about a patchwork of benefits and occupational rights depending on which posting they were in, Mr. Speaker. So I am happy to say that the government did listen to the concerns the official opposition expressed with respect to 40 and 42. Ultimately, some of their own members, I'm sure, heard from members of the RCMP, and they agreed to strike those provisions at committee. And I applaud the government for that, for listening. I also have to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that I had profound concerns that some members of the RCMP felt that they were being told that they could not speak to their member of Parliament and express concerns that they had as Canadians about a bill impacting them and their family, C7. So, once again, the government disappointed the opposition and myself as critic. I rose in this House to seek unanimous consent of this House to show that a matter before us that impacts thousands of Canadians across the country, none of them should be intimidated or prevented from giving their opinion to their member of Parliament. And because there was that concern within the RCMP, I stood in this House and asked for unanimous consent to say, as parliamentarians, we should hear from all members impacted by the legislation that we're debating and voting on. And sadly, members of the government denied unanimous consent for such a basic, fundamental democratic right, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't asking for the ability of uniformed RCMP members to throw up bonfires and protests. We are asking for the simple democratic right for a member of the RCMP or their partner or spouse to come to their MP and express their concerns on legislation. I was profoundly disappointed when the government denied that unanimous consent that would have encouraged MPs to hear from people in uniform on probably the most profound bill, Mr. Speaker, impacting the RCMP in generations. While we're on the topic of democratic rights, Mr. Speaker, the other thing I said clearly in my initial speech on C7 was the fact that we expected C7 and ultimately the collective bargaining unit for the RCMP to be the subject of a vote by members. And we said that in the House, we said that at committee, and the government is not providing that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when you combine C7 and C4, they're taking away that right from members of the RCMP in one bill and being silent on it in C7, knowing full well that they're going to pass C4, depriving members of a secret ballot vote while concurrently passing C7. Mr. Speaker, I think that's shameful, and that's why we're opposing C7. And why is it shameful, Mr. Speaker? We are debating C7 as the result of a Supreme Court of Canada decision that asked Parliament to fill the void that the Supreme Court indicated was there with the exclusion of the RCMP from the Public Sector Labour Relations Act. So we're here debating C7 because of a court decision. But no members of the RCMP have really been asked about this fundamental question. And why would the government fear giving a secret ballot vote to all members, from Surrey to Shelburne, to vote on a collective bargaining agent that's in their own interests, Mr. Speaker? What's ironic is every member of the 338 before this chamber were elected to this place by secret ballot vote. But they don't feel the same people that we give the important task of keeping Canadians safe in rural parts of Canada where the RCMP is the only face of the government and of law and order in this country. We're not giving those members we asked to keep us safe the basic, fundamental democratic right to vote on representation for them collectively, Mr. Speaker. It's a sad irony that this new government that runs on and talks about sunny ways is clouding those sunny ways by running C4 and C7 through the House at the same time. So, Mr. Speaker, while I'm glad that they listened to us and struck 40 and 42 from this bill, the fact that they're not listening to the existing concerns my colleague from Surrey mentioned, they're not giving the men and women the right to vote, means that Canada's official opposition, the Conservative Party, cannot support Bill C7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we need to recognize that, again, one of the reasons why we have this legislation before us today is because of a Supreme Court of Canada ruling. But at the end of the day, it's also important for us to recognize the valuable contributions that unions and organized labor play in Canadian society. And this is something in which I think is very widespread in terms of that recognition. I can appreciate the Conservatives might have some concerns with respect to the management issue, with respect to the registering of unions and so forth. I believe at the end of the day, maybe the member can just reflect on how important it is that the RCMP be afforded this legislation, which then ultimately allows them to have that union representation. And it's that principle that I think is really important, and why it is I think the Conservatives might want to revisit the way in which they're voting. And I'm wondering if he can provide a comment on that issue of the principle of being able to have a bargaining unit to represent the RCMP.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's interesting in my colleague's question is he said the RCMP are being afforded with this legislation that came as a result of the Supreme Court of Canada decision. I agree they have. Why should they not also be afforded the basic democratic right to then have their own vote on whether or not they have a collective bargaining agent and who that should be? We're setting the framework here. We're affording them the ability to have that as a result of the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Mounted Police Association of Ontario. But we're not then affording the rank and file to have their say. And, Mr. Speaker, in light with the fact that in recent weeks we're hearing that many of those rank and file do not understand the full impact of C7 on their workplace, means that we should then give them the right to absorb the framework given by C7. So if the honourable member feels we should afford the force this right to collectively organize, we should then afford the same right to the individual members that are the collective of what the union will represent.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his comments, although I'm a little bit surprised that the Conservatives have chosen this element of this piece of legislation to circle again and again and again as their main point of contention, rather than the piece that's excluded from this legislation and the imagined collective bargaining that would happen between the employees and the employer, this being the RCMP, that excludes the right of members to bargain around things like sexual harassment and workplace safety and security of the members as they serve our communities so diligently. It seems to me, given the unfortunate recent history and long history, unfortunately, of the RCMP, where we have these massive court cases now being conducted by women who served in the RCMP who went through sexual harassment on the workplace and was never rectified, despite commissioner after commissioner and government after government saying this was important. It never happened. They've had to take it to court. Why would the Liberals then choose to exclude that specifically from the right to bargain around issues like sexual harassment and workplace safety for those that are serving our communities? No other collective bargaining in the country would exclude this. For heaven's sakes, why would the Liberals want to do this for the members of the RCMP? It's just beyond me. And I'll leave with this, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the reasons why many women join unions, is so they can have sexual harassment enshrined in their collective rights to protect them, so that the employers cannot abuse those privileges that they have as an employer. Thank you.
Well, member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley for his intervention. I think what his question best illustrates is the fact that C7 is not well understood. In fact, I said at committee, and I said quite clearly, as someone that served in uniform of the military for 12 years and understands the paramilitary structure of the RCMP, there needs to be the ability to have postings, appraisals, operational performance, those sorts of things. And so we tried to sort of understand the approach on exclusions, Mr. Speaker. But what he's illustrating and what members of the RCMP have told us is that they have concerns about some of them. I don't feel that some of the exclusions result in what some people are suggesting about harassment or workplace safety. Those have to be paramount considerations, and our previous government brought legislation to this place on the harassment issue itself. That's critical, Mr. Speaker. But what his question and what the emails and calls I get show is that members have not really been asked for their say with respect to C7. The rushing, the limiting of debate, and then the elimination of that right to vote of frontline members has profound considerations, Mr. Speaker, and is why we will be opposing C7.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and once again, it's a pleasure to stand in this place and continue our dialogue and debate on C7. Again, Mr. Speaker, I think that if you or other members in this place were here when I made my initial comments and observations on C7, they will know about my history, both with the RCMP and with the labour movement in Canada. And to risk repeating myself, I will, Mr. Speaker, remind members again exactly how the RCMP has touched me and my family over the years, and how the union movement in Canada has been involved a great deal in my life and my upbringing. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my first intervention a few weeks ago, my mother's first husband was an officer in the RCMP who was killed on duty, on active duty at Depot, many, many years ago. And although I never met my mother's first husband, I learned of him very early in my childhood. My mother would tell me stories about who my father could have been. She told me stories about her husband and how much they loved each other and how much he loved his job with the RCMP. And she told me about the unfortunate tragedy that took place when he was killed that one fateful day at Depot. And since that time, Mr. Speaker, I've always had a deep and very resolute appreciation of the dangers that every member of the RCMP faces each and every day of their lives. Also, since that early childhood of mine, Mr. Speaker, I have grown to know a great many RCMP members, many of them who are very close friends of mine, some who are still current, some retired, and unfortunately, a number of them who have passed on to a greater life. But, Mr. Speaker, universally, all of those members shared common values, a respect for the tradition of the force, but also a respect for democracy and democratic rights in Canada. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, with all of the RCMP members that I have spoken with since C7 was first introduced, to a person, they have all stated the same thing. They believe their right to certify, if they wished, should be conducted using a secret ballot. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's more, I guess, a system or a result of them being more incredulous to the fact that C7 does not allow them that right. My colleague who spoke just before me from Durham had mentioned that many members of the RCMP perhaps were not aware of all the provisions in C4 and C7. They weren't aware of the fact that they would not be able to cast a ballot in private. But, Mr. Speaker, they're starting to become aware of that right now. And why this government is hell-bent on its desire to prevent a secret ballot environment for our national police force it almost defies credulity. Mr. Speaker, I can only think of one reason why that would be, and that is the fact in the last election campaign, the Liberal Party campaigned aggressively to try and gather and garner the union vote. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that rank-and-file members of unions believe in secret balloting. Union bosses, not so much. And the reason for that is, Mr. Speaker, is that if you do not have a secret ballot when determining whether or not, for an example, to strike, union members, rank-and-file union members, can be intimidated. And I know this firsthand, Mr. Speaker. I referenced the fact that I grew up in a union household. I did. My father was the head of the United Steelworkers of America, very active, obviously, in the union movement. In fact, he mentored Ken Newman, who is now the national head of the United Steelworkers of Canada. And at a very, very early age, I recall my father taking me to union meetings. I jokingly put to members that perhaps he was doing it for one of two reasons. One, he was honoring a commitment of babysitting that he made to my mother, or two, that he hoped that his young son would grow up to be a union representative like himself. Well, if it was number one, he succeeded admirably. If he was number two, Mr. Speaker, he failed miserably, because while I am not certainly not a member of any union, and I'm not certainly enthralled with the union movement as a whole, I can say this. I respect the right of any organization in Canada to unionize. I respect the role that unions have in Canada. I understand the role that unions play in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, there are faults, and many, many faults in this bill as it appears before us today. But the biggest single fault is the inability of this legislation to allow for a secret ballot on determining whether or not to certify. Mr. Speaker, at these union meetings that I attended as a youngster, I saw firsthand how intimidation can work. Again, I use the example of a strike vote, where all union members would gather in a union hall. They'd hear speeches primarily from their brothers and sisters in leadership positions within the union, and then would be asked to vote by a show of hands. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that if there are any members in that union hall that did not want to strike, for whatever reason, many times they would be afraid to express their true will by a show of hands. Why? Because some of their brothers and sisters would gather around them and let it be known in no uncertain terms the way in which they were to vote, because the union leadership wanted a strike. And, Mr. Speaker, I just think that's absolutely unconscionable. It was unconscionable then, it should be unconscionable now. Intimidation factors should not be allowed in any workforce, in any workplace. By the same token, Mr. Speaker, I will freely admit that there have been times in the past in certain organizations, non-unionized organizations, where management would use intimidation factors. That also is unconscionable. That also should not be allowed. But there's a simple way to fix this. There's a very simple way to remedy this, and that is to allow secret ballots. If an organization chose to unionize, so be it. It was the will of their members. However, if they chose not to unionize, those who voted against that very concept of unionization should not be then consequently intimidated and threatened because they voted against the wishes of their union leaders. Mr. Speaker, across Canada, most provincial legislations allow for secret ballots in the workforce. In fact, they expressly prohibit non-compliance with that legislation. They make it a point, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that democracy is served. And secret balloting, the ability for Canadians in any walk of life to express their will in a secret ballot environment, is a basic tenet of democracy. It's a basic tenet of democracy. And why, Mr. Speaker, the government fails to allow this in Bill C-7 and Bill C-4 is almost beyond belief. But I can only, Mr. Speaker, go back to what I said just a few moments ago. I think this is payback. I think this is payback to the union leaders who they courted during the election campaign of 2015. Shame. And that is shameful, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely shameful. I have spoken with so many RCMP officers since C-7 was first introduced, because Depot used to be in my riding before the boundaries changed in the last election. So consequently, I'm a frequent visitor at Depot, and because of my history with the force, many members there know me and know me well. And to a person, Mr. Speaker, every single one of them was aghast at the fact that they wouldn't have the right, if they decided to vote for or against a union, to do so in private. Mr. Speaker, C-7 is flawed. We know it is flawed, and I believe the government knows it's flawed. And that's what makes this doubly shameful. Mr. Speaker, on the opposition side, we will not be supporting C-7. I cannot support C-7, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's a shame, because other than that, the bill does contain provisions which I think are very, very helpful to the RCMP. But that one provision disallowing secret ballots is something that is a deal breaker for me, Mr. Speaker, and I will certainly not be supporting this legislation.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan will have 5 minutes remaining for time for questions and comments when the House next turns to debate on this question. Now we're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Mississauga East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It pleases me to rise today to mark the visit to Canada of the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda, to commemorate the historic 225th anniversary of the Polish Constitution, May 3rd, and to extend my best wishes for this special national day to the Polonia, our many Polish communities in Canada. My riding, along with the city of Mississauga, is home to over 30,000 members of the Polish diaspora in Canada. They have made a remarkable contribution to local businesses, services, and the cultural fabric of the city. Along with me, they will wish to pass along their warm welcome, Witam, Panie Prezydente. It is especially significant that the Constitution Day in Poland celebrates the adoption of the first written constitution in modern Europe. This constitution is most enlightened, advanced, and a reflection of the Polish spirit in the endurance of years and years of political hardship. Chechi Maya.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spring is in the air. Summer's around the corner. Canadians from coast to coast are planning their summer vacations. I recommend the riding of Huron-Bruce to take your vacation. With over 100 kilometers of shoreline featuring beautiful beaches, boating, and some of the most beautiful sunsets in this country, Mr. Speaker, check it out. The Blythe Theatre, Huron Country Playhouse, historical lighthouses, museums, renowned golf courses, hiking trails, biking trails, try out a triathlon, the Kincardine Scottish Festival and Highland Games, the Godrich Celtic Festival, Lucknow Music in the Fields for country music, Dungannon Tractor Pull, the Walton Motocross, camping around the riding in our beautiful provincial parks, and some of the best restaurants this country has to offer. Mr. Speaker, visit Huron-Bruce and make 2016 a summer to remember. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks a milestone for Gur Sikh Sabha Canada as they celebrate the Silver Jubilee of the Scarborough Gurdwara. This place of worship has served the faithful Sikh community in the Greater Toronto Area since its construction and grand opening in 1991. Over the years, the original building was expanded, establishing the Gurdwara as an important landmark in my riding of Scarborough North. Like the Sikh community in Canada, the Scarborough Gurdwara came from humble beginnings. We should not forget that this year is also the 102nd anniversary of the Kolmogata Maru incident. As Canadians, we should all be proud of the tremendous progress and contributions made by the Sikh community. Sikhism teaches selflessness, equality, and social justice, and these are values that all Canadians can cherish and share. Congratulations to Gobinder Randhawa and the entire congregation of the Scarborough Gurdwara on their joyous 25th anniversary. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the innovation and ingenuity of people in Rosemont-La Petite Patrie impresses me every single day. Residents of the laneway between Bordeaux and Chabot near Bellechasse have launched a unique project there, heating and cooling their homes using underground energy thanks to geothermal technology. So it's back to the earth in the city. Using geothermics, or the natural heat from the center of the earth, has the potential to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and reduce electricity costs for people. It's a revolution in and of itself for renewable energy and hope for the future. I want to point out the remarkable contribution of Bertrand Fous, the mastermind behind the idea, as well as the Co-op Carbone and the Chantier de l'Économie Solidaire for their support. I also congratulate the Rosemont-La Petite Patrie district that encouraged this initiative by being among the first initial investors. I hope the federal government will respond to the call and invest, too, in this unprecedented project that moves us towards greener energy. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the existence of the Sainte-Dorothée Forest in my riding of Laval-les-Îles. Sainte-Dorothée Forest is one of the 3 largest forested zones of Île-Jésus. There are many activities there: walking, bird observation sites, and interpretation signage. In addition, the public portion has also got a 3-kilometer-long pathway that is used by hundreds of snowshoers each year. The Sainte-Dorothée Forest is in a neighborhood in my riding of Laval-des-Îles that has undergone significant residential construction in recent years. This treasure must be preserved at all cost in order to give future generations a chance to save it and to appreciate the many joys and memories that come along with this fabulous site. Thank you.
For Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, loving what you do is what drives bold individuals to take a leap of faith and start their own business. George Ingham took this leap in 1916 and started George T. Ingham & Son Jewelers in Innisfail. This fine business is a prime example of entrepreneurship, commitment, dedication, and strong business sense, which has allowed this family business to thrive in our community for 100 years. My family, along with many other families of Innisfil and District, have appreciated the fine service and quality of product of this outstanding small business as it passed through the generations from father to son to son. Mr. Speaker, on May 16th, my wife Judy and I are pleased to be joining our fellow community members in honoring Garth and Joanne Ingham as they proudly celebrate 100 years of passion, craftsmanship, and service to our community.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Brenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Jacques Delisle, Mayor of Napierville, who passed away suddenly on April 15th. Jacques was a great public servant, devoted to his community and cherished by his wife, Louise Larose, and family. J'ai eu la chance de...
I had the opportunity to meet with Jacques Delisle many times in recent months, and that's why it's so important to me to pay tribute to him one last time. Jacques was dedicated to his fellow citizens and to everyone around him. The development of his municipality was something he took to heart and supported the advance and completion of many lovely projects, including the indoor pool and the merger of the leisure and recreational services with Saint-Cyprien. Jacques left us far too early, but he's leaving behind him a wonderful heritage for the people of Napierville, a legacy that will last for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Calgary, Signal Hill.
I rise today to recognize Dr. Barry Strafford, who passed away 2 weeks ago today at the age of 87. I was so pleased that I had the opportunity the Friday previous to his passing to have a chat with Barry where, like he always did, had bought a table to support the Bow Valley College fundraising scholarship luncheon. So when Barry didn't show up for work on Monday morning, everyone knew that something was wrong. Now, Barry and his wife Brenda emigrated to Canada from England in the 1950s, and tragically, Brenda was killed in a car accident in 1974. But that tragedy inspired Barry to create the Brenda Strafford Foundation, which has gone on today to be responsible for an 80-bed women's shelter for battered and abused women in Calgary, several long-term care centers, including the Wentworth Manor, which is in my riding, where actually my mother-in-law happens to reside, Mr. Speaker, but more importantly, a number of health care centers for the underprivileged in Jamaica, Haiti, and the Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I know Barry can rest peacefully because his foundation and 40 years of good work will be carried on by family members, volunteers, and staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I attended Port Coquitlam's 93rd annual May Day celebration. The day kicked off with the community pancake breakfast, followed by the Rotary May Day parade, and finished at the community block party. I commend the organizers for putting on a world-class May Day celebration. And it's just the beginning. Next month, Coquitlam hosts the BC Highland Games with the region's best bagpipers, Highland dancers, and caber tossers coming to compete. In July, Port Coquitlam gears up for the POCO Grand Prix, a premier cycling event with 200 top international cyclists. And in August, 60,000 spectators will attend Port Coquitlam's 12th annual Downtown Car Show. I encourage all members to join me in the Tri-Cities, a wonderful community that's doing great things. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the anniversary of the Carnation Revolution, which took place last month on April 25th. The annual commemoration of 25 de Abril, as it is known in the Portuguese community, the largest ethnic group in my riding of Davenport, celebrates the end of almost 40 years of the longest authoritarian government in Western Europe. April 25, 1974 marked the day that effectively changed Portugal into democracy. The revolution started as a military coup, but soon transformed into a popular campaign of civil resistance. It is called the Carnation Revolution because almost no shots were fired in ending the dictatorship. And as the population took to the streets, carnations were placed into the muzzles of the rifles and on the uniforms of the army men as the population helped hasten the end of the dictatorship. I want to thank Carlos Morgadinho and the rest of the executive of Associação Cultural 25 de Abril for their tireless efforts to ensure that the lesson of the Carnation Revolution is never forgotten. Once democracy is won, we must stay vigilant and always fight against any threats to our democracy, whether in Portugal or in Canada, this blessed country that we're so lucky to call our home.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 7th edition of the Greater Sudbury Book Fair took place last week. Every 2 years, as part of this event, some 10,000 people who love to read converge on downtown Sudbury to read and meet with their favorite French authors from across the country. Access to cultural products in French is an important issue for our communities, and so that's why readers from across Northern Ontario participate in this book fair, which has become one of the most significant literary events in the country. It's a landmark moment for all communities and all francophones in the North. Throughout the week, Sudbury was a hive of artistic activity. In addition to the book fairs, there was also the national campaign Reading Town, as well as the 5th edition of the Alternative Art Fair, a major event for visual arts. I say long live the Book Fair, Reading Town, and the Alternative Art Fair to all the authors and artists back home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the first Heroes Are Human bicycle tour kicked off Saturday morning here right in front of Parliament. Some 100 first responders from across North America are participating in this event, which aims to raise awareness of post-traumatic stress disorder. For about 15 days, 88 paramedics, police officers, and firefighters will cover the 1,600 kilometers separating Ottawa from Washington. As Deputy Critic for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, I want to congratulate the organizers of this event. Awareness of the repercussions with respect to PTSD is of the utmost importance. Just think about the first responders and what they're facing, the ones who are fighting the flames in Fort McMurray. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform this House and all Canadians that alongside my colleagues, the members of the Standing Committee on National Security, we are currently conducting a study and will soon be putting forth recommendations to establish a national plan of action to adequately support our first responders. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, whether it's the NHL, the MLB, or the NFL, sports are important to Canadians. It brings people together, it inspires a healthy lifestyle, it helps us understand the value of hard work and teamwork, and it generates community unity. We may be divided on our favorite hockey teams, from the Canucks to the Canadians, but Canada only has one NBA team, and the Raptors are making a serious run in this year's playoffs. The sport of basketball is the fastest growing sport in the country. The Raptors have the best fans in the entire world, including our favorite rapper, Drake. With a crucial Game 4 tonight, I ask all my honorable colleagues to tweet "Let's go Raptors" to the Raptors and show our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go Raptors!
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, on February 10th of this year, Victoria participated in a point-in-time count to assess the extent of homelessness in our community. The results are staggering. At least 1,387 people have no safe place to call home, including 223 children and youth. We're grappling with a housing and homelessness crisis. The most serious illustration at present is the tent city on the grounds of the provincial courthouse in downtown Victoria. The good news going forward is that our community has a plan, but we need federal help to make it work. The Capital Regional District has recently invested $30 million to build permanent housing and has called on the province and the federal government to do the same. Today, I am asking the government to match this commitment so we can get started this year on shovel-ready housing projects. Mr. Speaker, years of federal inaction have brought our city to its current crisis. It's now time to step up.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was World Red Cross Day. As we salute more than 150 years of humanitarian actions around the world, I want to recognize the inspiring Canadians in Lakeland who embody the vision of the Canadian Red Cross to improve the lives of others by caring for those in need. I spent the weekend with people in wildfire evacuation reception centres. Hamlets, villages, small towns, rural people and First Nations are welcoming evacuees with open arms, offering refuge, basic supplies they didn't have time to take from their homes as they fled, and providing supplies for first responders. St. Paul, Smoky Lake, Wandering River, Boyle and Grassland are just some communities in Lakeland assisting our neighbours in Lac La Biche and other Albertans, giving all they can to help people who have lost everything, people who have done so much for all of Canada for so long. In light of World Red Cross Day, I urge everyone to support the relief efforts for Fort McMurray in whatever way they can. It's my hope that the incredible generosity goes directly to the people affected, as compassionate Canadians intend. And to those affected by the fires, keep staying Alberta strong. We're all here for you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, during National Nursing Week, we honor the dedicated women and men that are there to care for us and our loved ones when we are most in need. There are many dedicated nurses in my riding of Scarborough Centre, but I would like to pay a tribute to one outstanding nurse that is making difference at Scarborough Hospital's Mental Health Department, Kelly Brockington. Kelly was recently honoured by Cancer Care Ontario and the Ontario Renal Network at the Human Touch Awards for going the extra mile to touch the lives of patients. Kelly is passionate about helping cancer patients and volunteered to lead a project that is making mindfulness and cognitive behavior therapy part of the cancer care program. Kelly is one of the many nurses making a difference in the lives of patients every day. During this National Nursing Week, I ask this House to join me in thanking her and all our outstanding Canadian nurses. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, the stories emerging from Alberta regarding the response to the wildfires are truly inspiring. In typical Canadian fashion, there's been an outpouring of support and aid from all over the country. From restaurants offering free meals to people rescuing pets, Canadians from coast to coast are stepping up and helping in any way they can. Now, it's right that the government agreed to match donations to the Red Cross. Will they take the next step and match donations to other worthy charities that are on the ground and delivering assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Red Cross has proven to be an enormous and valuable partner in dealing with the immediate crisis of this situation. They have extraordinary depth and reach and capacity to provide the kind of immediate emergency assistance that was required in the very short term in dealing with those circumstances. They've done a magnificent job. As we move now into future phases of how we will assist Alberta and Fort McMurray in the recovery, we will examine all possibilities for how everyone can help to the maximum extent possible.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Liberals struggled to justify the Prime Minister's massive celebrity-sized entourage that accompanied him to Washington. And we all know that our relationship with the U.S. is important and that high-level visits are beneficial. And we know that there are important issues to discuss, like perhaps the energy sector. But what we can't figure out is what expertise the Prime Minister's in-laws have and why he couldn't find room for the Natural Resources Minister.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that the Prime Minister's in-laws and Mrs. Trudeau herself were guests of the President of the United States at a state dinner. He should also know, Mr. Speaker, that it's the first time since 1997 that Canada has been awarded the honour of a state dinner at the White House. These members of the Prime Minister's family were part of the official delegation, and I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the President himself drew attention to Margaret Trudeau's presence there and her tireless work on behalf of those with mental illness.
The member for Regina Capel.
Well, the Prime Minister didn't just squeeze out cabinet ministers for his in-laws, he did it as well for Liberal Party bagmen, and Canadians are disgusted that Liberal fundraisers went along for the ride. The Prime Minister's political friends were granted unprecedented access to senior U.S. officials. The Prime Minister used a state visit to help his buddies connect with Washington insiders for their own personal gain. In exchange for raising money for the Liberals, they were invited to come along to make contacts to further their own personal interests. This was clearly a reward for their political support. How can the Liberals justify this unethical behavior?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, my friend knows very well that the two individuals to whom he's referring were invited to attend the event by the White House. He should also know, Mr. Speaker, that the taxpayers in no way contributed to the expenses of these individuals. All of their expenses at all times were incurred by them personally, and the taxpayers in no way, directly or indirectly, contributed to this part of the visit.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we know that for Canada, natural resources are very important for our economic development, whether it be oil or the Plan Nord in Quebec. However, where was the Minister of Natural Resources at the White House? Well, no, he wasn't at the White House. He was in Ottawa. However, the Prime Minister took some very important people, the President of the Liberal Party and the Liberal Party's chief bagman. Mr. Speaker, is there anyone in this government who can tell me, seriously, why is it more important to have the bagman for the Liberals there instead of the Natural Resources Minister? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of what was accomplished at that historic visit to Washington. I would like to remind my colleague that this is the first time since 1997 that Canada has had the honor of having a state dinner at the White House. He is referring to certain people who work as volunteers for the Liberal Party of Canada. He knows very well that at all times their expenses were paid by them themselves and at no time by the taxpayers in any way. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, but that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. If it's so important, if this was the first time since 1997, why did you leave the Natural Resources Minister here in Ottawa? I would like to remind the Honourable Member to direct his comments to the Speaker, and we'll start again. Well, I know you have good judgment. That's why I don't direct it to you. Mr. Speaker, it's a very simple question. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is there. I'd like to hear directly from him. Does he feel it was more important to have the Liberal Party's bagman there instead of the Natural Resources Minister? He was in Ottawa, but he should have been in Washington to defend Canada's natural resources sector. The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to tell him and to tell this House that thanks to the excellent work being done by the Minister of Natural Resources, we have an agreement on energy and natural resources and renewable energy with the United States. And when we had that state dinner in Washington, it was celebrated by both governments, by all representatives, and we can congratulate the Minister of Natural Resources for his excellent work. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, the Panama Papers data made accessible to the public today clearly show that Canadians are implicated, and that includes the former boss of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage. The Prime Minister has said again and again that fighting tax evasion is a priority, but with the KPMG affair, no investigation, no charges. It's a joke. It's a two-tier system. What is the government waiting for? When will the government bring KPMG to justice? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, middle-class Canadians, pay their fair share, but certain wealthy individuals are not paying their fair share. What I would like to tell my colleague across the way is that there are criminal cases underway, and it's not right to misinform the population, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
The
disinformation comes from this government. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are implicated in the Panama Papers, including the former boss, the Parliamentary Secretary for Heritage. And the government's words are empty unless they're willing to actually charge people guilty of tax evasion and those aiding and abetting these tax cheats. With the release today of many more names from the largest offshore tax avoidance scandal in history, why is the government still refusing to launch an investigation into the KPMG tax scandal?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, our government, in its election platform, committed to bringing to justice those who would participate in tax evasion, and there are cases underway right now. I don't understand what's so hard for my colleague across the way to understand.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiewit-Nookasky.
Mr. Speaker, the government's budget bill is over 100 pages and amends 35 bills. And as they say, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it is an omnibus budget bill. Unemployed workers in Edmonton, Southern Saskatchewan, and Winnipeg are hurting right now, and the Liberals are hiding measures they could take in this omnibus budget bill. Will the government agree to split this bill so changes to EI, veterans benefits, senior support, and banking regulation all get the proper study they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we want to be very clear and open with Canadians. Our budget, the measures in our budget are all in our Budget Implementation Act. There are measures there that are just related to our budget. We know that that's the appropriate way to move forward. We have got an ambitious plan that has measures that are going to make a real difference for Canadians, and that is exactly why the budget has the number of pages it does, which allows Canadians to understand what we're trying to do to improve our country.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiewit-Nookasky.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians will have criminal records because the Liberal government has refused stubbornly to immediately decriminalize marijuana. Today, we see former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien criticize the Liberal government and endorse the NDP's push to make sure no one again has a criminal record for simple possession. If this government can't admit that the NDP is on the right track on this issue, will they at least now not listen to Jean Chrétien and immediately decriminalize marijuana?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to implementing a comprehensive and responsible regulatory framework for the effective control for the production, distribution and consumption of marijuana. We do not believe that decriminalization is the right thing to do, and in fact, the honourable member from Outremont in 2012, when asked if he would decriminalize marijuana, said, and I quote, "No, that would be a mistake." Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Outremont was right in 2012. It's still a mistake, and we are going to do the job right.
The honourable member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister brought 44 people as part of his personal entourage to Washington, D.C., which included his mother and his in-laws. And so far, the initial cost of the trip is north of $25,000 for 3 days in the fun. Now, we understand Liberals can't go without their entitlements, but why does the Prime Minister think his family and friends of the Liberal Party are entitled to live so large on the taxpayers' dime?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said a number of times, and I said a few minutes ago, this was a historic visit to the United States, the first opportunity since 1997 for a Canadian Prime Minister to be received at a state dinner. Significant progress was made on important issues to Canadians like climate change, Mr. Speaker, like pre-clearance at the border, like a shared vision of growing the trade between Canada and the United States. We're proud of the Prime Minister's visit to Washington, and Mr. Speaker, we'll make no apologies for defending Canadian interests in the United States.
The honourable member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
It's too bad there was nobody there to lobby for Keystone XL. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that the honeymoon is over and it's time for the Prime Minister to start taking his responsibilities to the Canadian taxpayer seriously, which is not exactly easy for someone who's never had to work a day in his life. So taxpayers do work hard every day. They don't want to see entitled Liberals taking lavish trips with VIP access for their friends and family. So Why does the Prime Minister think that he's entitled to squander taxpayers' dollars in this way?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just because my friend across the aisle keeps repeating the same phrase doesn't necessarily make it accurate. He knows very well, Mr. Speaker, that this government has been open and transparent with respect to all expenses, and he also knows that the individuals that he was referring to, but he doesn't have the guts to name, traveled to Washington on their own expense, and the taxpayers assume none of those costs.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, recently we learned that the official delegation who accompanied the Prime Minister to Washington was particularly extravagant. Several highly placed Liberals and even the Prime Minister's mother were on the trip at taxpayers' expense. Mr. Speaker, why was the Prime Minister's mother there taking advantage of public money to accompany her son to Washington, and what was her role in the Canadian delegation? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are very proud of Margaret Trudeau. We are proud that she was included in our official delegation. She was invited by the White House.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of Margaret. We are very proud as well of her major contribution to informing all Canadians about mental illness. And, Mr. Speaker, President Obama himself highlighted the contributions of Margaret Trudeau, her major contribution to that important question. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues forgot to mention that they were proud that the Liberals' chief bagman was there. During this official visit, Mr. Speaker, well, the in-laws were also there at this official dinner. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's in-laws, were they there as part of the Canadian delegation, or were they just there? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that the parents of Ms. Gregoire Trudeau were also invited to the official dinner by the White House, an honor that Canada, by the way, hadn't received since 1997. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are extremely proud of this major visit to Washington and of what was accomplished by the Prime Minister and by several ministers at that historic visit.
Barry Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, last week Canadians found out that the Prime Minister's nannies will cost taxpayers over $100,000 a year. So he gets this child care benefit while every other Canadian has to fight to pay their own way for child care. When asked, the parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government answered that the Prime Minister needed these nannies. Yet the Prime Minister campaigned successfully against this. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is a simple one. Why does the Prime Minister feel he's entitled to taxpayer-funded nannies?
Right on. Yeah. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has addressed this very issue on a number of occasions in this House and again earlier today. The Prime Minister has a young family, 3 young children. With the nature of his responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, it is not inappropriate that 2 household staff, in addition to performing other duties, also act as secondary caregivers for the Prime Minister's family. Mr. Speaker, every Prime Minister's family has different needs and different circumstances, and the allocation with respect to our Prime Minister's family and the expenses of the House are entirely appropriate.
Member for Barry Innisfil.
Speaker, it's hard to believe that they're justifying the fact that the Prime Minister of Canada is getting 12 times more than the average Canadian with 3 kids will be getting under their Liberal child care plan. Mr. Speaker, last fall the Prime Minister said millionaires like him don't need taxpayers' help for child care. Now he thinks it's fine to take money from hard-working middle-class mom and dads so that they can get special privileges. Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister think he's entitled to Canadians paying over $100,000 a year for child care while every other Canadian struggles to pay on their own?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the same question that member posed in the previous question, so I'll give him exactly the same answer. It's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister has 3 young children. And given the nature of his responsibilities, we think it's appropriate, Mr. Speaker, that 2 household staff, in addition to other responsibilities in the House also act as secondary caregivers for the Trudeau children. All of the expenses of our Prime Minister and his family with respect to household staff, Mr. Speaker, are appropriate.
Hearing a little too much noise. I want to remind members that we each speak when we're recognized. We speak one at a time. Besides, the folks out in TV land can't hear you unless the microphone's on in front of you. So keep that in mind. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the campaign, the Liberals made a solemn promise to save home mail delivery. The Prime Minister himself said, and I quote, "We are committed to restoring home mail delivery." Seniors and Canadians living with disabilities have been counting on this government to deliver on their promise. Instead, the minister is now saying that everything is on the table. Meanwhile, Canada Post is raking in the profits. There is no excuse for this betrayal. So why are the Liberals breaking their promise to Canadians?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, while the member opposite might have an issue with Canada Post being given a comprehensive, independent review, Canadians that I'm hearing from want to have a say. They're looking forward to this consultation process. They really want to know what we will be doing with respect as a government in terms of roadside mailboxes. We put a moratorium in place with the installation of no more roadside mailboxes. People still continue to get door-to-door delivery, but we also need to make sure that we hear from Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and that is exactly what this independent, comprehensive review will do.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
At home, that's it. La promesse libérale.
The Liberal promise was to restore home mail delivery, not to completely review everything. This is a basic public service, something that is profitable, that doesn't cost 1 cent in taxes for seniors and those living with a disability. These Liberal cuts are not going to be easy to digest. The Prime Minister himself committed to restoring home mail delivery. Why today is the government going back on its word and turning its back on all Quebecers and Canadians who want and need this service?
Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we committed to having a comprehensive, independent review of Canada Post. We committed to putting an end to the installation of roadside mailboxes. The review is underway. Canadians want to have a say. They want us to know exactly how they feel about the services that are being provided. It is a comprehensive, independent review. Who can argue with Canadians having a say in terms of the postal services that they will continue to receive?
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety in terms of what the government is doing to help the people of Fort McMurray, but we haven't heard anything yet from the Minister of Natural Resources in terms of the effect that the fires are having on oil production here in Canada. In light of the fact that 6 of the largest oil producers have suspended operations, will the Minister commit to quickly meeting with these CEOs, finding out what they need to get their workers safely back to work?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the eyes of the country are on northern Alberta, and so many of us are looking at those who have lost their livelihoods and lost their homes. We also realize that the oil sector have been impacted to about 1.5 million barrels a day, which is having an impact, but not on prices and not on supply because of the situation of the North American market. Yes, I am meeting with industry leaders. I will be having a conversation later today with the Energy Minister from Alberta. And the most important point is our hearts with those who are suffering.
That's it. The member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. People's safety is of the utmost importance, but it's important that these people know that they have a job to go back to when they can go back home. They also need to know that the Minister of Natural Resources understands the serious implications of these oil productions being shut down. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Natural Resources tell the Canadian public and the people of Fort McMurray what actions the government is willing to take and to take quickly so that they can help oil producers who want to get back up and running and get these people back to work when they are able to go home?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I have had and will continue to have conversations with industry leaders. We are looking very closely at the impact of these fires on supply. We understand very well that Alberta has been hit very hard this year and there have been serious job losses. That's why, as a government, we have responded to that reality. We will continue to do so, and we will continue to do so knowing that the oil sector will continue to be a very important part of the Canadian economy.
Honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure how they've responded to it yet, but however, Fort McMurray has been home to economic infrastructure that has fueled our Canadian economy. In the past few days, oil companies have shut down. The Canadian economy is about to take a huge hit. A household saves for times of disaster, such as the loss of a job or a family emergency. In his budget, the Prime Minister has left almost no wiggle room for a disaster such as this. Will the Prime Minister change his current spending habits to accommodate for this massive economic loss?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are aware, as all members of the House are, of the impact that these fires are having on the people of Northern Alberta. We know that the Government of Canada, through the leadership of the Minister of Public Security, has found a way to assemble all of the resources of the Government of Canada in a unified effort with the Government of Alberta, with Canadians who have given to the Red Cross, matched dollar for dollar by the Government of Canada, because we know what our responsibilities are.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, that hardly seems like an answer to my question. However, the fire of Fort McMurray has displaced over 80,000 people who are unsure if they'll have a home to return to. Organizations, businesses, and everyday people have come together unselfishly to raise money. In contrast to that, the Liberals took a nonpartisan meeting with the official opposition and turned it into a Liberal Party fundraising email. Can the Prime Minister explain how it is appropriate for the Liberals to take advantage of this tragedy for a partisan gain?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has been backing up the Government of Alberta every step of the way, together with all the first responders, all the private sector organizations, the Red Cross, to make sure that every conceivable support was put at the disposal of Fort McMurray and the people of Alberta. The Government Operations System, the Government Operations Centre has been on the job from day one, and every agency and department of this government has been thoroughly engaged to make sure that all Canadians stand together, and surely it's a time for that, not that.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
After promising to clean up Liberal patronage scandals, the Conservatives decided rewarding bagmen and donors was the way to go. 80% of the CBC's board, all previous Prime Minister's appointees, are Conservative donors. And just last week, one board member quit so he could run to be the Conservative Party president. The Heritage Minister promised an independent process to appoint board members at the CBC, but so far we have nothing. When will this government adopt a new, transparent and accountable process for the CBC board?
Mr. Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his important question. As mentioned in my mandate letter, we will make sure to propose a new independent, merit-based process, which will make sure that it will be opened and transparent in order that the public, again, trust the board of CBC Radio-Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, that's all well and good, but it's a bit late for CBC in any case. Last week, a CBC board member resigned in order to become president of the Conservative Party. Are there any more who feel like launching into politics? Maybe a senator? There are plenty of Conservative senators over there. In a week's time, these people will meet to sell the Maison Radio-Canada, decide where millions in public funding will go. During the great consultations, does the minister feel it's morally acceptable that it be these Conservatives responsible for the future of our public broadcaster? The Honourable Minister. I thank my colleague for his question. We believe in the CBC. We invested $675 million over 5 years in our public broadcaster, and we are intending to reform the appointment process to ensure indeed that our administrators can be appointed openly, transparently, and in a merit-based process.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today, our thoughts and prayers are with the people of northeastern Alberta. The support of surrounding communities and the tireless work of public safety officials, including first responders, deserves nothing but the praise. As a government, we also have a responsibility. I know the Prime Minister and the ministers have announced numerous measures to help support the people and the region. My question is to the Minister of National Revenue: what other measures are being put in place to help the people of northeastern Alberta?
Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. The safety and security of people affected by the forest fires in Alberta is our main preoccupation.
Collection and audit activities, cancel and penalties and interest for those who are unable to file their tax return or pay amounts owing. And is working with Canada Post to ensure that taxpayers expecting a tax refund or benefit payment have secure access to their mail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The only reference to P3 Canada in Bill C-15 states that the Minister of Infrastructure can dispose or sell off assets and shares of P3 Canada. Yet when I was in the House last week, asked whether the Minister plans to sell off P3 Canada, he refused to answer the question. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask it again. Will the Minister of Infrastructure tell this House, are the Liberals planning to sell off this Crown Corporation, yes or no?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we have no intention of changing the mandate of P3 Canada or selling off the assets of P3 Canada. We respect the local autonomy. We respect the decision of the local councils, how they procure their infrastructure and how they build the infrastructure that they do on behalf of their communities, and we will continue to respect that. An honourable member understands that. As a former mayor, that's what she requested in the past, and that's what we have delivered on behalf of mayors across the country.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that wasn't my question. But, Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Infrastructure stated, and I quote, "I feel confused because there are so many buckets of infrastructure money within the federal government." Now, although the minister is confused, they clearly have the money. So amongst his many buckets of money, where is the $1.25 billion Conservatives left for P3 Canada that is not mentioned in the budget?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the amount that honourable member is referring to is within P3 Canada, and that's where it should be, and that's where it is now, right? And the buckets that member have reference to are actually created by the previous government in multiple areas that we are trying to actually put together so we can deliver results to Canadians in the way that Canadians expect us to do so, to deliver the kind of infrastructure they need for public transit, for social housing, for green infrastructure, to build strong, sustainable communities, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Following the UN Climate Change Conference, I asked the Liberals about the cost for each one of the hundreds of Canadian delegates who were flown to and lodged in Paris on the taxpayers' dime. At the time, the minister provided a list of expenses for each delegate, but refused to identify the name of each. So I followed up with a further written request for the identity of the delegates. This time the minister provided the names without attaching the expenses for each. The Canadians smell something fishy, Mr. Speaker. What is the government hiding?
The honourable comment, the Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that the Canadian delegation to COP21 had an enormous impact. In fact, the American delegation noted that the Canadians in Paris were extraordinarily effective. Our delegation was inclusive. We included youth, First Nations and Indigenous communities, business people, social service organizations to start the process of developing a pan-Canadian consensus on the need to address climate change, and that is what we are continuing to do in our work with the provinces. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when I first asked the minister for a list,
it had 155 delegates on it. The second list, only 121 names. So what happened to the missing delegates? I remind the minister that her mandate letter says, and I quote, "We have committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government," end quote. Yet the minister refuses to tell us what this Paris vanity trip cost Canadians. So again to the minister, what happened to the higher bar for openness and transparency, and what is she hiding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would start by welcoming the honourable member to the delegation that he actually attended in Paris. It was a delegation that actually was extraordinarily effective. It looked to bring together Canadians around a critical issue that we all know needs to be addressed. It is something that we continue to work on, and we will continue to work on in partnership with other members of this House.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his cabinet have spent a lot of time south of the border, yet we haven't seen real action on some of our biggest challenges. Softwood lumber is a crucial industry employing thousands of Canadians. The existing softwood lumber deal has expired, and Canadian companies could face massive duties and job losses. With the government's 100-day clock ticking down, when will they tell Canadians what they're doing to negotiate a new agreement and protect these jobs?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government and I personally are very aware of the importance of the softwood lumber issue, and we are very focused on it. On Friday, I spoke with my U.S. opposite number, Mike Froman, the USTR, about this specific issue, and later this afternoon I'm going to speak with Steve Thompson, the BC Minister of Forestries, again about this issue. We are negotiating hard, and on the state visit, I'd like to remind members that one of the things that we secured is a statement by President Obama in public in the Rose Garden about the importance he personally attaches to a soft...
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A statement is not enough. While we're halfway to the deadline the Liberals set themselves to negotiate a new softwood agreement, negotiations have stalled. We have heard that the United States want to impose quotas again, and that after Canada fought for years before the courts and tribunals to have them set aside. The forestry industry represents more than 60,000 direct jobs in Quebec, including 6,000 in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. Will the Liberals defend the forestry industry in Quebec and confirm to us that these jobs will all be protected within the framework of the negotiations? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, we have been clear from the outset that this issue is of absolute priority for this government. I'm pleased to announce that the Prime Minister and President Obama have emphasized the interest they have to have a long-term softwood lumber agreement. And as I already said, Friday I spoke with Mr. Froman about this issue, and we will continue to remain in regular contact with stakeholders who are concerned in Quebec and across the country and the forestry industry in Quebec.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have indicated that they plan to immediately lift the visa requirement on Mexico, and by their own admission, they haven't completed a standard evidence-based formal review to justify this decision. So given this, given the upcoming Three Amigos talk, I'm wondering if the Minister can give the House a very specific answer on what security screening information they've used to justify this decision.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. As I've indicated before, this is a wonderful opportunity for Canada to reinforce our partnership with one of our two other North American partners, an opportunity to expand trade and get jobs for all these middle-class Canadians looking for work, while at the same time we are completely mindful of the issues which the member raises and will be working hard to ensure that those concerns are met.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, that was a perfectly good opportunity to tell the House about that screening information, and he didn't take it, so I'll give him another chance. In 2008 alone, there were over 9,000 Mexican nationals who were scheduled for removal from Canada on the basis of inadmissibility. And the cost of removing someone from Canada on this basis can range anywhere from $1,500 to $15,000. So can the Minister please specifically tell the House of Commons what safeguards the Liberals are going to put in place to ensure that we won't see another wave of inadmissible asylum claims.
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank my colleague for her question. And juxtaposed with all the benefits I have mentioned, there are also concerns which she has identified. And I can assure her that we are in consultation with my colleague at Public Safety, with members of the Mexican government, to ensure that all of the apparatus at our disposal regarding security, regarding dealing with asylum seekers, all of those matters are in place to deal with this situation.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have promised to remove the visa requirement on Mexico. The Liberals have also promised to base their decision on evidence. Since a visa requirement was imposed on Mexico, asylum rate for Mexican nationals during the last 4 years has remained below 1%. In 2008, prior to the imposition of visa, asylum rate was above 25%. Can the minister tell Canadians why he is making changes when the evidence clearly does not back it up? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the evidence clearly does back up the fact that Mexico is an extremely important friend and trading partner, our second partner in North America. The evidence does back up the terrific importance of tourist dollars from Mexico, which were largely lost as a consequence of this action by the previous government. And the evidence does back up the actions that we are taking to mitigate and deal with the concerns that the member has raised.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the terrible tragedy in northern Alberta has raised concerns in regards to the strength and resiliency of the oil and gas sector in Canada going forward. As chair of the Natural Resources Committee, I know all parties believe in the importance of those industries and want to work together on this file. Could the Minister of Natural Resources please tell this House how it plans to support the sector during this difficult time?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable friend for a kinder, gentler way of posing a question that I've had to answer earlier on. We are working closely with industry and our government partners to protect critical infrastructure, minimize risk.
Order. I'm having trouble hearing the answer to the question. I'm going to let the minister wrap up. Let's all listen carefully.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the important contribution of the oil and gas sector to Canada's economy, workers, and local communities. We will continue to provide support to the sector and the region to support the recovery from this tragic event.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, last May, the Health Minister announced compensation for thalidomide victims, including a provision to help the so-called forgotten victims, those who don't have medical records to prove that their mothers took thalidomide. Now, 1 year later, with the application deadline approaching at the end of this month, those same victims are being victimized again by requirements that they cannot meet because of lost or destroyed records from 50 or 60 years ago. Mr. Speaker, how will the Health Minister rectify this?
Minister of Health.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I would like to thank the Thalidomide Victims Association of Canada for their very hard work and collaboration with Health Canada on this matter. As he has indicated, the federal program for thalidomide survivors has begun to provide financial support that will help people to live for the rest of their lives with dignity, and I'm pleased to report that the implementation of that program is on track. The ongoing annual payments have begun as planned. Lump sum payments have been made to nearly all thalidomide survivors, and going forward we are continuing to work with individuals who have not yet been recognized to determine their eligibility. Thank you.
For Vancouver East.
The people in the downtown east side fought long and hard for Crab Park, and now the port plans to infill 7 acres of the waterfront, posing a real threat to the park. The Conservatives gave sweeping powers to the port, allowing them to assess and approve their own projects, undermining accountability to Canadians. The port has even refused to meet with the Mayor of Richmond on plans to convert agricultural lands into warehouses and shipping centres. Will the minister take action to ensure there is real accountability from the port, who thinks is not answerable to anyone?
Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. And of course, as we know, the Canadian Port Authorities are shared governance authorities. They operate with a considerable amount of autonomy. They are the masters of their own destiny in the sense that they have to grow the port. This is the largest port in the country with over 140 million tons per year, worth some $200 billion. Of course, we encourage the Port Authority to work with all the local communities, including the City of Richmond. Thank you.
For Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, inequities within the Canadian population are more and more of concern. We know that many people are having a hard time making ends meet. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Families, Children and Social Development inform this House of the strategy for poverty reduction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth for the question and for her passion on this issue. There are a number of historic measures we have already taken, Mr. Speaker, to reduce poverty. To name a few, we have introduced the Canada Child Benefit, benefiting 9 out of 10 Canadian families and lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. There will be an increase in the GIS for low-income seniors, benefiting 900,000 seniors to ensure that they can retire in dignity, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we will be working with provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities to develop a national...
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety knows that many frontline members of the RCMP continue to have questions about Bill C-7 and how it will impact their workplace. Yet the Liberals are limiting debate, and they're not permitting members of Canada's police force to have their own say through a secret ballot vote on the formation of their own union, Mr. Speaker. Why are the Liberals denying the RCMP basic democratic rights when we charge them with protecting those rights for other Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government adopted an abusive approach toward organized labour. It introduced Bill C-377 and Bill C-525, designed to undermine collective bargaining rights in this country. By contrast, Mr. Speaker, we have undertaken to do what the previous government failed to do, and that is give our CMP members, for the first time in history, the opportunity to collective bargain through an agent that they choose for themselves.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour-Nicolet-Solène. Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Quebec Chambers of Commerce is asking this government to defend our dairy industry from the imports of diafiltered milk. It invited the government to uphold both the spirit and the letter of the cheese standards in order to treat diafiltered milk as a dairy ingredient. The Federation therefore adds its voice to those of the UPA and the National Assembly to protect our dairy producers. Will the government respect the Quebec consensus by enforcing the regulations in effect to the letter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. As we mentioned several times, we are fully aware of the concerns of the industry regarding diafiltered milk and cheese production. This is why I want to remind, as we did last Tuesday, that we committed to consulting over the next 30 days all of the dairy industry in order to find a sustainable solution for the entire sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, after environmental groups, citizens groups, students groups, unions, academics, Indigenous movements, political parties, and all kinds of activists, it is now the turn of the Union des Producteurs Agricoles to say it is against the Energy East pipeline project. At this point, it's no longer just opposition to Energy East. It is a real consensus. Will the government respect the Quebec consensus by putting an end to, with no delays and unequivocally, an end to the Energy East project? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
That project's application has not yet been received by the National Energy Board, but a member of the House wants us to pronounce judgment on it before the regulator has even seen it. I don't think that would be a responsible way for us to proceed. It's very clear to all Canadians the way in which we will proceed, which is principled, with the predictability of timing, and with meaningful consultation with Aboriginal peoples. That's a better way forward, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, once again today, on the two issues that are the most crucial, which is diafiltered milk and Energy East, the largest Quebec institutions are speaking together. And clearly, there's no way they can get the attention of this government. Quebec consensus runs aground before the Canadian Parliament, and it's utter indifference. With the backing of 40 Quebecers who act as ambassadors for their government in Quebec, by refusing to respect the Quebec consensus, will the government confirm that the only way Quebec will determine what happens on its territory is to obtain its independence? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to answer my colleague who, over the last 20 years in remote regions like the Gaspé, completely destroyed economic activity. I'm very pleased to be one of the 40 members from Quebec who will work for Canada and will work to represent the regions and to develop the economy in Canada. Thank you.
This will conclude question period for today. I have order. I have a question of privilege. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to take just a couple of minutes to make a couple of personal comments. Last Friday, this House had the historic opportunity to debate the words of our national anthem. It was historic in terms of the presentation of the debate that was given, and it was certainly historic in terms of our friend from Ottawa, Vanier, who was able to come from his hospital bed directly here on Friday. That alone warrants a special recognition, in my opinion, Speaker. But what I really wanted to point to was the camaraderie that day. We all know the partisan fighting that we have every day. It's part of what we do. But we do have the ability to rise above that. And when we do, it's important to underscore it, and that's what this moment is. I want to thank my colleagues in the Liberal caucus. Prior to the member for Ottawa Vanier coming in, some will know that him and I are particularly close. I asked to go into the salon to say hi to him before he came in, and the member for Don Valley West first expressed the opportunity if I wanted to join their caucus and sit behind him. The Chief Government Whip, member for Orleans, insisted that I also be given an opportunity to escort the member in. And then lastly, my new BFF from Hull Aylmer offered up that great seat of honor over his right shoulder, and I just appreciate that so much and wanted to underscore it. I thank you to thank you to my colleagues. I want you to know how much it meant to me and how much it
I certainly appreciate things that bring us together, although that was not a question of privilege. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Projet de loi émanant du député.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Main Estimates 2016-2017.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du député.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Of petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting two different petitions today from people from across Canada, from my area of Kitchener, from Quebec, from British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia. And these petitioners are calling on government to draft legislation that will include adequate safeguards for vulnerable Canadians, especially those with mental health challenges, have clear conscience protection for healthcare workers and institutions, and protection for children and those under 18 from physician-assisted suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I encourage members having discussions to take them outside. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, in the current federal criminal law, a preborn child is not recognized as a victim with respect to violent crimes. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present a petition calling upon Parliament to pass legislation which would recognize preborn children as separate victims when they are injured or killed during the commission of an offence against their mothers, allowing two charges to be laid against the offender instead of one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. J'ai l'honneur aujourd'hui de...
I have the honour today to present three petitions. The first petition deals with genetically modified ingredients. Petitioners are calling for Parliament to take steps to label them like all genetically modified products for all consumers, so they can make a real choice.
Speaker, is very appropriate as committee moves tonight to examine the amendments to Bill C-14. These petitioners from throughout my riding, as well as far away as Winnipeg, call for measures to ensure medically assisted death and that Canadians can choose to pursue a methods of death with dignity of their own choice. And finally, Mr. Speaker, hundreds and hundreds of petitioners who ask this government to take steps to make sure that the People's Republic of China and its government understand that it's time to recognize human rights and protect the rights and practices of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I actually tabled today a petition signed by many constituents and just acknowledge the efforts of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Winnipeg, in particular St. John's Cantus Church on Burroughs Avenue, for bringing forward a petition dealing with the physician-assisted death. In particular, just to highlight the importance of increasing availability of qualitative palliative care, amongst many other things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased to rise again today with three more petitions from people across Canada calling on us to put forward a law to protect pregnant women and their preborn children.
Presenting petitions, questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, at this time I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-15, Budget Implementation Act 2016.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Speaker, and I rise today to speak about the Budget Implementation Act. Before I
Before I do so, I'd really like to express my sympathy for the people of Alberta who are going through a terrible natural tragedy with the fire in Fort McMurray. I'd also like to express my thanks to the government of Alberta and our government here who are extending help, as well as Canadians who are pitching in ways that we've never seen before to help people that have been dislocated and affected by this fire. So again, thanks to all involved, and may it end quickly, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand today to speak about the Budget Implementation Act, Bill C-15, and what I'd like to focus on is my role here in the House, signed by my caucus, which is to look after the issues of science here in the House, Mr. Speaker. Not a lot of science in this bill, I must say. We do have C-15 clarifies funding and appointment processes for the Foundation for Sustainable Development and Technology. So there is some reference to science, and of course there is some funding and measures in the main budget when it comes to science, but there remains a big gap to fill when it comes to science in this act, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, although this is an omnibus bill, although it does have many measures, what I do think is that if you are going to make a bill of this size, perhaps you should have included a few more measures about science. So, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that science is not even mentioned once in C-15, which is surprising to me since it is a 179-page omnibus bill amending over 30 separate statutes and referring to 9 different ministries. So, again, this government claims that science is front and center in its agenda, but yet it hasn't really said much about it in this Implementation Act, where you think we would see it. Mr. Speaker, but there are some positive things that this government has been doing in regards to science, and I'd like to touch on those before I move to things that I think they should do. First of all, the government has shown some positive inclinations in terms of science so far in its mandate. There has been a substantive reinvestment in science-based departments, and we see that in the budget, again, although no mention of it specifically how this money should be used in the Implementation Act. But important stakeholders like the Public Institute for Public Service of Canada have said that many years of intense cuts under the previous government were so far-reaching that even more investment is needed to fully restore and position Canada as a global leader in science and research. And Mr. Speaker, I did send a letter to the Minister requesting, the Minister in charge of this file, requesting that more funding be included in the budget for science. There was some extra funding included, but I do think there'd be a lot more needed, especially for the tri-councils, the SSHRC, NSERC, and CIHR. Need a lot more funding when it comes to moving us ahead as a global leader. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when you look at our investment in research and development, a good indicator of how a country is doing, our competitor countries like the United States, most European countries, set a target of 3% of GDP that's supposed to be invested in research and development. Here, Mr. Speaker, our investment in R&D is around 1.5%, which is really pitiful and dropping. So in the past, in the 90s, we used to spend 2% of our GDP on research and development, but now it's dropped to 1.5%. This government hasn't set a target, Mr. Speaker, in regards to GERD investment, which I think would have been a good idea. For example, it could have taken place in this bill, where at least would have had a discussion of targets for investment in research and development. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the National Research Council. Again, there is a lot of speculation about what's happening with the National Research Council in Canada, one of our most well-known scientific institutions. It's a billion-dollar institution, Mr. Speaker. We have had recent news in the media about the National Research Council, but again, nothing in this bill. And if you are going to put forward an omnibus bill and you're going to pretend to be a champion for science, then this would have been a very good place to put this, Mr. Speaker. So after being nearly dismantled by the Conservatives, I'm disheartened to see that chaos still continues at the NRC. And even in this large bill, there's no pathway forward for this major institution. So I'm disappointed that this is not included in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Research Council president is on leave with no explanation, and morale continues to be low. I do talk to scientists that are either within the NRC or have left recently, and they are saying that there has been a lot of confusion in the National Research Council, and this isn't going to help at all. So again, what I was hoping to see in this Budget Implementation Act is that we would see more specific measures when it comes to the National Research Council, but again, nothing at all. So what worries me is that, so we are a full past now 6 months into the mandate. We were promised 100 days of action. We would have a lot of things happening, but there really has been no mention of this really our most important scientific institution in Canada, which is the National Research Council. So we owe our scientists much more than that, and if we are going to send a positive signal to the world, we have to show them that this government has to show them that the science is foremost in their minds. And again, nothing in this bill about that, Mr. Speaker. Regarding muzzling, Mr. Speaker, again, we had a lot of debate coming into the House here in 2011 and being charged with the science file for the NDP and the official opposition. Muzzling, I think I spoke about muzzling about 100 times in this House, Mr. Speaker. And again, during the election, the Liberals did speak a lot about unmuzzling scientists. However, there has been no concrete change in policy in science-based departments. And again, it could have been in this bill, Mr. Speaker, the Implementation Act. So I don't think scientists are fully unmuzzled until there's something written, something that's either a policy directive within a department or perhaps something more broadly that the government puts into the public service, which could easily fit in an Implementation Act to accompany the extra funding that some of the extra funding that the government has put in place for science, but nothing. So until there's an actual change in policy, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the unmuzzling has, I don't think this government has really acted on its pledge to unmuzzle scientists. They say they've unmuzzled scientists, but there's been no action. There's been nothing in writing to say that this won't happen again in the future. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, that I was hoping to see in this Budget Implementation Act that I didn't see was the promise to put in a new chief science officer. So there is no talk about funding for this new position. There's no new rules in place. My suggestion for the last 5 years is that we have a legislated officer, a parliamentary science officer, that would be an independent officer for science in this House, in Parliament, that would be like an Auditor General for science. In order to do that, you'd have to legislate that, and this would be a great place for that kind of legislation in a bill such as this. But again, nothing from the government. We do hear that they may appoint somebody, but again, this is not an improvement of what we've had in the past. This is just the same old thing. So, Mr. Speaker, without any new measures about unmuzzling scientists to make sure they can speak freely, and nothing in terms of legislating a science officer, it doesn't seem like this side of the House is the Liberal government is really taking science seriously, and I'm disappointed to see that. So, in terms of science, like I said, Mr. Speaker, that the Budget Implementation Act is not mentioned once. For what we heard through the election, I mean, I always thought that science was we always kind of thought that science was a sub-theme in the election, that we had promises of unmuzzling, we had promises of a new science officer, we had promises that the National Research Council would be revamped, we had promises for funding, but really, and this was the place to do it, Mr. Speaker, in this bill was a place for the Liberal government to say that it wasn't just talk through the election, that we would actually put something in writing, and we haven't seen that. We did hear a lot in the throne speech, and again, there were some extra funds put in the budget, which I think scientists are grateful for. But again, in terms of long-term protections that would come through my idea of the parliamentary science officer, that would come from a directive that would be issued from the government for protecting not just the voices of natural scientists, but also social scientists. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite disappointed. Again, there's a lot of stuff shoveled in this omnibus bill, but not the things I was looking for. So perhaps the government can revisit that as we're debating this, and I look forward to hearing their thoughts of how we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say I'm a little bit surprised in the sense that the member is really advocating that we should have put more within this particular budget implementation bill. And I suggest that if his concerns in regards to the science and the muzzling of science in Canada, I can tell the member to rest assured that through our Minister of Science and, in fact, this government, I think that we have seen more freedoms being given to our scientists here within the, not only the Liberal Party, the Government of Canada, I should say, is very much supportive of our scientists, and you can see that realization in the budget itself. The question I have for him is more specific in terms of, here we have the Budget Implementation Bill, which puts in some fundamental principles that will benefit Canadians. And I would ask the member if he would reflect on those principles. And the principles I'm referring to is the tax cuts to the middle class, the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit, the investment in infrastructure, all of which are very strong progressive moves by this government through this budget implementation. Would the member not agree in principle that these are the types of things in which the Canadian economy needs and what Canadians as a whole want to see?
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. But what we see there is the rhetoric that we've had around science. Scientists have been more free than ever. There's more been done for scientists by this government than any other government, but nothing's been written down. There's no ethics directives for departments in terms that muzzling won't occur in the future. So scientists and researchers they're still ambivalent about what's okay and what's not okay to do. And again, we've heard lots of things about chief scientific officers from this side, but nothing written down. So again, we get appointments, we get mysterious appointment processes, but we don't have anything that's transparent, and I thought that's what they said they would deliver, and so far I'm still waiting. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question about the indirect costs of research. So this typically, it refers to the fact that when researchers in Canada apply for grants and whatnot, there's often a lot of work that's associated with having to get that money. I used to be in research administrator as a career prior to entering politics, and in my office at the University of Calgary, I'd have scores of auditors all the time. I'd hear from researchers about how they would spend up to half of their time filling out forms. There's a lot of redundancy. And this is a big complaint about research productivity in our country. I note that in our former government, in a previous sort of science and technology strategy document, we committed to reducing the administrative burden on researchers through a very comprehensive review. I think this is something that's really important. I think that we should have accountability for public funds, but we should also be cognizant of the fact that our researchers should be doing what we pay them to do, which is to research things rather than to push paper across their desk. So I'm wondering if he would comment on whether or not he would support a review of the research compliance burden in Canada and support subsequent amendments to make life easier for our researchers.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question and her past work. In terms of indirect costs, right, Mr. Speaker, having new research done by natural or social scientists, that would necessarily have to go through ethics reviews in universities. But the indirect costs are usually it's operating costs. They're keeping the lights on in labs. And so to have the same kind of burden seems unreasonable. And I would definitely support a review of these costs. But the one thing we're not seeing from the other side is any kind of comprehensive approach to science funding. And again, we promised it through the election. We haven't heard much about it. We heard that this mysterious chief scientific officer might do it, but we really don't know how this person's being appointed, who they might be, or what their capacity is. So I was really hoping to see more of this in the Budget Implementation Act, Mr. Speaker, but there's been nothing. And I hope there'll be something coming this year because scientists are waiting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my profound sadness for the tragedy in Fort McMurray. My heart goes out to all the people that have been affected by the forest fires that are still raging.
I also want to thank all Canadians who have offered their prayers and support to our fellow Canadians at this time. I also want to thank all the first responders, citizens, and officials who are working day and night to confront this terrible situation. The generosity of Canadians is never in doubt, and as a country, we will do our best to support all those that have been affected. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin my remarks by thanking the kind and generous people of Kitchener Centre for giving me the opportunity to be their voice in Ottawa. This opportunity has humbled me and allowed me to grow as a person and become more aware of actually how beautiful my constituency is. It is beautiful because of the hardworking people who contribute to its vitality and growth. Mr. Speaker, I was elected to work for the advancement and betterment of my community. Our budget sets the tone and the framework for my community to achieve its potential without fear, without limitation, or without hesitation. Le budget de 2000.
Budget 2016 is very clear in its approach. Our budget is for the middle class and for those wishing to join it. Let me begin by sharing with you some highlights. Firstly, our government, at its very outset, introduced a middle-class tax cut to help Canadians make their lives easier. Our approach will help 9 million Canadians who will see an average tax reduction of $330 for single Canadians and $540 for couples.
Mr. Speaker, we'll put more money in the pockets of Canadians who will be able to invest in the things that are important to them. Whether it be investing in their financial security or investing in their children, this middle-class tax cut will boost economic activity in the short term and put us on a more sure footing for the long term. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, our Canada Child Benefit Plan represents a generational shift in social policy. The hallmark of our plan is that it will be better targeted to those who need it the most.
Low and middle-income families will receive more benefits, and those with higher incomes will receive lower benefits. Our plan, Mr. Speaker, is fairer, more targeted, and much simpler. The strength of our plan is built on its fairness. Any family that receives a benefit will not have to fear a clawback. Because, Mr. Speaker, our plan is tax-free.
We know that raising children is very expensive, and many families have to juggle their finances to make sure they can raise their children in the manner they choose. The Child Benefit Plan will allow parents to make decisions that are best for their children. Our plan will lift almost 300,000 children out of poverty. That, Mr. Speaker, in and of itself is a pursuit we must take. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, our infrastructure plan in Budget 2016 will invest $11.9 million right away to build roads, bridges, improve public transit, improve water and wastewater facilities, and refurbish affordable housing.
This will create thousands of jobs and boost our economy.
We will invest $3.4 billion over the next 3 years in public transit. We will invest $5 billion over the next 5 years in green infrastructure and over $3.4 billion in social infrastructure, including affordable housing.
This will benefit seniors' housing, community centres, as well as child care centres. And also, Mr. Speaker, this will aid in the refurbishment of over 100,000 affordable homes.
Speaker, I can't tell you how happy the affordable housing community is in my riding. For the first time in a generation, we will see the homeless in our communities finally have a place to call home. The logement, Monsieur...
Housing, Mr. Speaker, is not the problem, it's the solution. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, we have made specific proposals to help our most vulnerable seniors. We will roll back the age in which seniors can access their OAS and Guaranteed Income Supplement from 67 to 65.
Nous allons aussi augmenter.
We are also going to boost the Guaranteed Income Supplement for 900,000 low-income seniors. Our budget is about bringing dignity to those who have spent their lives making our country strong and prosperous. We are all beneficiaries of their hard work, and our plan will help them live their lives with financial security. Because, Mr. Speaker, we owe them our respect, appreciation, and loyalty.
Mr. Speaker, I'm fortunate to have begun my professional life in one of the most innovative and progressive communities in Canada. My region, Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge, known as the Golden Triangle, is considered the heart of the innovation community in Canada. With our collaborative nature and innovative ecosystem, the Perimeter Institute, Quantum Nano Center, Communitech, Google, 2 universities and 1 community college, and our numerous startup companies, our region has led the country in innovation. For us, Mr. Speaker, it is in our DNA. Our clusters and our advanced ecosystem have distinguished us on the world stage. We are a key component in a new economic driver, the Quantum Valley Corridor. Our budget is defining a new approach for Canada's economy. Nous savons que d'être paix.
We know that other countries in the world are searching for ways to improve their societies. We must meet the challenge of a new economy.
Our citizens, who are the most educated and the most technologically advanced in the history of our country, are asking us to give them the tools to succeed. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in our budget, we have earmarked $2 billion for post-secondary institutions. Making sure that our leaders of tomorrow have the best resources to study and innovate will help chart a course for future growth.
Research and innovation will be at the heart of our country's progress.
Speaker, we will invest $30 million for the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, $30 million for NSERC, and $16 million for Social Sciences and the Humanitarian Research Council. We know, Mr. Speaker, that helping our researchers will not only benefit our young, but it will strengthen our economy and make for a more progressive society. Nous savons, Monsieur le Président.
We know, Mr. Speaker, that small and medium-sized businesses also need the tools to succeed.
We'll be strengthening Canada's network of accelerators and incubators. My region will definitely benefit from this visionary approach. We'll also be supporting a strong and innovative automotive sector. One company in my riding is already benefiting from this approach. Pravala Networks in Kitchener has received $9.7 million to develop a platform that will provide uninterrupted internet connectivity in vehicles. We know, Mr. Speaker, that by helping small firms innovate and grow and by helping high-impact firms scale up will only strengthen our economy and provide the high-quality and high-paying jobs that our citizens need. Finally, Mr. Speaker, our budget sets the stage for the renewal and the re-emergence of our country.
The role of any government is to create the conditions for its people to succeed and prosper. However, Mr. Speaker, a visionary government inspires its people to use their skills and advantages to help the world succeed. We are blessed to live in this wonderful country, and that blessing comes, in my opinion, with responsibility. Many have said that with power comes great responsibility. Mr. Speaker, in my view, power comes with a greater responsibility, that is, to be generous.
My Canada, Mr. Speaker, does not seek comfort and wealth for itself. It seeks opportunity to help the world. Whenever we discover a new medical breakthrough, we share it with the world. When our researchers discover new green technologies, the world will benefit. When we take care of our most vulnerable, we show the world to live in peace and tolerance. My Canada, Mr. Speaker, strives to make the world a better place. Our budget will not only make our country better, it will allow us to share our knowledge, research, and technology with the rest of the world. My statement may sound bold, Mr. Speaker, and it is. Le 21e siècle nous...
The 21st century is before us, and it belongs to us. Canada must claim its rightful place and lead the world in peace and development.
Matters on the world stage. How we take care of our most vulnerable will be noticed. How we navigate the complexities of the future will be emulated. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, my Canada will be at the forefront and will not shirk from any challenge.
My Canada will lead the world in tolerance, innovation, generosity, and fairness. Because, Mr. Speaker, better is not only possible, but it is within our reach. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
In comments, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Kitchener Centre. We are neighbours in our ridings, and we've had the privilege of attending many events in the area on behalf of the Waterloo region. And my colleague mentioned many of the issues and programs that his government is behind and is investing money in. There are two areas, Mr. Speaker, that my colleague failed to mention, and I think they're really important. One particularly important based on his comments about caring for vulnerable Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we've heard promises in the platform about $3 billion for palliative care, and yet there's nothing in this budget for palliative care, so that's certainly an area that we need addressed in terms of vulnerable Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, the other area that's missing from the budget is any mention of support for our agriculture sector. We know that agriculture is important for 1 in 8 jobs in Canada, and certainly the Waterloo region is among the leaders in agriculture. And my colleague has the privilege of being a member of Parliament for the Waterloo region. So I'm wondering if he would urge his government to be sure that we fund palliative care at the tune of $3 billion and explain why it's not in this budget. And secondly, why we're so silent on agriculture when it plays such an important part in the future of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. I also want to congratulate him because I know in our community he does a lot of work to suicide prevention. So I want to congratulate him for the work that he's done. The 2 points he's raised, Mr. Speaker, on point number 1 in palliative care, he knows that the Health Court Accord right now has expired, and our health minister is now negotiating with the provinces and territories. So we don't want to prejudge those negotiations, but we also encourage him to know that we will do the best we can for the health and safety of Canadians. And second of all, Mr. Speaker, for rural and agricultural Canada, we have made specific recommendations in terms of research, but also more importantly to invest $500 million to expand broadband. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. The Liberal government campaigned on a promise to help the middle class and now speaks about helping the group that's hoping to be part of the middle class. And I know that in my riding of North Island Powell River, there's lots of challenges in this new economy without as much resource development as we've seen historically. Everyone agrees that the Liberal so-called middle-class tax will benefit people earning more than $200,000 a year or more, the very most. 6 out of 10 Canadians will get nothing from this plan. Bill C-15 does not offer anything to help those who need it the most, like the people in my riding who are working so hard every day. Can the member explain how they can defend these policies?
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy to defend these policies. With our middle-class tax cut, we know 9 out of 10 families will get a benefit. And we know through our child benefit plan that more than 300,000 children will be lifted out of poverty. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to stand by this budget because I know it will be effective and will truly help the middle class and those willing or those hoping to join the middle class. Thank you.
Question et commentaire with the honourable member for London North Centre. Very briefly, because we don't have a lot of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague has spoken passionately about the Canada Child Benefit. I wonder if he could elaborate on how he expects the benefit to support people in Kitchener-Waterloo.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you to my honourable friend for that question. Mr. Speaker, right now, the economy, the world economy, is facing prospect of slow growth. Right now, the one way we can help the middle class in our communities is to make sure that we put more money in their pockets. We know that raising children is very expensive. This is the best time to invest in our economy. This is the best time to invest in our citizens. And I know that for my region and for my riding, helping middle-class families by increasing their child benefit, which will be more targeted, more focused, will be simple, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, will be tax-free, will help all Canadian children rise above the poverty level. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise in the House today on behalf of all the residents of my riding who have reached out to my office and spoken to me personally about their dissatisfaction with the first budget of this Liberal government. Following the release of the budget, my office sent out surveys to every household and business in my riding, asking whether or not they support the out-of-control spending of this Liberal government. Out of the responses I've received, over 90% of my constituents do not support these ballooning deficits and unnecessary spending. Canadians know best that you need to live within your means and take out loans or increase spending only in urgent situations. There will always be emergencies that require extraordinary measures. Major roof repair, a new pump in a rural water system, or the replacement of a car that died without warning. But, Mr. Speaker, while most Canadians would agree that these might be good reasons to borrow, I doubt that many would consider it good money management to take out a new loan to pave the driveway or buy a new flat-screen TV, especially if you're already paying down on a hefty mortgage. Along with many members on this side of the House, this is my first budget while sitting in opposition. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm not impressed what this government has already started to tear down the hard work that our Conservative government did to build a strong economy that Canada enjoyed, and neither are my constituents. While Liberals talk about slow growth in the past, they fail to recognize that Canada led the G7 in economic growth through some of the most challenging times the world has seen since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, the current government won't even admit that we left them with a surplus of over $7 billion. The Department of Finance, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and experts across Canada repeatedly remind them that they are wrong, but they simply continue to ignore the facts. This is important because the almost $30 billion that they've decided to borrow is borrowed not out of necessity, but out of a desire to take the hard-earned money made by Canadians and spend it on pet projects for special interest groups. And they've made sure that they can continue this out-of-control spending by including in their omnibus budget bill a clause that repeals our balanced budget legislation. This balanced budget legislation, passed by the previous Parliament, would force future governments to restrict spending. So we are not borrowing on the backs of our future generations, and that we can incrementally pay down our national debt. But the Liberals are now removing the hope we had of reducing our debt, and instead they plan to increase it by another $119 billion. Mr. Speaker, many of us in this House have been blessed with children, and some of us even with grandchildren. I am blessed with 9 grandchildren, but these out-of-control spending budgets accumulated over time will gravely affect them. And I want to make sure that the Liberals know that there will be consequences to their poor decisions today. If you consider just debt charges alone over the course of this government's mandate, interest charges alone increased by almost $10 billion. This is money that could be spent on more important infrastructure projects, increased health transfers. It could also be spent on funding a small business tax cut or fulfilling the Liberal government's promise to increase home care spending and invest in palliative care. Yet there's not $1 earmarked in this budget for palliative care or increased home care. So over the next 5 years, the interest cost alone rises from $25.7 billion to $35.5 billion. That's an increase of almost $10 billion just to pay interest on the increased national debt. The 3 topics that have been brought to my attention most often by my constituents are, first, the Liberals' broken promise to lower small business tax rate; second, giving hardworking farmers a cold shoulder; and third, no money given towards increasing access to palliative care for Canadians. First, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' broken promises to small businesses. Waterloo Region is home to thousands of small businesses, and they were all excited to hear that every single party in the campaign was going to lower the small business tax rate to 9%. Unfortunately, this promise, like many other promises made by the Liberal government, was completely broken in their very first budget. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism from the Waterloo Region herself has been defending this broken promise throughout the region and across Canada for the past number of weeks. The Finance Department had estimated that this broken promise will cost the small business sector $2.2 billion over 4 years. It is clear that when it really comes down to it, Liberals fail to understand the crucial role that small business has to play in Canada. One has to wonder if the entire Liberal government agrees with the Prime Minister, who stated publicly that small businesses are just tax havens for the wealthy. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister really is out of touch with Canadians. We know that roughly 2/3 of small and medium-sized business owners fall directly into the middle class. Employers are about 4 times more likely to be earning less than $40,000 than they are to be earning more than $250,000. On top of the broken promise of lowering the tax rate for small business owners know that you don't keep on spending money you don't have and are very worried about the direction this government is going. Speaking on behalf of these small business owners, President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, Dan Kelly, says, quote, small business owners across the country are deeply troubled by the ballooning deficit. What was promised to Canadians as a short-term $10 billion deficit plan to invest in critical infrastructure is now $29 billion with no plan to get back to balance. Small business owners know that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes, end quote. Second, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a complete disaster for all the farmers in my riding. Growing up on a farm myself, I have a pretty good idea of the amount of work that these men and women put in every day to feed their families and thousands of other families across Canada. These are the people we should be supporting, but this budget completely forgets about them. In fact, the only support for agriculture industry in Canada is extra funding for bureaucrats in Ottawa. None for moms and dads who are up before sunrise and finish work well after it sets. In my riding, where there are over 1,200 farms, approximately 1,400 in all of Waterloo Region, accounting for $473 million in gross receipts in 2010, farmers are professionals. They want to meet their social obligations in protecting the environment, in protecting the health of their animals, and providing the best quality products for their families, for their communities, and for the world. The Canadian agriculture and agri-food sectors account for more than $100 billion in economic activity every year and employ more than 2 million Canadians. The importance of agriculture to our national interests cannot be overstated. In fact, 1 in 8 jobs in Canada depend on agriculture, those in primary agriculture, food processing, horticulture, and farm markets. Under the previous Conservative government, farming families saw their taxes drop to the lowest level in 50 years, and farmers gained access to more international markets than ever. But today, with this budget, Canadian farm families are being left behind. The Liberals are borrowing $30 billion to spend in other sectors. The Liberal government must make our farm families a priority. Third, Mr. Speaker, is this government's failure to meet their commitment to increasing home care and palliative care. As we in this chamber are considering Bill C-14, it is now more important than ever that this government make good on its promise to increase funding for home care and palliative care services. I have said it many times already during second reading of Bill C-14, but let me repeat, Mr. Speaker. Without proper palliative care options to give Canadians considering assisted suicide, they are not making a fully informed decision. We have all failed in protecting vulnerable Canadians. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that this Liberal government make 4 changes to this budget immediately, as it is in the best interest of all Canadians. First, they need to limit the size of their deficit and re-implement the balanced budget legislation that our government introduced. They need to start realizing the money they are spending is not theirs to spend without reserve, but it is taxpayers' money and it belongs to them. Second, the government should make good on its promise to lower the small business tax rate. This would be one of the single best methods to help out the middle class and to grow our economy. These businesses will be able to expand and innovate and hire more workers, immediately helping our economy. Third, the Liberals should rekindle their relationship with Canadian farmers and immediately include measures in this budget that would lower taxes on these hard-working Canadians who are the heart of our country. Last, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government needs to provide funding for home and palliative care across Canada. We know that over 70% of Canadians who need this form of care do not have access to it, and this is something that absolutely needs to be changed. Now more than ever, we need to protect and care for the most vulnerable among us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member calls about deficits in the economy, and in fact, it's been about 10 years rather since the Conservatives were in power, and they left us poorer and more indebted than when they arrived. They attacked supply management, something we defend. They didn't invest in most of the programs that my colleague is speaking about today, and in fact, they're saying we should cut more, invest less, but only if it doesn't cause more debt. If we listen to the mandate, if he could redo the mandate from 2006, what would he do differently now?
Mr. Speaker, the big difference between what we did in Conservative government in terms of investing in the future was we invested in infrastructure projects that will actually improve our economy. We're not investing in program spending. We weren't investing in niche market things like CBC or other things that are not going to increase our economy at all. So, Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals talk today about the fact that we increased the deficit, when we went into deficit spending to inject into the economy, they actually wanted us to spend more, and now they're saying we didn't spend enough. And yet we've increased the deficit too much. So, Mr. Speaker, they're talking out of both sides, and you can't have it both ways.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, the member should provide some clarity on the issue of deficits. The member knows full well that under the former Conservative government, they had $150 billion of debt added to the taxpayer or the future taxpayer. When they inherited the power back in 2006, they were provided a multi-billion-dollar surplus, and they turned it into a deficit of billions of dollars. Why should a Liberal government take advice from a government from the previous government that failed so miserably in terms of managing the finances of our country, Mr. Speaker? It makes no sense. The recommendations that the member is putting forward in terms of supporting the family farm, think about it. A tax break to Canada's middle class that's very real, and this member and his colleagues are voting against the tax cut. They're voting against the enrichment of the child benefit program. That's all going to put hundreds of millions of dollars in our communities in every region, including the prairie farms and farms all over Canada. Why would he oppose that? Why did he support the Conservative massive deficit?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm voting against, Mr. Speaker, is found on page 234 of the budget. And if members would just look at the figures, when you look at the public debt charges alone, between 2015 and 2020, they rise from $25.7 billion to $35.5 billion. That's virtually a $10 billion increase in deficit, in debt charges alone. That's got nothing to, that isn't even talking about starting to pay down the debt. And Mr. Speaker, only a Liberal would say that paying down $40 billion of our national debt when we first came to office in the first 2 years is somehow squandering the surplus. The fact, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative government injected money into the economy and then came back out and had a balanced budget at the end of their mandate is a crucial difference from what we see here with a continuing plan to deficit after deficit with no plan to pay it down at the end of their mandate. And Mr. Speaker, they clearly promised in the platform maximum $10 billion deficit per year, and at the end of a 4-year mandate, back to balanced budget. We are nowhere close to that, and Mr. Speaker, Canadians know it. Constituents of my riding are not happy about the fact that we are spending money today that my children and grandchildren are going to need to pay back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here.
Questions et commentaires, resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député, the honourable
member,
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to stand in the House today and talk about the budget, of which I'm extremely proud to support. Before becoming an MP, I was the mayor of the great city of Kingston. In this role, I learned quickly the importance of having strong, thriving local communities. This is why I fought tirelessly for increased investment in municipal infrastructure and social services, something I am thrilled to see come to fruition in this budget. Some Canadian families and communities are struggling right now, and infrastructure investments are desperately needed. As some of my colleagues have pointed out in the past, studies that spending on infrastructure when interest rates are low yields more in return of economic activity. The legislation being debated today does just that. Interest rates are at historic lows, and this budget is making meaningful and substantive infrastructure investments from coast to coast to coast. This government has committed to building our communities by implementing a historic plan to invest more than $120 billion over the next 10 years. These investments will help Canadian families by creating well-paying jobs and fostering long-term growth in Canada. This budget helps helps Canadian communities by providing approximately $3 billion each year for municipal infrastructure projects through the gas tax fund and the incremental goods and services tax rebate for municipalities. Not only that, but the government is also transferring the remaining uncommitted funds from the older federal infrastructure programs to municipalities through the gas tax fund. This ensures funds are directed towards high-priority municipal infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, these investments not only help Canadians now, but the benefits will be felt by Canadians well into the future. Across Canada, more than $3 billion is being invested in social infrastructure. This includes affordable housing, early learning and childcare, and recreational facilities. This budget also introduces the Canada Child Benefit. This new benefit will put more money directly into the pockets of Canadian families that need it the most. The Canadian Child Benefit gives Canadian families much-needed help with the high cost of raising children. Children are our future, and we cannot ignore their needs. It cannot be denied that replacing the existing federal child benefits with a simpler, tax-free child benefit is the right way forward, as 9 out of 10 families will now receive higher monthly benefits. More money in the pockets of Canadian families can translate into the ability to buy back-to-school supplies or the ability to afford summer camp or hockey registration. It means healthier food on the dinner table and lunch bags that are not empty. With the Canada Child Benefit, hundreds of thousands of children will be lifted out of poverty. For our young Canadians, like the students of the 3 outstanding post-secondary institutions in my riding of Kingston and the Islands, being Queen's University, the Royal Military College, and St. Lawrence College, this budget makes post-secondary education more affordable. It is no secret that the costs of post-secondary education have become burdensome, with school debt becoming a crippling factor for some Canadian students. This budget boosts grants for low and middle-income college and university students by 50%, helping with the affordability of textbooks, residence, food, and other important expenditures that come with being a student. Over 350,000 full-time students will receive more help as a result of these measures. This could be the difference between graduating and dropping out. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, graduation day will no longer have to be tainted by the worries of student loan payments. I'm sure many of us know students who are preparing to graduate in the coming weeks. The time around graduation should be exciting. These students have worked hard for their diplomas and degrees. This legislation improves the ability for students to get a fair start. With new measures in this budget, students do not have to repay Government of Canada student loans until their income hits at least $25,000 per year. These are some of the changes that are helping Canadian families and local communities thrive. These are the investments I worked hard to see when I was mayor. They are going to help grow our middle class, see more children lifted out of poverty, and provide the supports for young Canadians ready to enter the workforce. Budget 2016 is making sure Canadians have enough opportunity to succeed. For too long, Canadians have been working hard without seeing any results. Like a hamster on a wheel, they have been running themselves weary without getting any further ahead. This is unacceptable, and this budget aims to fix this, because when middle-class Canadians have more money to save, invest, and grow the economy, everyone benefits. It is time for Canada to have a government that focuses on citizens of our country, a realistic government that is compassionate and committed and based on evidence and optimism, not ideology and fear. Before Budget 2016 was released, I had the ability to host a pre-budget consultation as part of a nationwide discussion launched by the Minister of Finance in January. I was able to meet with many members of my community and discuss how the government can make the right investments in order to ensure long-term growth in Kingston and the Islands. Members of my community brought forward a number of key concerns for Kingston and the Islands, including affordable housing and municipal infrastructure funding. I was happy to share their local feedback with the Minister of Finance, and I am even happier to see these concerns addressed in this budget. This budget proves that government is working for all Canadians. It is committed to making investments in infrastructure to grow the economy and help the middle class save and invest more. It is an ambitious plan that will strengthen the heart of Canada's economy, the middle class. It is setting Canadians up for a prosperous and successful future. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the realities of today are vastly different than those 50 years ago. Back then, an individual could graduate high school and have a realistic expectation of finding a well-paying, stable work that can comfortably support a family. Today, Canadians are graduating post-secondary school laden with debt without any security of finding a well-paying, stable job. This budget addresses these realities. The measures I have mentioned help Canadians meet the challenges of today. By putting money in the pockets of Canadian families, growing the middle class, and ensuring Canadian students get a fair start, this budget equips Canadians for success and invests in Canada's future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and he used the term hamster on a wheel as it relates to the students paying back student debt. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there could be any more appropriate metaphor than a hamster on a wheel when it comes to paying down the debt that this government is taking on. Mr. Speaker, just a comment here from the National Post by Kevin Libben. He says, quote, "At this rate of deficit and debt accumulation, it can only be a matter of time before the Liberals tax and spend all of us, the rich and the middle class inclusively, into equal levels of misery," end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to have my colleague to explain how on page 234 of the budget, it's clearly outlined there, the increase in debt charges alone of $10 billion per year. How can we possibly get out of this hamster on a wheel rotation when we continue to add to the deficit year after year after year with no credible plan to come back to balance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's not forget who put us on that wheel. It was the previous government. $160 billion worth of debt that we're paying back. The previous member is talking about how we have to try to get out of this deficit situation. It's a deficit situation that his government put us into. Furthermore, this particular member just spent 10 minutes speaking about changes that we need to make and suggested further areas where we need to be spending more money. I beg the question to him of how do you possibly spend more on these projects that he supports, but at the same time lower the deficit? I believe that we're investing the money in the right places in this budget, and at the end of the day, we're going to see meaningful changes for Canadians that's going to build our economy and grow the way that we need to grow for the future. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Kingston and the Island for his comments. I have two specific questions. He spent a fair amount of his time talking about affordability of education and the prospects, particularly for young Canadians coming into the workforce. There was a very specific commitment that we as New Democrats made, the Conservatives made it, and the Liberals as well in the previous election just a few 6-7 months ago, about ensuring that small business taxes would be lowered. The finance minister was asked after he delivered the budget and reneged on that very specific promise. It wasn't nuanced, it wasn't contextual, it was exact. And he said, well, I looked at it again and thought it was a bad idea. Well, that's a somewhat flippant answer, because the changing of that one policy to small businesses in Canada, which many of those young people will be seeking jobs in or themselves starting, that one decision by the Liberals on small business taxes will cost small businesses about $2.1 billion over the next 4 years. I was in small business before politics, Mr. Speaker. This isn't our suggestion on lowering the small business tax rate from the Democrats wasn't considered a silver bullet. There are many factors that go in, but it was an important gesture, because we had seen the large business tax rate drop dramatically while those Conservatives racked up those huge deficits that we'll be paying for many decades to come. My question is specifically this. If it wasn't such a good idea, why campaign and promise to do it? And now that the Liberals have broken that promise, not spoken the truth to Canadians about what they were actually going to do, when can we see the promise delivered? Because if it was such a good idea to campaign on, clearly it must be a good idea to actually govern on as well.
for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. For clarification, we have adjusted the way that the government has adjusted the way that they're going to be handling the particular small business tax. It might not be as aggressive as my colleague would like to see, but let's not forget where we are investing and reducing taxes, and that's for the middle class. If you want to grow an economy, and we know that small business is the backbone of our economy, if you want to grow an economy, you're going to do that by putting more money back into the hands of the consumers. And that's what we're doing by lowering taxes for the middle class, putting money back in their hands so that they can go out and spend it in and with these small businesses. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with a great deal of sadness that I rise in the House today. I know I speak for the people of London, Ontario, when I say to the people of Fort McMurray, we are thinking of you, our prayers are with you, and to any members opposite, to your friends and families that might be impacted. I'm speaking specifically to those members representing Alberta ridings. To any members where families and friends are impacted, we are thinking of you, certainly in London and across the country. Mr. Speaker, today I am pleased to rise in support of Bill C-15. Simply put, Budget 2016 is a significant step in the right direction. During the election, our party promised to grow the middle class by working hard to deliver much-needed help immediately instead of several years down the road. Canadians ask for assistance now in order to make life a bit easier, and that is exactly what this budget is delivering. Mr. Speaker, there were different plans put forward by the other parties during the past election campaign, plans that would have seen balanced budgets at all costs. These plans would have resulted in cuts instead of investments, stagnation instead of growth. Ultimately, the proposals of the other parties would leave the middle class and those working hard to join the middle class struggling. The results of October's election show the idea of balanced budgets at all costs was clearly not supported by Canadians. Instead, Canadians voted for investment, growth, revitalization of the Canadian economy, and help for today instead of tomorrow. Since being elected this past October, the government has implemented a great deal of positive change, which will make the lives of everyday Canadians that much better. However, the program introduced in Budget 2016, which I am most proud of, Mr. Speaker, is the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, in my community of London North Centre, numerous constituents have told me that it is becoming harder to make ends meet. With prices increasing on a wide variety of everyday items and wages not keeping up, it is now more difficult to afford the extras in life. Whether it is sending their children to camp, affording a new pair of shoes for their son or daughter, or enrolling their children in organized sports, there is simply not enough money left at the end of the month to make these important purchases. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Child Benefit will work to rectify this problem. The benefit is an exciting change for several reasons. First, families who are eligible will receive a maximum annual benefit of up to $6,400 per child under the age of 6 and up to $5,400 per child aged 6 through 17. Payments, moreover, will happen monthly and start this July. Families who are eligible for this new program will see an average increase to their current child benefits of almost $2,300 per year. The Canada Child Benefit will ensure, moreover, that 9 out of 10 families will receive more money in their pockets than under the current system. This innovative and forward-thinking benefit will assist approximately 3.5 million families. Moreover, the benefit, and I emphasize this, is not taxable. And most importantly, the Canadian Child Benefit will ensure that in 2016-2017, approximately 300,000 fewer children will be living in poverty compared to 2014-2015. In the London and surrounding area, that would equate to approximately 9,000 fewer children living in poverty. With that said, these numbers will only continue to decline in the years to come, thanks to benefits like this. Mr. Speaker, the path to a strong economy is to have a robust and vibrant middle class. By introducing the innovative, bold, and desperately needed Canada Child Benefit, the government will ensure that the middle class and those families working hard to join the middle class will have more money in their pockets. With that extra money, these Canadians will have opportunity to save, invest, and grow the economy. Canadians will be able to look forward to a better standard of living, one that will allow their children more opportunities for success. As previously stated, I'm extremely excited about this benefit. My constituents have told me this will make an immediate difference in their lives, and I am here to fight for those constituents each and every day. Mr. Speaker, another area identified in this budget that will have a significant impact in my community of London North Centre is support for seniors. The government has committed to increasing the guaranteed income supplement top-up by up to $947 per year. This change will help 900,000 of the most vulnerable seniors. 4 in 5 seniors in Canada live in low income and live alone. The government will also help seniors by repealing Section 2.2 of the Old Age Security Act, which increases the age of eligibility to receive this benefit. We are also leaving in place pension income splitting. There has been much confusion surrounding this topic, Mr. Speaker, in my community. However, the government is committed to helping seniors with their finances. We know they have worked hard their entire lives, and the government has a responsibility to ensure they are not placed into a vulnerable financial situation. We are therefore aiming to ensure that during their retirement years, Canadian seniors are given the sense of security, dignity, and comfort they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I am proud in London North Centre to have a strong contingent of Canadian veterans. Since being elected this past October, I have met with many of them at various events throughout the city and at meetings in my office. The amount of respect I have for their courage, patriotism, and sacrifice cannot be properly expressed in words. The freedom we enjoy today to have debates in the House of Commons, such as this, is because of the incredible sacrifice made by our veterans. As such, the government has a sacred obligation to ensure these individuals have access to the programs and services that they require. We owe them our sincere gratitude, Mr. Speaker, and respect, and must work to ensure there is a relationship built on trust and collaboration. With that in mind, the government will make changes to the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-establishment and Compensations Act. These changes have been initiated due to concerns expressed by the government, Veterans Ombudsman, Canadian Armed Forces members, veterans, and other stakeholders. It has been indicated that veterans who have been seriously disabled are not guaranteed financial security from the benefits currently in place. Therefore, those Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans who have severe and permanent service-related disabilities will see an increase to their benefits. This is a change, I think, Mr. Speaker, that we can all be proud of in this House and beyond. Mr. Speaker, before being elected to represent the community of London North Centre, I taught at King's University College at Western University. During my teaching time, I watched a number of students struggling to make ends meet, rising each and every year. I instructed students who were extremely intelligent, compassionate, driven young people. However, they were graduating university with a crushing amount of student debt. These students worried about how they were going to pay back the money owed, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to find meaningful work. This type of stress and burden is not what we want for our younger generation, who have just finished post-secondary education and are looking to make important contributions to the workforce. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that Budget 2016 will help students from low and middle-income families by making post-secondary education more affordable. In addition, the government will establish a system that makes it fairer and easier for students to repay their debt. I am pleased to see that students will not have to make any repayment on their Canada student loans until they are making at least $25,000 per year. However, the help for students will not stop there, Mr. Speaker. This budget has also made investments to ensure that young Canadians can earn extra income, gain experience, and find quality jobs upon graduation. These changes have been lobbied for by Canadian student advocate groups for many years. I've met with these student advocates, and I'm glad to see these changes put into fruition with this budget. Help with student debt, providing access to funds with the rising cost of post-secondary education, and providing more opportunities for employment while in school and following graduation are measures we can all be proud of. The budget addresses these requests. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I've received a great deal of correspondence in my office asking that necessary steps be taken by the government to ensure more tax fairness in Canada. Constituents have told me that they are more than willing, to pay their taxes and follow the rules. However, they want to ensure that all Canadians pay their fair share. They currently feel as though there are two different sets of rules in place. With that in mind, it is exciting to see Budget 2016 taking significant steps to ensure tax integrity, ensure tax fairness for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the debate on the budget to follow.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I was particularly interested by 2 points that he touched upon: the situation for students and those of seniors. And so I'd like to ask him a question on that, because there's a step forward. The improvements to the GIS are a good thing for our seniors, but would it not be better to have the possibility of having automatic becoming automatically signed up for that, because people don't always have the energy, the information and know how to sign up for the GIS? Could this government not also look closely at improving the public pension plan, the Canada Pension Plan, for example, so that it would be stronger and get more seniors out of poverty and assure them a retirement in dignity?
London North Centre.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, this government has spoken about the need to take pensions seriously once and for all in this country. So we are looking at this with the provinces, in collaboration with the provinces, and I would expect to see action on these sorts of measures. In addition, I would emphasize that while it would be useful and helpful to have information circulated to seniors on how they can receive the guaranteed income supplement increase if they're eligible, it's also the job of members of Parliament to spread that message. It's part of our job to reach out to our constituents in that regard, and I look forward to keep on doing so. I have been doing so up until this point.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we're ignoring the promise of the Liberal platform in terms of reducing the small business tax rate. And Mr. Speaker, just a quote from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, quote, "We're disappointed with the government's decision to push back the small business tax reduction and question the idea of contemplating increases to CPP at this point. As businesses struggle, this added pressure could slow down job creation and investment." So, Mr. Speaker, while it's fine to talk about the reduction in costs for student tuition and lower debt when students graduate, what help is it to a student who graduates with a bit lower debt if there's no job there to go to once he's graduated?
Honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who saw his parents work 12, 15 hours a day sometimes, I can tell you that what small businesses need most are customers. And therefore, this budget is putting forward measures that will actually grow our economy and help small businesses grow their consumer base. And it's interesting to me how, on the one hand, members who were involved with the previous government can now suddenly be champions of small business, but not want to actually improve the economy in such a way that will grow the customer base of small businesses and therefore benefit the Canadian economy.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend seems to confuse the idea that you can only do one or the other, that somehow helping small businesses out, as the Liberals promised to do. I don't know why this is such a shocking idea that Liberals in a campaign 6 months, 7 months ago promised to do something, and the official opposition and the opposition are asking them to do it. If it was such a good idea then, why not now? And I've yet to hear in all the speeches from Liberals about this bill why they think it's such a bad idea. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated that this one broken promise is going to cost small businesses a little north of $2 billion over the next 4 years. Some rationalization or justification for this would be welcome, because they're spending all kinds of money on all sorts of things. Why not the small business sector? It's a simple question.
Honourable member for London North Centre.
Well, it's always interesting, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. It's always interesting to hear the NDP presenting itself as the champion for small businesses. But with that said, I will say that, as I just mentioned to the previous speaker, that we are intent on making sure that small businesses have the customer base that they need to grow. And I would invite the honourable members opposite to look at our infrastructure investments, Mr. Speaker, our commitments to public transit, Mr. Speaker, and all the other measures, particularly on growing the innovation economy that we are going to need to make Canada a global leader once again. So I would underline those points to my honourable friend and say that, once again, as the son of a small business owners rather, I am ready to help the government in whatever way I can in that regard. Thank you very much.
Before resuming debate, I just want to remind the honourable members, I understand they're having conversations amongst yourselves, and it just gets a little loud, and I'm sure you didn't mean to interrupt the honourable member when he was speaking, and we have a new member starting right now. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Here, here.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, on behalf of my constituents in Richmond Centre, I wish to send our thoughts and prayers to those affected by the wildfires in Fort McMurray and the surrounding areas. We are grateful to our firefighters and first responders who are tirelessly working together to control the fire and ensure safety for those involved. The residents of Richmond Centre stand behind you. Today, I rise to discuss Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, and wish to articulate my concerns with the bill. There are many troubling aspects of the Act, but I will be focusing on two primary ones. First, I will discuss the small business and employment provisions and changes outlined in the budget. And secondly, I would like to comment on the changes to small business hiring. Both of these areas are of great importance to me and my riding of Richmond Centre. This being my 8th year serving as an MP, I've had the opportunity to work alongside our previous Conservative government and witness strong fiscal responsibility. Not only were we able to leave a surplus at the end of our term, the debt-to-GDP ratio was lower than it had been when we took office. In addition, during the economic downturn and global recession, our Conservative government created 1.2 million net new jobs. However, such success is quickly being squandered with this new Liberal government. Before my work in politics, I spent many years as a small business owner. I have experienced firsthand the hard work and dedication required of individuals to operate a small business. Over 10 years ago, I worked with other business leaders to develop the Women's Enterprise Society of British Columbia, which has been supporting women entrepreneurs. I also founded the Ethno Business Council to encourage and engage business from various cultural groups. Over the years, I have been hearing the same message. Small and medium-sized businesses need lower taxes and support from the government. Since small business is close to my heart, you can understand, Mr. Speaker, why this budget is so concerning for me. The Liberal government has decided to break their promise to continue the outlined small business tax cuts. This broken promise will cost the small business sector $2.2 billion over the next 4 years. What this broken promise demonstrates is that this Liberal government believes our small business owners should be the ones to pay for their deficits, which is simply unacceptable. Under this new budget and the proposed tax raises, the top tax bracket for over half of our provinces will be more than 50% of our individuals' income. It is tax increase like this which will be punishing some of the most productive workers in our society. What's worse is that the Liberals are accusing small business owners as manipulating the system to avoid paying higher taxes.
Yeah.
This couldn't be further from the truth. 2/3 of small and medium-sized businesses fall directly into the middle class. In fact, there are nearly 4 times as many owners earning less than $40,000 than those earning more than $250,000. By eliminating the proposed tax cuts, the Liberals are directly targeting our middle class and making their financial situation more difficult. Over the past few months, I've met with numerous organizations and individuals who represent small business owners from across the nation. Every time, I hear the same concern. Small business owners are being neglected by this government. The Liberals' abandoned promise of lowering the small business tax rate is affecting all small businesses. What's more is that this government is increasing red tape and making it more difficult for owners to be qualified for the small business tax rate. They claim these changes are to close loopholes. But, in fact, the changes are affecting all kinds of small businesses, even though their revenues are well below the $500,000 cap. I think Don Kelly, president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, summed up the budget well when he said, and I quote, "Small business owners across the country are deeply troubled by the ballooning deficit. What was proposed to Canadians as a short-term $10 billion deficit plan to invest in critical infrastructure is now $29 billion, with no plan to get back to balance. Most of the deficit is to cover a massive 7.6% increase in program spending, which will do next to nothing to grow the economy. Small business owners know that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes." End quote. This budget and Bill C-15 have one clear loser, and that is our small businesses. As a result, I will be supporting the motion put forward by our colleague for Nepean Carlton to strike Clause 34 from Bill C-15 altogether. I encourage all members of the House to support this motion as well. Mr. Speaker, nowhere in Bill C-15 do we see a commitment to renew the small business job credit next year. In fact, what we see instead is another broken promise to reduce employment insurance rates to $1.52. The new EI spending will put pressure on the premiums paid by both employers and employees and will cost $2.4 billion over 2 years. We should be working to ease the premiums and hiring costs placed on employers rather than making it more difficult for them to hire records and workers. Once again, our small business are bearing the worst of all the Liberal government's irresponsible spending. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear throughout Budget 2016. The Liberals have demonstrated their utter disregard for responsible fiscal management, and they have no plan to repay their extreme deficits. They have chosen to turn their backs on job creators, our small businesses. The Liberals do not understand that borrowed money needs to be paid back. And instead of making that responsibility upon themselves, they are placing it on our children and grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, and I did note that at one point she said, and I believe I have the quote correct, small business owners fall in the middle class. Well, would she not agree then that because we're giving a tax break to the middle class, that in fact we're actually helping small businesses and not hurting them as she suggested?
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Fortunately, these are not the people who will be benefited from their so-called tax cuts for middle class. So their cut to their broken promise to reduce the taxes actually will be creating unemployment instead of employment. And this is exactly what we are fighting against. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with a certain amount of interest to the speech from my colleague, and there's something that has left me agape, and it's, well, this idea that the Conservatives want to help small businesses because in their last mandate they did absolutely nothing to lower taxes for small and medium-sized businesses while they give hundreds of millions of dollars to big banks and big oil and big corporations. And now all of a sudden, look, the Conservatives are interested in helping PMEs. And it's very surprising because that wasn't the case when they were in power.
For Richmond Centre.
Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Now, it is this government which has to create 1.2 million net new jobs during the downsizing of the economy. And it is this government which has reduced personal taxes 120 times, putting more money into the pockets of families, which then spend their money on building up our economy. So this is exactly what our government is doing, but then the broken promise by the Liberal government has created $2.2 billion of costs to our small businesses. That is not the way to do business. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Congratulate my colleague for a great speech and great analysis on the economic front and on the tax front. The two things, first of all, just to clarify, and I hope you share with me the same view, on the middle class, most of Canadians are middle class. Middle class was used as a political term by the government to win some votes here and there. That's understandable game that was played. On the other hand, I would like to ask my colleague the question is how the borrowing habit that is going to become an ongoing thing in the next 4 years of this government, how will that be such a dangerous thing for the Canadian economy and for Canadian businesses?
Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I would like to reiterate what the President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has said. He said that small businesses across the country are deeply troubled by the ballooning deficit. And then when at the end of his quote, he mentioned that small business owners know that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes. And instead of bearing their responsibility, the Liberals are now putting on the responsibilities of our children and also our grandchildren. And I know that the Minister of Finance said it's good for his children and his grandchildren. I'm afraid it's not for the benefits of all our children and our grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for a question because we both share a passion for small business. I'd just like to ask the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure she'd agree with me when I say that many small businesses are in the tourism industry. And I was in the tourism industry, as you may know, and I would have appreciated lots of marketing money being invested in the economy, bringing me more customers. So does she not think that the investment that we're making into Destination Canada, the investment we're making into broadband, the investment in infrastructure, which is all going to support small businesses, doesn't that all not support small business at the end of the day? We all know what tourism is for every riding in our country.
Honourable Member for Richmond Centre, in about 30 seconds or less, as possible.
The member opposite, it was our government who brought the ADS, the Approved Destination, from China, which brought lots of tourists and helping us to grow that tourism. It is our government who did the job, not the Liberal government. It took them 30 years and failed.
Reprise du débat. Le secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm sorry. Before saying anything else, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I should inform the House of the issues to be raised on tonight's Late Show. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Innovation, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kirwaitan Aski, Employment Insurance, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway on Health. Thank you.
Et le développement économique. Maintenant, c'est...
And now, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to express our solidarity in Honoré Mercier. All of my constituents are with those from Fort McMurray. I am very pleased to contribute to the debate on the budget, a budget that clearly demonstrates that we intend to keep our commitments that will bring us to a Canada that is more prosperous, more fair, greener, and more open to the world. And these commitments were at the very heart of our campaign, and today they're at the heart of our budget. So in other words, we are doing exactly what we promised to do. We promised change, real change, and that is what we're doing. And in order to achieve that, we must strengthen the middle class and revitalize our economy. And these are two issues that go together. They are absolutely indivisible. Our approach is clear, Mr. Speaker, supporting those who most need it, while laying the foundation for sustainable economic growth. And that's exactly what we're doing through the budget. And I'm thinking here in particular of the income tax decrease that will benefit some 9 million Canadians. This measure will improve the quality of life of millions of people who work hard every day to earn their salaries, men and women who give the best of themselves every day and who deserve to receive this support. This measure will leave more money in their pockets, which, furthermore, will increase their ability to contribute to our economy. I would also like to speak of the support that we are giving to our families and children. We are implementing the most significant benefit ever given to families in our history, Mr. Speaker. And contrary to what was done before, our benefit will be tax-free. So the time when we gave with one hand and took with the other is over. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, this allowance will allow us to bring hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And if our aim is a fair society, if we're fighting for a fair society, well, that's exactly the right thing to do. And if we believe sincerely in the equality of chances and opportunities, we must offer that from the very earliest childhood. We also must allow those who want to study to be able to do so and to do it for as long as possible. And in this regard, the measure of success is clear. Education must be available and accessible depending on the determination, the will, the discipline, talent, and dreams of every student, and not depending on the thickness of their parents' wallets. And this is furthermore why our budget proposes to significantly increase the amounts in the Canada Study Grants. This is a measure, Mr. Speaker, that directly targets students from families with low incomes. This is a fair, generous, responsible, and visionary measure that gives better chances today to those who represent Canada's future. Mr. Speaker, we owe so much to our seniors. They are the one who built the society in which we live today. It's thanks to them that we are here. But unfortunately, there are far too many seniors today living in poverty. And that is why we must be there for them, and we will be there for them. That's why we are going to increase the amount in the supplementary benefit that is the guaranteed income supplement. This increase could reach up to $947 per year. That, Mr. Speaker, is a tangible measure of support that would allow us to improve the quality of life of over 900,000 seniors living in every region of our country, in every province of this country. We'll also invest in the renewal, renovation, and construction of affordable housing for our seniors, because we know that the quality of life involves the dignity of access to decent housing. This is absolutely fundamental, and we know that, Mr. Speaker. That's why we are going to act now. Which allows me to turn to a key aspect of our budget, which is investments in infrastructure. Our government committed to doubling the spending on infrastructure over the course of the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker. This was an historic commitment to spend more than $120 billion. This includes $60 billion of new funds that will be spent on public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. $60 billion in new investment for the next 10 years. This is historic for a total of $120 billion. These investments will happen in two phases. Phase one is today. It starts right away, $11.9 billion, including $3.4 billion that are destined for public transit networks, $5 billion for green infrastructure projects, and $3.4 billion for social infrastructure. $11.9 billion for phase one. This starts today. These are major investments, Mr. Speaker. And over the next few months, our government will work in collaboration with our provincial, territorial, and municipal partners in order to present phase two of our long-term plan. We want that second phase to start as soon as possible. We don't need to wait for the end of phase one to start. Why? Because we want to invest in our infrastructure, and investing in our infrastructure is investing in our future. It's building the Canada of tomorrow, today. The maintenance and improvement of highways, bridges, and public transport are essential aspects. We know that. But infrastructure is so much more than just that. It's also an issue of protecting our environment and building recreational and cultural centers where people can learn, have fun, and grow. And it's an issue of offering affordable housing to those who need it. Investing in infrastructure also means having quality facilities for our children and having safe havens for women and children who are fleeing domestic violence. In other words, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure plays a fundamental and essential role in supporting our communities. And think about what we can do and all that we will do together with our partners. We'll invest significantly in public transit by adding $20 billion to the funds already available. That will allow us to decrease commute times, get cars off the road, and reduce pollution. We'll make our communities more sustainable by launching programs that are focused on environmental infrastructure. We'll have more inclusive communities thanks to these programs. And there will be facilities for our children. And we also want to speed up the approval process for projects to make it simpler and quicker so that money can get through faster. So as you can see, Mr. Speaker, our government has great ambitions for our country. We have proposed real change to Canadians, and that's what we're doing. We're going to strengthen the middle class, improve the quality of life of Canadians, and revive our economy to make it more prosperous and inclusive. And I'll stop there, but I just want to say that our budget is more than a simple economic statement. It's a landmark document that guides our actions towards a Canada that's more prosperous, fair, and green, and open to the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening with amusement about the comments, and I'll quote, supporting those who need it most about the middle-class tax cut. Statistics shows 66% of Canadians who pay income tax make below $45,000, which is not at all addressed in your middle-class tax cut. How is this helping those who need it most if you're excluding them, 2/3 of Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleague to read the entire budget. There are tax decreases, but there are also, I think, investments for our families and children and for infrastructure, for social housing. What I was saying earlier, Mr. Speaker, is that it's a landmark document, that it's inclusive. It allows us to set out a series of measures that reach out to all Canadians and improve the quality of their lives. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague for his speech and all of his spirit and hopes for the future. Getting people out of poverty is a wonderful idea, but the NDP has a proposal we're putting forward, which is a $15 minimum wage. Studies showed in Quebec that it would allow young people working to get out of poverty. It's a simple measure. It would show leadership on the part of the federal government, and it's not in the budget. I don't understand why it's not there. My colleague will recall that in September 2014, the NDP put forward a motion to have a $15 minimum wage, and the Liberals supported it. Why is it not in the budget today? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will allow myself to tell my colleague that the government is showing leadership. We took the decision, the courageous decision, to invest at historic levels in infrastructure and to be there for our seniors through that infrastructure with the GIS and to decrease taxes for the middle class. So once again, this is an ensemble, a suite of measures that are aimed at making our children and workers have a better quality of life than what it was beforehand. Thank you. Questions and comments?
St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard some great words from the member from Honorable Messier. He talked about building the type of Canada that we all want, a juster society. He talked about the Canada Child Benefit. He talked about student grants. He talked about a fair society for our seniors, affordable housing, infrastructure. All of these promises, the type of Canada we want to build today, Mr. Speaker, cost a lot of money. And we had the courage during the election to reach out to Canadians and ask them if they would be prepared for Canada to run deficit, to afford to build the type of Canada we want to run today. And I would like to ask the member if he believes that one of the most important things that we're doing in this budget is repealing the Federal Balanced Budget Act, which allows us to move forward, assume some of the responsibility for building the Canada that we want now, without putting the burden of growth solely on the taxpayer, but allowing the Government of Canada in its better position, its better borrowing rate, its ability to step forward at times of low commodities prices to finance the type of productive infrastructure that we need today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. I thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague is right to say that at some points in time, it's important to be able to work through controlled deficits and invest in our economy and social programs and also job creation. But it's important, Mr. Speaker, is that when we have a deficit, that this have a structuring impact on communities. The Conservatives had 6 or 7 deficits. They added $150 billion to the debt with having no impact on the economy, and they left us with nothing.
Before resuming debate, I'd like to remind the members again, if you're going to talk amongst yourself or make comments, please try to whisper. It's not very nice to have that loud noise when you're trying to answer questions, because we really do want to hear what the answers coming from either side are or what the comments are. Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Avalon.
first want to remember all those that have been impacted by the fires in Fort McMurray. We have many Newfoundlanders and Labradorians living and working in Alberta, and our thoughts and prayers are with them all. I welcome the opportunity to speak on Budget 2016, and more specifically Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016. I'm delighted to stand.
We have a point of order? Channel 2, okay. The microphone, is it working, or you're okay? It's working now. Very good. We're back in business. The honourable member for Avalon.
Okay, let's start where you left off, I guess. Or?
Yeah, so I'm sure they caught most of what you had to say, so they'll just continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm delighted to stand and support this fiscal plan that strengthens the middle class, helps the most vulnerable seniors, and builds stronger communities to meet their future demands and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak for a moment about my riding and my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador. I want to thank my family, friends and supporters that gave me this wonderful opportunity to represent them in this prestigious House and in the great riding of Avalon. I'm thankful and remain humble to represent the residents in the riding of Avalon. I'm so lucky to represent very diverse communities in my riding with diverse and unique backgrounds and economies. I'm proud to represent my hometown of Conception Bay South, the largest town in the province, and the town of Paradise, the fastest growing community in Atlantic Canada. I also have the pleasure to represent smaller, rural communities that have populations of less than 100, like Patrick's Cove, St. Shots, and Aquafort, to larger rural communities like Bay Roberts, Harbour Grace, and Carbonear. Many of these communities depend on the fishing industry, tourism, and small to medium-sized businesses. I also have the relatively new Vallée Long Harbour processing plant, which began operations in 2014 and employs about 475 people at peak production. The plant and the Voisey's Bay mine and concentrator are an integrated operation. Nickel concentrate from Voisey's Bay will be shipped to Long Harbour to be processed into finished nickel and associated copper and cobalt products. Mr. Speaker, just recently I distributed a Newfoundland and Labrador tourism guide to all members of the House, and the amount of feedback from my colleagues has been remarkable. Some looking for an extra copy for friends, and others expressing an interest to visit soon. We're proud of our heritage, proud of our people, and proud of our tourism showcase. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the well-known decrease in the oil and gas markets, Newfoundland and Labrador is in the middle of significant financial challenges, and no doubt residents will be negatively impacted. We can argue that it is from years of mismanagement and overspending, or the current fiscal restraints go too far for low family incomers. No matter what, the situation is unprecedented, and all my federal colleagues from the province are attentive to their immediate needs. I want to especially thank the Regional Minister for her help and ongoing cooperation on this very important matter. As a former municipal mayor, I understand the importance and need for community infrastructure, improved and new infrastructure that is affordable to communities. That is why I'm delighted this government's infrastructure plan proposes to provide $11.9 billion over 5 years, starting right away. Budget 2016 puts this plan into action with an immediate down payment for the plan, including $3.4 billion over 3 years to upgrade and improve public transit systems across Canada, $5 billion over 5 years for investments in water, wastewater, and green infrastructure projects across Canada, and $3.4 billion over 5 years for social infrastructure, including affordable housing, early learning and childcare, cultural and recreational infrastructure, and community health care facilities. Mr. Speaker, this government is also taking action to ensure that Canadians benefit from the better services that modern, efficient, and sustainable federal infrastructure can provide. Budget 2016 proposes to provide $3.4 billion over the next 5 years on a cash basis to maintain and upgrade federal infrastructure assets in ridings like mine, including such things as national parks and small craft harbours. In addition to the new funding announced in Budget 2016, the Government will support the infrastructure priorities of communities across Canada. The Government will continue to make available approximately $3 billion each year in dedicated funding for municipal infrastructure projects through the Gas Tax Fund and the Incremental Goods and Services Tax Rebate for municipalities. As a former mayor, I know how important it is for our government to work with provincial, territorial and municipal partners. We are committed to get projects underway by accelerating spending from the $9 billion available under the new Building Canada Fund's provincial territorial infrastructure component. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to say that we're working cooperatively with Newfoundland and Labrador to ensure they are able to maximise their infrastructure investments. Our Minister of Infrastructure has listened and has taken action. We are pleased with the improvements to the 2014 New Building Canada Fund that provide provinces and territories greater flexibility to commit all remaining funding within the next 2 years. The Minister heard from municipal leaders about concerns with how the previous government designed the New Building Canada Fund. He listened and is now committed to ensure the programmes work for Canadians and as such have made important changes. Under the provincial territorial infrastructure component, we've modified the highways and roads category to eliminate the Small Communities Fund minimum traffic volume thresholds in order to reflect varying needs in provinces and communities across Canada. In addition, we've added 5 new categories: tourism, culture, recreation, passenger ferry services infrastructure, and civic assets and municipal buildings. Budget 2016 also announced funding for local governments to support stronger stewardship through asset management planning activities and climate change resilience investments. The following 2 programs will be managed by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to provide funding for capacity building directly to the municipalities. $50 million to increase municipal capacity for asset management, including funding to develop and implement infrastructure asset management planning practices and support more reliable and comprehensive data collection on infrastructure assets. Secondly, $75 million to support enhanced municipal planning for climate change resilience, including funding to support municipal projects to identify and implement greenhouse gas reduction opportunities, assess local climate risks, and integrate climate change impacts into asset management planning practices. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of our investment in community infrastructure, but I'm equally proud of our investment in improving the well-being of the middle class. As we've always known, a strong economy starts with a strong middle class. Our constituents understand this, and I'm so pleased this government does as well. That's why building an economy that works for the middle-class Canadians and their families continues to be government's top priority. I'm delighted with our investment in the Canada Child Benefit. This is a new benefit that will be paid monthly to eligible families. This initiative will see 9 out of 10 families receiving more under the Canada Child Benefit than under the current system of child benefits. Overall, about 3.5 million families will be receiving Canada Child Benefit. These families will now have more money to help with the high cost of raising their children by replacing the current complicated system. The Canada Child Benefit will be simpler, tax-free, better targeted to those who need it most, and much more generous. This tremendous initiative will see 300,000 fewer children living in poverty compared with 2014-15 numbers. Most important, the Canada Child Benefit will continue to support poverty reduction in future years. Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, our government was elected by Canadians to bring change for our youth, the middle class and vulnerable seniors. Canadians want to see a change in openness and accountability, and they want government that will listen and take care. I'm pleased that Bill C-15 contains key initiatives and benefits that further our commitment to Canadians, commitments that will further grow the middle class and help strengthen the economy. Mr. Speaker, it has been my pleasure to speak on Bill C-15 and stand in support of all the positive initiatives that it contains today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me honor today to rise. I'm filling House duty for David Udriga, or pardon me, I know I shouldn't remember names. The honourable member from Fort McMurray, as he's there working with his community, trying to bring things under control there. So it gives me great honor to rise in his place today and ask a question I think that might be appropriate, that with all of the spending that this budget is promising and so on, and the debt that we're going into, have there been any discussions regarding additional funds going into the infrastructure? Infrastructure was a big word during the campaign. We saw that word change in the throne speech to transit. Now, they need more than transit in Fort McMurray now. So I'm wondering if the member might be able to shed a little bit of light on what might be going back into infrastructure on the ground, in the groundworks for a community such as Fort McMurray.
Honourable member for Avalon.
I thank the honourable member for his question, Mr. Speaker. But I think if I recall properly, the honourable Prime Minister just a few days ago here in this House mentioned that they were looking at every aspect of help that is needed for Fort McMurray in the devastation. By matching donations, of course, to the Red Cross, and as well by looking at the direct infrastructure needs that will follow, and there will be meetings continuously with the Premier Notley of Alberta as well, to discuss those very initiatives. So I'm sure the country is on side and all parties are on side to see the proper funding is provided to make sure Fort McMurray and the surrounding areas are rebuilt properly.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. I'm recalling some of the speeches that a colleague, Jack Harris, used to make in this place about employment insurance, which was of grave concern to many in Newfoundland and right across the country. And one of the fundamental flaws with the way the program had been, tweaked, ripped off, stolen from over the years, was that the federal government could go in and raid the fund anytime they wanted. And previous governments had, to the tune of more than $50 billion, had taken money that one could easily argue never belonged to the federal government at all in the first place. It was the EI fund is paid into by the workers, and the employers contribute as well, and it's there as insurance for when you lose your job. So we look at this budget bill at C-15, and we see that there's some changes to employment insurance, yet not that fundamental change, not that change that says that the fund can no longer be ripped off by federal governments. So I'm wondering from his perspective on the coast, because certainly on the West Coast, this is a constant concern for seasonal fisheries and other groups, that the government's always dipping its hand into the EI jar and taking, but very rarely ever giving. Would he advocate for such a change that prevent that ever from happening again in the future? And why is it not in this bill?
The honourable member for Avalon.
I thank the honourable member for his question, Mr. Speaker. And as a member on this side, I'm very pleased with the changes that were made to the EI programme and announced in our budget, especially the increase in the length of term that they can get their unemployment, I believe an additional 5 weeks in many areas, and as well the wait time cut to 1 week instead of 2. But with regards to the funding, Mr. Speaker, it's always interesting to hear somebody say there was money taken from the fund. But what I'd be more concerned about is that if there was no money there to pay out the claimants who are filing for unemployment, and I've never heard tell of one incident yet, regardless of what government was in power, that a claimant was told, I'm sorry, we're broke, we can't pay you your unemployment claim this particular week or this month. So I look forward to future changes and improvements to the EI system as we go forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge my mother, since it was Mother's Day yesterday and I wasn't able to join her. But I also want to acknowledge all the mothers in Fort McMurray and in Alberta that couldn't be with their families yesterday. And I think we need to honour them. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as the NDP spokesperson for small business and tourism, it gives me great pleasure to bring our voice and our concerns about Bill C-15 today. And primarily I'm going to focus on the Liberal promise to reduce taxes for small business from 11% to 9%, and to help those that aren't in the middle class to join the middle class. But before I get started talking about the tax for small business, I want to touch a little bit on taxes in Canada and corporate taxes in Canada and the history of that. Consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have been reducing taxes over the last few decades. We've seen corporate taxes go from 28% in the late 90s and 2000s to 15% today. So a significant tax decrease. And during that time, it's just basically shifted the tax burden to the people. It's a reckless way to promote the economy, a healthy economy, and it's a failed experiment. It failed in Japan and Hong Kong, and it's resulted really in what I believe an unfairness in terms of delivering taxes. And the result really has created huge inequality in our society. The gulf between the wealthy and the majority is growing faster and more widely in Canada than in any other developed nation. The richest 100 Canadians now hold as much wealth as the bottom 10 million combined. So when we look at small business taxes in comparison, they've remained at about 11% since the 80s. While Canada's largest corporations have had record profits, they've got a lot of dead money. We talk about dead money that's leaving our communities and sitting and not circulating in our economy. Now, recently, over the last few days, while we've been debating this bill, and on Friday, notably, there was a lot of Liberal rhetoric about small business. The Liberals painted small business as tax cheats. They talked about small business as being bad fiscal money managers. These are the volunteers in our community. These are the people that donate to our local charities. They're the people that serve on our boards. They're the cultural innovators of our communities in Canada. And so, you know, it's really disappointing to hear this rhetoric from a government that went across Canada and promised a small business tax break from 11% to 9% to all Canadians. And this was a proposal that was put forward by the NDP in the last government, that the Conservatives supported, that the Liberals ran on. So all parties ran on a platform to small business. And this is a group of individual businesses and a business community that is the job creators in our country. They're the economic drivers of our country. And they've been failed. The promises that we've promised to deliver them for decades have constantly failed them. And as a result, there's a lot of mistrust with small business in Ottawa. And, you know, this is a very important time. This is an opportunity for Ottawa to create a trust with small business, to create that intimate relationship with small business. Small business people are at the front line of our communities. They know when the economy is changing quicker than any other business group in our community. So I'm going to link back to my experience as a previous executive director of a very successful Chamber of Commerce and as a business owner. And I remember in 2008 when the economic downturn, the greatest economic downturn since the 1930s was happening in our country. And there was a huge bailout for Canada's largest corporations. And at the same time, small business people got left behind. They got left with no bailout, no help from the federal government. They felt betrayed. The distrust with Ottawa was apparent. And, you know, I just even got picked up by a taxi driver the other day, and he brought up his story about how he had a car dealership, and he ran his business, and he watched all these corporations getting bailed out, and he had to struggle to make ends meet. And finally, just a year ago, he lost his business as a result of the recession, of hanging in there, trying to get behind from the big mess that was created. And you know, we did nothing for him. And he felt that there was no one in Ottawa and in this House that was standing up for him because we had failed to deliver promises to small business. And here we are doing it again. Now, the cost to not delivering this tax break to small business, as we know from the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, it's going to cost small business $2.2 billion over the next 4 years. And on average, that's approximately $3,529 per small business. So, you know, this is something that people were counting on. And we think about small business. I talked a little bit earlier about that 78% of all new jobs are created by small business. Medium-sized businesses create 12.5% of all new jobs, while big business creates less than 10%. So when we talk about their role in economic development, small business plays a key role in economic development. And we really need to start talking about what kind of economy do we want. We want local ownership. We want local jobs, and we want to keep money in our communities. And there's an organization in British Columbia called Local BC, and they do some great work. They've talked about money recirculating in the community. So they give some research that if $100 is spent in the local community, $46 is recycled in the community if it's spent at a local business versus $18 from a multinational. So when we talk about economic development and doing it differently, we invest that $2.2 billion that were promised to small business. That money is going to circulate 2.6 times that's being spent on giving tax breaks to multinational corporations. So this is an opportunity. But instead, this government has chosen to do the reverse and tell small business that they're going to get a tax break, fail delivering on a promise that was made to them. And this is instead of plugging an economic leakage in each community and every riding across this country and really keeping money in our communities. So when we think about what this tax cut could do for small business, well, many small business people were counting on that tax break. They were relying on it to buy new equipment so they could grow to scale, maybe even give someone a raise in their small business. I mean, this is an opportunity right now, again, for us to build trust with small business people, show them that Ottawa is listening, and help us to start tackling inequality. And, you know, we talk about the middle class. We keep hearing about the middle class here in Canada and helping to grow the middle class, helping to help those that aren't in the middle class to join the middle class. We saw in Bill C-2 that anyone earning less than $45,000 gets nothing. We know that a lot of small business people actually don't earn $45,000 a year. So, you know, we talk about helping those to join the middle class. Well, it doesn't seem to be being delivered by the Liberal government. I had a quote that I read from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. He's the vice president for BC and Alberta. He calls the budget about as close as you can come to a betrayal as is humanly possible. He said that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business was hoping and expecting to see the tax cut, and that the fact that the government has put it on hold is extremely disappointing. Well, no kidding. This is, again, a tax break that was promised door to door, city to city, community by community across this country. And again, they're failing to deliver on this promise, but it's clear that they are doing what Liberal priorities have been in the past. It's about big business and about protecting CEO stock options instead of taking care of the people that have built our communities. So, you know, here, what I'd really like to do is ask the members, ask the government members in this House, if they're willing to go home and ask their small business owners if they're okay that you're not going to deliver the tax cut that was promised from 11% to 9%, and how they feel about that broken promise. So I'm asking members to go to their communities and ask their business community, because when you look at survey after survey, the number one thing small business asks for is fairness, for a tax break, so that they can get the same fairness that big corporations have been getting for decades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that the member raises. And I would like to highlight the last point. When you talk to small business owners, and I'm here working closely with small business owners, and I'm deeply concerned and working closely with Canada's nearly 2 million small and medium-sized enterprises across the nation, and they want tax fairness, and that's something this government is doing. We believe in tax fairness, and we believe in tax fairness for all Canadians. And it's important that we create the conditions for small business owners to succeed. And that is what this budget is doing. Budget 2016 puts investments into infrastructure, into incubators and accelerators, into the IRAP program, $50 million to Destination Canada. And we know the backbone of the tourism industry is small business. We know that small businesses are the job creators. So I ask the member, does the member agree that small businesses need a long-term plan? They need a robust economy to exceed. They need strong customers so that they can sell the good products and services they have to offer, because we know that they deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank the Minister, Small Business and Tourism, for the question. Yes, you know, we need healthy communities. We know we need conditions for healthy communities to build a robust economy. Things like a national child care plan. This doesn't deliver enough support for people to actually have child care. I mean, you know, the Liberals take pride on the child tax offer that they're making. But really, what I brought forward today is that you made a promise. You made a promise to Canadians that you were going to cut taxes from 11% to 9% for small business. And there is not one member in that House that has said, yes, we apologize for breaking our promise. You know, I think that it's one thing to talk about building healthy communities, making sure infrastructure is in place, but did you make the promise and never plan to deliver it? Or did you make the promise and you still can't figure it out how to deliver it? Because I can give you some ideas. Maybe you could take a look at corporate taxes and increase it by 0.6% and shift that over to cover the shortfall, the $2.2 billion for small business, because that's an easy solution. Fairness, we need balance in this country. People are waiting for it, and small business people in our country are ready, and they need that help.
Questions and comments? I just want to remind the honourable members to speak through the speaker, not directly across. It's just some rules that were put in place 150 years ago. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate my colleague for a great speech that speaks really for small businesses, speaks the concerns of the majority of Canadians who own businesses, who are the backbone of our economies and will be the backbone for the future economy. And just to comment on the Honourable Minister of Small Business on the short-term versus long-term, small businesses need short-term and long-term strategies. Long-term strategy will not give them the survival they need. You may see a shutdown of those many businesses due to a policy like yours, or like the government was presented in the budget, that really take away the extra percentage of tax cuts that the small businesses was looking at. I would like to ask the honourable member on one question. Have he found in the budget, reading anywhere that mentioning the amount of jobs that this budget going to create, the number of jobs that this budget is going to create? Thank you.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member through the Speaker. I agree. You know, we can't have a healthy economy without healthy business. So we need to put forward initiatives that are going to create jobs and helps drive the economy. I talked earlier about the multiplier effect of spending money locally and keeping money in the hands of small business. And this is proven. We need to do everything we can to keep money in our communities. And I really believe that the way we could have approached this isn't through an omnibus bill, but it should have been separated out because it's such an important topic. I mean, we've heard it from many members in this House talking about the failed Liberal promise to deliver the tax cut that was promised to small business. And this should be separated out and talked about so that it can be looked at committee, because there is solutions to make sure that we can deliver on this promise as a House, as members, that all promised this tax cut, but was failed to be delivered by the Liberal government. So I hope that government is listening and government members will go back to their community and consult with small business people. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would like to thank all of the constituents of Gatineau for having put their trust in me, sending me here to the House of Commons as their representative. It is something I'm proud of. It is an honor, and I say humbly that I represent the best riding in Canada, and I'm very pleased to speak to you here today on behalf of my riding. I would like to add my voice to those of my colleagues who have mentioned the situation in Alberta. I want to send my thoughts to the people of Fort McMurray and the region. I'm very pleased to speak to this budget, to share the benefits of Budget 2016 with you after 10 years of a government that chose to cut services to Canadians. The Liberal government has chosen a new approach. It is dealing with many problems that we raised in our election platform, and I support the budget introduced by my colleague, the Minister of Finance. We are choosing to invest in the future and in helping Canadians who need it. The measures in this budget will assist those who need it most. And this is a long-term plan that is based on good, appropriate investments. And I am proud to be part of a government that has given priority to growth and help for the middle class. I am proud to be to see this budget that will help young people and less young people, and I'm proud to see this budget that reflects the reality of the families I know in Gatineau who are finding it increasingly difficult to make ends meet. When I was going door to door in the election campaign, I met many families that talked to me about the many challenges they face. Job security for public servants has gone by the boards. Wages no longer are keeping up with the cost of living, and childcare costs are exorbitant. This is why this budget will directly help Canadians by creating the Canada Child Benefit. With this measure, 9 families out of every 10 will receive benefits that are higher than what the previous government provided. Canadian families will receive $400 per child under the age of 6, up to a total of $5,400 for every child between the ages of 6 and 17. This is a revolution in social policy in Canada. Hundreds of thousands of children will be lifted out of poverty.
Strong middle class. This government has already taken steps to help the middle class make ends meet. We, of course, have already reduced the middle income tax rate from 22% to 20.5%. We will continue by investing in effective administration and enforcement of tax laws, and will propose actions to improve the integrity of Canada's tax system. These changes will give middle-class Canadians more money on their paychecks and provide a fairer tax system. Mr. Speaker, no Canadian should struggle to get the assistance they desperately need. Changes to eligibility rules to Canada's EI program will make it easier for new workers and those re-entering the workforce to claim benefits. Changes to Canada's employment insurance program will provide economic security to Canadians when they need it most. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this is a choice. Whether it's investing in the middle class, investing in our parents of children, or investing in Canadians who need the help because of a change in circumstance in their employment status or whatever. This is a choice. These are choices this government's making, choices that we are able to make because Canada is now in the business of looking forward, of attacking the inequalities that we've seen sprout up all over the world, and making the kinds of choices that will favor Canadian population well into the future.
And speaking of the future, Mr. Speaker, and being the proud father of 3 teenagers, I think I understand the issues that young people are facing very well. We need to invest in the future more than ever. And more than ever, it is important for post-secondary education to remain affordable and accessible. Young Canadians need to have access to a good job at the beginning of their career, and they need to be spared a burden of increasing student debt. Budget 2016 will make post-secondary education more affordable for students of low-income families and will make it easier to pay back any debts from loans. The Canadian Study Grant will be increased, and therefore students will be able to limit their debt levels. There will be a set contribution per student that will be brought back and will help students get experience. And finally, the repayment assistance plan will kick in at $25,000.
An additional $165.4 million in the Youth Employment Strategy for a total investment of $495.4 million. That's $500 million almost invested in our future, invested in the youth of Canada. This funding will be used to create new green jobs for youth, increase the number of youth who access the Skills Link program, and increase job opportunities for young Canadians in the heritage sector under the Young Canada Works program. This funding is in addition to the $339 million for the Canada Summer Jobs Program to be delivered over 3 years, starting in 2016-2017.
In my riding alone, my riding of Gatineau, the investment in the Canada Summer Jobs Program amounts to over $730,000, and this means 229 summer jobs will be created through Budget 2016 this summer. So I want to thank the government for this wise investment. We have to remember those who have contributed to our country for all these years, meaning our seniors. The 2016 budget will increase the GIS by 10%. Over 900,000 people who have low incomes, these seniors, will benefit from this increase. And this is a way of fighting poverty among seniors. The age threshold for old age security will be reduced from the proposed 67 to 65 years of age. There will be an increase for the building and repair of seniors' housing to make sure it is safe and affordable. And these are new investments that will help seniors.
The Canadian government and Indigenous peoples is in need of renewal. Budget 2016 proposes to invest $83.4 billion. $83.4 billion over 5 years as to expand opportunities for Indigenous peoples. These are unprecedented investments in education, infrastructure, training, and other programs, and will help to secure a better quality of life for Indigenous peoples and build a stronger, more unified, and more prosperous Canada.
Mr. Speaker, finally, Budget 2016 makes historic investments in infrastructure and innovation. The investments will amount to over $120 billion for public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure to help Canadian communities. My riding of Gatineau needs infrastructure money in particular. As we have said, between 2005 and 2011, the population in my riding has grown by almost 10%, and there are challenges accompanying that. Our city needs $1.3 billion in infrastructure funding. The deficit in infrastructure is limiting our growth and our quality of life, and we need things like water and sewage systems, transit, and highways. We need help. And I am very pleased to see that there will be $396 million invested in the national capital. Finally, I want to say that I'm convinced that this Liberal government budget is the best plan to help people in Gatineau and across the country. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. It seems like this government is in printing money business. Nothing but. They kind of give all these goodies to everybody. They kind of satisfy everybody. It's too early to be in buying votes term or time. We need investment. This is not an investment. This is buying vote strategies. Investments by any business means are not like this. Investments to take money and have a plan how to pay it back. Take money and tell Canadians truthfully how many jobs you're going to create out of it. Taking money as they grow on trees, because they don't grow on trees. It's an irresponsible act. And this government must stop trying to really take advantage of people or insult the intelligence of people across Canada.
Here, here.
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
Honourable member for Gatineau.
The member talks about investments. You know what wasn't an investment? The 150, 60, 70, 80 billion dollars that was borrowed over the close to 10 years prior to this government being elected, that got us the anemic economic growth that we've inherited, that got us the infrastructure deficit, like the $1.3 billion infrastructure deficit that my community faces and so many communities across this country face. The lack of economic results, the kind of unemployment and so on that has got this country to the point where it needs the kinds of strategic investments that I outlined in my speech. Investments in our human resources, in our youth, in our communities, in our infrastructure, in the environment, in Aboriginal peoples. Those are investments, Madam Speaker, and those are things that are going to pay off.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena Baltic Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was a bit worried about my Liberal colleague there for a moment. It sounded like he was in an auction about debts that they were running. 150, 160. I was getting terrified because they're actually kind of doing that right now. It's going to be a 10 billion, maybe 20, maybe 30. It's like the worst kind of auction after 10 years of these guys running up massive debts and left us with a weak economy. I guess my question is for my friend, that Liberals seem somehow shocked in the House when we're asking them about their promise to cut small businesses. They somehow feel offended that we would dare hold this up, and they've got all these other answers. So the question is going to go simple at them again. Budgets are always about making choices. This bill is about making choices. The Liberals chose to keep a $750 million tax loophole for stock options for CEOs. I don't know about the rest of the middle class in Canada. Most of my friends who are middle class don't get paid in stock options. Liberals chose to keep that stock option loophole for CEOs, yet said to small businesses that $2 billion over 4 years that we promised you, say the Liberals, we chose not to give you that. We thought there was better uses for the money, whatever that happens to be. It's just a simple question. Did the Liberals sit down and say, this isn't worth it, this is a bad idea, cutting the small business tax rate in Canada was a bad idea, we choose not to do it? Yes or no?
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
I know it was hard from outside this place and probably from inside this place to keep track of Conservative borrowing over the years, so the member will forgive me for not being able to peg it. Indeed, we have outlined, I think, a very solid plan to grow this economy, to grow the ability for Canadian consumers to have confidence in the economy, to help grow our small businesses and to innovate. And I find it particularly ironic that the member in the same breath asks about a tool that venture capital companies use to ask employees to invest and get equity and get growth so that we can have new and innovative companies in our economy that will create jobs, create the kind of jobs that Canada is going to need in the future, and he would have us amputate that very necessary tool for companies to use as they grow and incubate. And I know in the Ottawa-Gatineau area, this is one of Canada's largest high-tech hubs, and so it's a particularly important place. But more generally, Madam Speaker, what we propose to do is help Canadian consumers, help the Canadian middle class, and you know what? Small businesses are telling us that's what's going to help them succeed into the future.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this place on behalf of the people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to speak to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures. On behalf of the over 3,000 CNL employees in the Upper Ottawa Valley, their families, and the communities they live in, as well as the small businesses that rely upon the economic activity that happens when those employees spend locally. I'd like to thank the Minister of Natural Resources for the science-based decision that was made in announcing an $800 million investment over 5 years in the Canadian nuclear industry, specifically in the ongoing refurbishment and modernization of the capital assets at the Chalk River location of Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. While I'd like to be hopeful about the construction of a new version of Canada's success story, in which I'm of course referring to the NRU, Canada's nuclear research reactor, the longest successfully operating research reactor in the world, I understand that with this $800 million announcement, Canadians will see more infrastructure construction like the $60 million hydrogen lab our Conservative government built. What was most encouraging when I read the Minister of Natural Resources' comments with the $800 million announcement was the support for all the work our Conservative government did in building a new business model for the nuclear industry in Canada. Canadians can see the $800 million being invested over 5 years as an expression of confidence in the future of the nuclear industry in Canada. I'm referring to the government-owned, privately managed GOCO model that has currently been in place since September 2015 at Chalk River Laboratories, site at Chalk River. When our government first came to power, there were two immediate challenges that directly affected the constituents of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The decade of darkness of underfunding our military that we witnessed every day at Garrison Petawawa, and the neglect of Canada's research assets at our world-class nuclear research facility in Chalk River. I'm appreciative of the employees at Chalk River who responded positively to my call to form CREATE, a grassroots, bottom-up effort to provide a new vision for Canada's nuclear industry. The CREATE Committee issued a report that I had the privilege of personally presenting to guide our deliberations to support the 50,000 workers in Ontario who work in Canada's nuclear industry. As thoughtful Canadians who are informed about the environment understand, nuclear plays an important role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions as being a reliable, economic way to generate electricity without producing greenhouse gas emissions. Today, a nuclear accounts for 62% of the electricity generated in the province of Ontario. Nuclear is the only bright spot in an otherwise failing and corrupt Ontario energy policy. The fear among many of my constituents was that with a Liberal budget, Canada's nuclear industry would return to the decade of darkness they experienced under Paul Martin. AECL operated for years without a budget from the government. It's publicly known that a number of the political refugees from the corrupt government of Kathleen Wynne in Toronto have fled to hide in government offices in Ottawa. Environmental extremists like the Prime Minister's principal secretary, who played the same role for Dalton McGuinty to earn the nickname of Rasputin from the Ottawa Press. With him as an author of the Green Energy Act, this left-wing ideological policy has gutted the manufacturing sector in Ontario with the highest electricity prices in North America. The carbon tax on electricity is called a delivery charge on hydro customers' bill statements in Ontario. Environmental extremists, like the Principal Secretary, choose to deny science-based facts about clean, greenhouse gas-free nuclear-generated electricity. European experience has shown massive job losses for every so-called green job with no tangible benefit to the environment. Still, they push their extreme left-wing agenda on unsuspecting Canadians. What was surprising about the April 11th, 2016 $800 million announcement was that it was not in the federal budget. There was silence from the finance minister on budget day. It was not in the main estimates. Canadians learned about the $800 million in a planted question by a government member that was asked in the parliamentary committee. What's that all about? Canadians can only assume that the $800 million over 5 years is accounted for in the government infrastructure line of public spending. I was told it was an accounting trick, sort of like when you cut $3.7 billion in military capital spending and pretend it's not a cut. The fact is, Canadians do not know. This goes back to the problem of transparency, which has become a real and growing problem with this government. According to the former nonpartisan parliamentary budget officer Kevin Page, the budget is heavy on spending programs for government consumption and lacking in details, including when the federal budget would return to balance, which is how our Conservative government left the nation's finances. It could be better in transparency. It's kind of a budget without a fiscal plan, according to Page. I think there's going to be pressure to raise taxes with this kind of spending in the budget, he said. The Budget Office went on to observe this was the least transparent budget, certainly when compared to Conservative budgets or even the previous Paul Martin budgets. As an example of that lack of transparency, the bank recapitalization bail-in scheme being proposed on page 223 of the federal budget should have seniors worried. It allows the government to convert a bank's eligible long-term debt into common shares in order to recapitalize the bank. In addition to being concerned about bank deposits, any retirement savings that included bank shares would be exposed also. Canadian chartered banks will be expected to lend some of the money required to cover the projected $30 billion annual deficits announced in the March 22nd federal budget. In addition to financing the federal spending spree, Canada's banks are holding billions of dollars of debts from the oil sand. The depressed price of oil has already caused tens of thousands of jobs to be lost. Internationally, there are at least 5 countries that are teetering on insolvency due to low oil prices. There's a lack of confidence that started the day after the federal election. According to Stats Canada, since the 2015 federal election, billions of dollars have been transferred out of the country by Canadian investors, the largest recorded flight of capital since records began to be kept. Maybe we'll find some of that money in Panama or on one of the other Caribbean islands so favored by the Liberal inner circle. It would appear well-connected insiders got all their cash out in time. Canada, in contrast with other countries that have seen central banks become net buyers of gold since 2010, has sold off all its official gold holdings. The Bank of Canada on February 23, 2016 showed gold reserves at 0. Canada now stands as the only G7 nation that does not hold at least 100 tons of gold in its official reserves. Out of 188 member countries of the International Monetary Fund, 100 countries hold gold as part of their monetary assets. Canada is now among the 88 countries that have no gold, countries such as Angola, Belize, and Tonga. As the Member of Parliament for Garrison Petawawa, I share the pride we all feel when we see our soldiers in action. Our women and men in uniform put their lives on the line every day for us. We need to ensure that members of the Canadian Armed Forces have the tools, the training, and the equipment they need whenever we require them to go into harm's way. It's therefore very disturbing to see the Liberal government reallocating, postponing, or cutting $3.7 billion over the next 5 years for necessary equipment procurement. Canadians remember what happened the last time a Liberal government interfered in equipment acquisition processes. In Afghanistan, the casualties would have been lower had the EH-101 contract not been cancelled. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. It's a dangerous world. We need to be prepared. Large-scale purchases are not a simple process. We need to ensure funding is available, not taken away. Is Canada preparing for financial disaster? Are savings protected? Those are the questions being asked of this first budget since the last federal election. Not since the disastrous budget of former Finance Minister Alan J. McCacken, when 5-year mortgages rates spiked to over 21%, have Canadians been more apprehensive about their own personal financial security. It has to be a Canadian record for breaking campaign promises. The first budget deficit is not $10 billion each of the first 3 years of the mandate as promised. It's jumped to $30 billion each of the first 3 years with no plan to get out of debt.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you. I'd like to ask whether the member is aware we're talking about the 2016 budget. It wasn't clear from her speech. It was her government that put us in this situation, so I really don't know what she's talking about. It makes no sense whatsoever. At least the Conservatives, other Conservatives are talking about the right things when they criticize us, but she conveniently leaves out the situation that we inherited, the mess we inherited from the Conservatives. the Conservatives didn't make the necessary investments to improve our regions. I'd like to know from my colleague whether she's aware of the fact that the Conservatives haven't got us out of deficit since the 19th century, and that all Liberal prime ministers have managed to table at least one, to post at least one surplus. So who has the better track record in helping the middle class?
Is a rather rich description of their legacy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can well understand why he's confused. There's so much missing out of the 2016 budget. It is difficult to track down. Lack of transparency. They don't know the difference between transparency and being invisible. So, in fact, most of the new spending in the federal budget has very little or anything to do with economic growth or promoting it. Any spending on infrastructure is a holdover from Conservative budgets. It was a budget intended to buy votes with Canadians' money based on election promises in 2016, promises that were made to be broken by this government. To be clear, there is a debt and there is debt. But the Conservatives left the Canadian Treasury with a surplus of several $billion. No amount of saying otherwise in this chamber is going to change that fact.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Where to start, Madam Speaker? There's a moment in the speech, particularly the aspect just talked about with about governments running debt. Listening to Conservatives talk about debt is like listening to an arsonist lecture you about fire safety. The amount of debt that Conservatives under their watch mounted on top of this country, $160 billion, and then come in to properly lecture, I suppose, the Liberals. Because Conservatives, having run so much debt, are well practiced at it, and they know what bad debt looks like, and so they would be authorities on what the Liberals are now doing, and perhaps that's it's a healthy criticism. My question for my friend is this. She's got this conspiracy scheme put together that the plight of the world is due to, her words, extreme environmentalism, that try to do such radical things as bring in the polluter pay principle, bring in notions that we should have a cleaner, greener economy that all the studies from Europe, the United States, and here in Canada show are more productive, are less wasteful, and bring about more employment, not less. So I'm wondering how she is able to square that particularly strange circle she's drawn to suggest that having a less polluting economy is somehow bad for Canadians and our economy.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly to the economy and the Green Energy Act that we have in Ontario, blissfully he is from a province that has not experienced what we have in Ontario in putting up wind turbine farms, generating more electricity than Ontario can possibly use, to the point where they're selling it to the United States at a discounted cost. So it's actually costing Ontario consumers to generate electricity to provide their competitors with electricity at a lower cost. And I'm very proud of our government that when we experienced the economic world financial distress, the worst economic depression since the Great Depression, we forged ahead, and by the time the 2015 election came, we were in a surplus situation, and even by the end of the financial year, with all the billions that were spent by the new government after Election Day, we still remained in a surplus.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Pickering, Uxbridge.
Chance for a Conservative to ask a question. She had like 10 minutes for the Liberals to ask questions.
The mic for the member for Pickering, Uxbridge, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me also offer, as my colleagues have, my thoughts and prayers for the residents and community of Fort McMurray, Alberta. Madam Speaker, it is an honor to rise in this House today to speak on our government's first budget bill, C-15, on behalf of my community of Pickering, Uxbridge. I'm very proud to support Budget 2016 because this is a budget that is making investments in Canada and Canadians. The investments outlined in Budget 2016 focus on growing the economy and ensuring that we are making decisions that not only help Canadians in the short and medium term, but with a focus on also securing long-term growth for future generations. Madam Speaker, after 10 years of working on budgets at the municipal level, I can proudly say that not only is this budget for middle-class and working Canadians, it's a budget that finally provides support for cities and towns across this country. Our immediate infrastructure investment of $11.9 billion will build roads, improve wastewater facilities, and ensure that municipalities are ready to withstand the new challenges climate change presents. These investments will create tens of thousands of jobs, boost the economy, and send a strong message to municipalities that after a decade of having your issues and priorities ignored, you have a strong partner in this federal government. Budget 2016 delivers on so many areas that will help our communities and residents. As a community with a high number of young families, the new Canada Child Benefit will help thousands of my constituents back home and millions of Canadians across the country. With the high and rising costs of raising a family, the CCB will provide more money and is tax-free and income-based. This is important because it means more money for families that really need the help. Budget 2016 will also invest in social infrastructure projects, which includes childcare centres that will improve access to high-quality childcare spaces for Canadians. In my region, this investment is critical as we have thousands of residents on waiting lists for childcare. Madam Speaker, investments in this type of infrastructure is long overdue. Budget 2016 is also better weaving rural Canada into our shared economy. Our government is making a $500 million investment to bring high-speed internet to rural communities like Uxbridge and North Pickering. We know that in our ever-globalized economy, reliable internet service is critical to every business, and that includes farming. A broken piece of equipment like an alternator or propeller shaft could shut down production and cause economic losses. But with reliable high-speed internet access, those losses can be minimized, as acquiring that new part could be as easy as one click away. A stable internet connection is needed not only for businesses in our rural communities, but it's critical to our everyday lives. From paying bills online to students doing homework assignments or someone applying for a new job. We often take for granted how much our daily lives rely on the internet. For rural communities, this lack of reliable connection can mean missed business opportunities or time away from their families. Madam Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee on Finance, we heard testimony last week from representatives from KPMG, as well as Commissioner Trouche of Canada Revenue Agency in regards to the Isle of Man tax avoidance scheme. I'm proud that Budget 2016 is making an historic investment of over $440 million to the CRA to combat such tax evasion and avoidance schemes. Testimony last week in committee showed why investment is so important. During Mr. Trouche's testimony, while referring to the previous decade under the last government, he stated, and I quote, "Obviously, we have come through a period of considerable fiscal restraint, but during that time, we redeployed as best we could. This period," end quote. This period of considerable restraint is highlighted in a November 16, 2012 press release from the Treasury Board that said nearly 3,000 jobs were eliminated under the former government. In the 2013 budget, there were $259 million over 5 years of cuts from the CRA. I am sure we have all heard the horror stories from constituents who just need some questions answered, but have to wait months for a response. Well, Madam Speaker, it's no wonder the service levels suffered with such massive cuts. This also affected CRA's ability to go after tax avoidance schemes like the Isle of Man program offered by KPMG. In October 2010, internal audit by Canada Revenue Agency expressed concerns that, and I quote, "Cases that could potentially represent significant criminal noncompliance can be rejected by a specific TSO enforcement group because of limited resources. Officers are choosing smaller cases of lower dollar value that do not necessarily represent the greatest risk. This supports the observations by some program staff that offices are choosing smaller cases that represent quick hits." end quote. I believe these budget pressures from the previous government led to an unfair enforcement system where Canadians owing money who happened to be wealthy and could afford accountants and lawyers were less likely to be pursued than those Canadians who owed much smaller amounts but were viewed as easily to collect because they could not hire lawyers or professionals to work on their behalf with CRA. I think we can all agree on both sides of this House that every Canadian needs to pay their fair share in taxes, and that the choices the CRA makes in enforcing these collections should not be determined by who can pay to litigate or not. However, the CRA can only operate in a fair manner if they have the tools and resources to do so. This is why I fully support the investment in Budget 2016, which will provide these tools and resources to the CRA. Speaking about this investment, Commissioner Trush stated, quote, "The new budget gives us enormous new investments that will yield a return to the Crown and will move us forward on addressing the concerns that I know Canadians have," end quote. After all, Madam Speaker, the unpaid taxes that are owed is a loss to all Canadians, as it means lost revenue to invest in things that will strengthen our economy, like infrastructure and transit improvements, as well as innovative healthcare research. Madam Speaker, Budget 2016 is also ensuring that seniors are able to retire with financial security. This includes providing increased benefits which would allow more seniors in Pickering and Uxbridge to have a dignified, comfortable, and secure retirement. This budget follows through on a number of commitments we made to seniors during the last election. We promised to roll back the age in which seniors can access their OAS GIS from 67 to 65, and we have delivered on that pledge. Our government also recognized the importance of ensuring seniors have access to high-quality, affordable housing. That's why we are boosting funds for construction, repair, and adaptation of affordable housing for seniors across the country. Madam Speaker, Canadians work hard their entire lives with the expectation that they will retire in comfort and security. I'm proud to say that Budget 2016 makes that goal a reality for thousands of more seniors. Although my riding of Pickering-Uxbridge does not have a large Indigenous population, the investments in Budget 2016 regarding this issue are important to all communities. We are all aware of the living conditions some of our Indigenous populations face, and it is outrageous that some communities do not have access to clean drinking water. I'm proud that this budget is investing $2.2 billion in clean water infrastructure to finally end on-reserve boil advisories. This is on top of other investments, including $2.6 billion that will boost First Nations K-12 education and $40 million to ensure an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and children is as comprehensive and thorough as possible. Madam Speaker, I recognize that this budget will not fix all the wrongs of the past, but as a parliamentarian and as a Canadian, I am proud that we have a Prime Minister who is deeply committed to ensuring a better future for Indigenous peoples and fostering better relationships nation to nation. Madam Speaker, to be part of a government focused on bettering the lives of our Indigenous populations is extremely meaningful to me. Budget 2016, and by extension Bill C-15, fulfills the commitments we made to Canadians, and this is why I'm so proud to rise today in this House on behalf of my constituents to lend it my support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh. Point of order?
Government House Leader.
For the Government House Leader?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know colleagues were impressed with my colleague from Pickering-Uxbridge's speech, and they'll want to make positive comments and ask questions. But, Madam Speaker, before we get on to that, I'd like to advise that agreements could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, and with respect to the report stage and third reading of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board Act, and other acts to provide for certain other measures. Now, Madam Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose, at the next sitting, motions to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage of the aforementioned bills. And Madam Speaker, again, while I'm on my feet, and I know colleagues have been looking forward to this all day, I would like to inform the House that because we could not arrive at a conclusion to Bill C-15, the supply day designated for tomorrow, Tuesday, May 10th, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, has to be redesignated to Friday, May 13th. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
C'est juste des questions. Questions and comments. Is this a point of order? Oh. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for. Is it Martin? No. Edmonton. Edmonton West. Thanks. Sorry, I was one over.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her comments about the. I just want to clear up something about the CRA first. Gentlemen, please. The biggest drop and the lowest amount of CRA employees in the last 15 years came under, the Liberal government many years back under Kretsch and Paul Martin. In fact, they slashed it 24% in the last 2 years of their mandate. So getting on, a question for my colleague. This budget is full of broken promises. The biggest one is the promise $3 billion added for healthcare, at-home healthcare, which was regurgitated as in $3 billion for palliative care. This came up during the debate that ended in closure for the assisted suicide. Where is this money? You promised it in the election, promised it during the, Madam Speaker, promised during the debate on assisted dying. Where is this money, please?
The honourable member for Pickering Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. In fact, this government is doing things differently from the previous government in that we actually work with the provinces and we respect their jurisdiction. And our minister has been clear. If you're interested in the answer, I'm providing it to you. Our minister has been clear that she is working with the provinces to uphold the health accord and make improvements, and our government is committed to that, and it is important to all Canadians. But unlike the previous government, we don't impose our will on other jurisdictions. We work with people.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, and I want to remind people that if they, the individuals here in the House, that if they want to ask a question, to please stand up as opposed to yelling the questions or yelling across the way. So, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Well, never accuse Liberals of not having any sense of irony. I just heard my friend say that the Liberals are proud that they never imposed their will. Minutes after their House Leader stood in this place to shut down debate not on one bill but on two bills that have been introduced, and suggest that because the opposition leaders, House Leaders couldn't get along, he was going to punish the Conservatives, I believe, for one of their opposition days and stick it on a Friday, which is a very short day. No, Liberals don't impose their will. And more ironically is that when the House Leader for the Liberals stood up to do this, Liberals actually cheered and laughed, saying, ha-ha, look at us, we're shutting down debate on these pieces of legislation like C-15, like C-7, which precludes future negotiations with the RCMP for allowing RCMP members to talk about things like sexual harassment. That's what they just did, Madam Speaker. So, on this bill, on this procedure that we just saw introduced, the member said she was proud. She was proud to be a part of a government who did this thing, who at just this moment now invoked a form of closure that will come tomorrow. Is she proud of this? Because that's exactly what the Liberals campaigned against 7 months ago when Conservatives were doing it.
The honourable member for Pickering Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. Very clearly, I am proud of my government. In fact, we were elected in October to deliver legislation. And if the members, my honourable colleagues through Madam Speaker, wish to hold up the government and make every effort to not work with us to bring forward the appropriate amounts of time for debate. Well, at the end of the day, we were elected to bring forward legislation, and that's exactly what we intend to do.
Once again, I would just ask the members to please respect others who are speaking. I have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for, is it Kelowna Lake Country? London West. London North Centre, sorry.
On the matter of pride, Madam Speaker, I'm extremely proud to have a colleague who has served in local government, served her community proudly. I would ask my honourable colleague if she could comment on infrastructure and the investments our government is making in infrastructure and how that will help municipalities.
Honourable member for Pickering Uxbridge, 15-second answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, at the end of the day, to my honourable colleague, there is only one taxpayer, and if we can help invest in our municipalities and infrastructure, that is going to help municipalities and help the taxpayers pay lower taxes and be able to put that into small businesses and the community at large. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 6 or 7 months ago, we were all in the middle of an electoral campaign, and Liberal candidates appeared in every single riding with suitcases full of promises. During the speech from the throne, they tried to give us a package that seemed to be agreeable. However, in the budget, the next step, there were more details, and we started to realize that truly they were not going to be able to hold most of their promises. And so today, we have a Budget Implementation Act, which shows us a sad day, especially because we've realized that once again, there is time allocation in this House. I am more and more saddened. I find it hard to distinguish between the Liberals and the Conservatives. I know that we will not return to an election period in any case. In the meantime, I would like to talk about what I have to say about this Budget Implementation Act. Not everything is to be rejected in this Budget Implementation Act. However, the Liberals are copying the Conservative tradition, which is once again why I find it hard to differentiate between the two. They have tabled a bill that forces us to decide things with a yes or with a no. This is an omnibus bill. There are no two ways about it. Here are examples of contradictions, and we will have to make decisions, and this is why I will be against. Employers' insurance, for example. I fully support eliminating the 910-hour eligibility level set for new eligible workers, but at a time when still fewer than 4 out of 10 workers who paid into the system qualify for it when they are in an unfortunate position, I cannot support such a thin and weak measure. I don't think that they are trying to get universal accessibility with a universal standard of 360 hours, which has been requested by all stakeholders. It is true to see that the Liberals are trying to add money here and there, trying to please everyone, or so they say. But I think that at the end of the day, no one will truly be pleased. Now let us talk about seniors. Seniors are very important to my riding. The level of over 65s in my riding is higher than most other ridings in Quebec. I'd also like to talk about my support to the strengthening of seniors' guaranteed income supplement. However, this measure that was supposed to be a priority measure will only be implemented on the 1st of July, which is slightly late, because seniors have needs now. The solution comes through the strengthening of the GIS, through the eligibility age for old age security from 67 to 65 years, and through the continuation of income splitting. The government must also work with the provinces to improve the Quebec pension plan and the Canada pension plan. According to a recent Broadband Institute study, programs that seek to bring a bit of fresh air to our seniors are lacking. Those who live alone and who will experience the strengthening of GIS will have to be over this 10% in order to leave poverty behind. Like many regions in Quebec, Mauricie and Trois-Rivières are faced with an aging population. According to our predictions, in 2031 there will be a 52.2% increase of seniors compared to now. That is 23,469 people who will be over the age of 65. The median income, not the average income, but the median income of seniors in Trois-Rivières is estimated to be at $18,702. And so, promised tax reductions that have been implemented by the Liberals will not help them. Throughout my mandate, I met hundreds of seniors and I noted the precarity of their lives. One could also mention another promise, a promise that's only been half fulfilled, saying that they would want to bring back door-to-door postal delivery in important regions. However, this is all on ice whilst we wait for the conclusion of the work of a committee that has just been implemented. Once again, between electoral promises and the delivery of said promise, not only is there an ever-increasing amount of time, there's also a dilution of promises. Faced with these Machiavellian choices that the Liberals want to impose upon us, there's only one answer. It's a clear answer. No. When we come to the vote. Apart from a few parsimonious measures, this budget does not benefit victims that have fallen foul of pyrrhotite. It does not benefit workers and our regional economy, especially in the Trois-Rivières region. I welcomed the coming of the Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance as a government critic on the matter. I now admit that my disappointment is as deep as the victims' disappointment. Let us be clear. 10 million per year, over 3 years, final offer. During the elections campaign, the Prime Minister-to-be stated, "We understand the human and financial drama that is unfurling in Mauricie." We're talking here about 4,000 households, 10 million over 3 years for a total of 30 million rather. This will only help about 75 victims per year. That is 225 after 3 years. So what about the thousands of other families? The answer is simple. The government is shirking its responsibilities. Clearly, the Liberals are at a disconnect with the human and financial distress of families in Mauricie. For 5 years, the NDP has asked the federal government to acknowledge its responsibility in this crisis. After 4.5 years of conservative refusal, the Liberals have gone even further, stating at the same time and contradicting itself. Here's a very clear example. The Liberal member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain recently stated that pyrrhotite is first and foremost a provincial matter. I think that we've already heard the same tune before. However, a few weeks after the last elections, he said the opposite, saying, and I quote, "We will help the victims because we know that human misery goes beyond borders and goes beyond jurisdictions." End of quote. How can we trust a politician who changes his mind as many times as he changes his tie? It is therefore my duty from here on in to continue unveiling the contradictions of the Liberal MP for Saint-Maurice-Champlain and of his government. We could also talk about the economic heart of our region. It's the case in Trois-Rivières, in Quebec, and throughout the country. I'm talking here about SMEs. After having promised an alleviation of tax for SMEs, the Liberals are once again shirking their promises. However, this government has continued its costly and useless subsidies for their buddies, big banks and big corporations. The Liberals' disdain for small and medium-sized enterprises, is it really surprising?
After saying that small business were actually tax shelters for wealthier Canadians to be able to reduce their taxes, the Prime Minister could have added that it's also the case for big businesses like Bionest in my region that pay their shareholders but are based in a tax haven. And the current Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance is on the board of directors of Bionest and therefore has given his stamp of approval to these practices. Now, small businesses are key to job creation. For example, we have in my riding Voltfels. Between my first visit to that business when I first was elected, oh, I have 2 minutes? Thank you. 9 seconds? Oh, that's too little. I have so much to say. I hope that I will be able to continue a little bit when we have our questions and answers. Thank you. Questions and comments? Honourable member.
For the Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to rise, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite. I would take this moment to talk about small businesses. I hear a lot of points being raised when it comes to our job creators. We know that we support our small and medium-sized business owners, and I would ask the member, does the investments in Budget 2016, the 11.9 in infrastructure that we're hearing are actually going to support and benefit our small business owners, the $500 million in broadband for rural and remote areas to allow them to also be competitive, $800 million for innovation, $50 million to Industrial Research Assistance Program, $50 million to Destination Canada, and the list goes on. Do these investments support our small and medium-sized businesses? Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, that gives a very good idea of how the government is insensitive to small business needs when they put infrastructure and everything else into the same budget. Obviously, they do help small business, but it's not enough. I would refer to the Canadian Federation for Independent Business that has said that the average small business owner earns less than $33,000 a year. So these tax credits and so on don't help small business owners and don't support the industry.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The Honourable Member
de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
For Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, for his excellent speech. He wanted to continue with his remarks, but he had run out of time. Now, preparing a budget means making choices. I want to hear from him about some choices the governments did not make, and one of those was not to really deal with tax havens, tax avoidance, and the government has said that it has invested money to detect fraud, but the tax havens loopholes still remain. Most of the problem doesn't come from people committing fraud, but people hiding their taxable income. And does my colleague think that the government really needs to tackle that issue? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, for his question, which was extremely pertinent, and he, of course, more or less answered his own question just by asking it. I would bet that the next answers we get from the government is that it's almost impossible to resolve the problem because it's international in scope and all countries would have to come together. But we have to find a leader for that cause. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to hear from my colleague when he talks about the importance of small business and the need to resolve our economic problems, whether he thinks that we don't need an approach that is neither right-wing nor left-wing, but rather practical. We don't need an austerity policy, which was the failed policy of the old government. And we don't need to hear about things that might happen in 5 or 10 years. Does he think that it should be austerity or just dreams? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I know that when he was campaigning, he was dealing with the Liberal platform and didn't even look at ours, which did call for a balanced budget. If on the revenue side, we had new revenues that this government would never dare consider, and that included having big business pay its share of taxes by increasing by a few points the tax level for them.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today in support of Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures. The much-anticipated, much-needed Budget 2016 is an essential step to grow the middle class and revitalize the Canadian economy. Budget 2016 has received positive responses from my constituents. I have received some questions, and I'll address these to begin. The first measure I will be speaking to are the elimination of the Children's Arts Tax Credit and Child Fitness Tax Credit. So these tax credits only benefit families who can afford to enroll their children in arts and fitness programs. It's that simple. This is not the case for many Canadians, including many of those in my constituency. When families do not have money, the tax credit does not matter. We are committed to taking an approach to help working families. The cost of raising a family was the top issue during the campaign, and it continues to be the top priority in my riding. This bill offers true help to 9 out of 10 families. I'll now speak to some of the positive elements of this bill that resonate with my constituents. The Canada Child Benefit is one of those key positive pieces of the budget. It's a new measure that will begin in July 2016 and will provide simpler, tax-free monthly financial benefits to eligible families. The Canada Child Benefit will help those who cannot afford to put their children in extracurricular programs. It will give them the option of enrolling their children in programs that would otherwise be financially out of reach. Families who could not enroll their children in arts and fitness programs will now have that chance. Our government's measures for families with children, combined with the middle-class tax cut, will provide these families with additional net after-tax benefits of approximately $14 billion during the 2015-2016 to 2020-2021 period. The Canada Child Benefit will replace existing federal child benefits to provide Canadian families with the additional help that's required with the high cost of raising children. The Canada Child Benefit will provide a maximum benefit of up to $6,400 per child under the age of 6 and up to $5,400 per child aged 6 through 17 for families who need it the most. And high-income earners will have their assistance reduced, even eliminated. This is good public policy. Approximately 9 out of 10 families will receive more under the Canada Child Benefit than under the current system of child benefits. Ultimately, about 3.5 million families will benefit from this new Canada Child Benefit with an average increase of approximately $2,300 annually. As stated by Rob Carrick of the Globe and Mail, the new Canada Child Benefit is a solid win over existing programs in both dollar terms and ease of use. The money is tax-free, so it won't have to be accounted for when completing your income tax return every year, and that's good news. In addition, the Canada Child Benefit will help raise nearly 300,000 children out of poverty by 2017, but it doesn't end there. Budget 2016 will continue to support poverty reduction in future years. As stated by Anita Akana, the National Coordinator of Campaign 2000, this is a historic step forward in the battle against child poverty in Canada that is long overdue and long called for by Campaign 2000 and other groups. In line with providing support for the majority of Canadians, Budget 2016 proposes to eliminate the income splitting credit for families. This initiative provides a better solution for helping those who need it the most. We learned during the campaign that many couples did not benefit from this initiative. Our programs are more equitable, and I must note that income splitting for seniors remains. The second aspect of Budget 2016 that I will be speaking to is the introduction of the school supplies tax credit. Educators, often at their own expense, purchase supplies for the benefit of our children, so it's only fair that they're compensated for it. Budget 2016 introduces a 15% refundable income tax credit that will apply on up to $1,000 of eligible supplies. Teachers and early childhood educators will be able to use this credit for the purchase of eligible supplies for use in a school or in a regulated child care facility for the purpose of teaching or otherwise enhancing students' learning in the classroom or learning environment. This initiative will provide a benefit of about $140 million over a 5-year period. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, and I regret that I have to cut your debate short at this point, but you will have just a little over 5 minutes when the issue is brought back before the House for debate. So, à l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conforme.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the adoption to adjourn the House is deemed put and adopted. The motion is the following one, that the House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, earlier this year in question period, I asked the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development to launch an inquiry into Ontario electricity rates. I asked this question in the context of the acquisition by the recently privatized Ontario Hydro monopoly, now called Hydro One, of a competitor, and whether the public interest was being served by having the Competition Bureau review this purchase behind closed doors. My supplementary question, which was not acknowledged, is what I'm looking for a response on today. I, along with all Canadians, am quite willing to give the Competition Bureau time to complete its work, if it has not already done so, and report its findings. If that review does not include an analysis on what that purchase will do to the constantly rising cost of electricity in Ontario, Canadians have a right to question the Competition Bureau. As this purchase will, if it has not already, trigger a hydro rate increase that consumers and industry cannot afford, I requested a federal inquiry into Ontario hydro prices, a request this government chose to ignore. This government promised to be open and transparent, an election promise that was promptly broken with its first budget. The decision to ignore Ontario residents who are suffering from the highest electricity rates in North America by ignoring this request is another broken promise from a government that took power with less than 40% of Canadians voting for it. As a minister whose portfolio includes economic development, the minister needs to understand the importance of the price of electricity as a federal issue. The loss of 350,000 good, well-paying middle-class jobs in the manufacturing sector in Ontario because of the high electricity rate policy of the Liberal government of Toronto is a federal issue. The rise of energy poverty in the province of Ontario, when seniors, students, and people on fixed incomes must spend a greater and greater percentage of their savings and income on electricity costs, with people in Ontario being faced with the decision of heat or eat, is a federal issue. When a legal NAFTA challenge is issued against the practices of the Ontario regulated electricity monopoly for hundreds of millions of dollars for corruption in wind turbine contracting policy, it is the federal taxpayer that is expected to pay the penalty. It is a federal issue. when yet another criminal investigation is launched by the Ontario Provincial Police into the energy policy of the Toronto Liberal Party, it is a federal issue. When the chief executive officer of Fiat Chrysler Automobiles, one of the largest car and truck manufacturing companies in the world, states that Ontario's hydro costs mean that Canada is losing opportunities for multi-billion-dollar auto investments and the good, well-paying jobs that come with that private sector investment, it is a federal issue. There is no passing the buck off to the province of Ontario on this issue. The high cost of doing business in Ontario is a federal issue. Of the many problems constituents bring to my attention, the one that brings the most complaints is the out-of-control cost of electricity. The definition of energy poverty is where a household is spending 10% or more of its disposable income on energy costs. For too many households, this has now become a reality, with the latest increase in hydro rates coming just this past week. With the increase effective May 1st, 2016, and the prior one of November 1st, 2015, the added cost is $400 million annually to residential taxpayers' bills for electricity, and this represents an increase of 8% in just that short period. The increase in 7 years is 108%. That's well above Ontario's inflation rate.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased once again to answer the comments made by the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Now, under the Competition Act, that's where the acquisition of Hydro One falls. Regardless of the sector of activity, all decisions of that kind are submitted to the Competition Bureau to determine whether there is a risk that competition might be blocked or lessened. So any merger proposal is examined on that basis, and those potentially affected are heard from. Many people in the industry are consulted, providers, industry groups, customers, and industry specialists. The Competition Bureau takes into account all those aspects, and the work is guided by its mandate, which is to ensure that Canadian businesses and consumers thrive in an innovative market. The Bureau has to carry out its work confidentially under the law, and this confidentiality requirement is in the Competition Act, and therefore it is not possible to hold public hearings. But, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, there are broad consultations that are held by the Competition Bureau, and anyone who has a comment to make can do so on the Competition Bureau's website or otherwise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pembroke, Nipissing, Renfrew.
Madam Speaker, anything that contributes to another excuse to raise hydro rates in the province of Ontario is a cause for alarm. Ontario Hydro, now Hydro One, has been changed by the Liberal Party of Toronto into an unaccountable monopoly, privatized so that it's no longer under the scrutiny of the legislature. Energy policy decisions are the subject of criminal investigations. We learned this past week the Ontario Provincial Police have launched another investigation into allegations that provincial government officials illegally destroyed documents concerning an aborted contract to supply electricity to the provincial grid in the Kingston area. The Federal Competition Bureau has a responsibility to protect Canadians, as does the federal government. Only by operating in an open, public, transparent manner will Canadians know if their best interests are being served. As it has been noted in an excellent analysis by the Consumers Institute, it's been a bad 9 years for electricity customers in Ontario. Hydro prices for residential customers have increased at a faster rate than anywhere in North America.
Sorry.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member knows that the merger examination process is very rigorous. It is carried out independently by the Competition Bureau. The acquisition of Great Lake Power was, the merger was done properly, and the member for Brentford Nipissing Pembroke can be assured that all steps were carried out properly. The Competition Bureau has to do its work confidentially, and it is subject to confidentiality requirements under the Competition Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanuke Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in this House today to follow up on a question that I asked a few months ago, referring to the unacceptable situation unfolding in Norway House, a community in northern Manitoba. Commercial fishers in Norway House feel that they have been targeted by employment insurance, and the situation is getting worse by the day. There are 50 commercial fishers in Norway House, as well as a number of fishers' helpers. And a majority of fishers and their helpers have been cut off by employment insurance. While everyone understands the importance of accountability, what has taken place in Norway House is an unnecessarily aggressive approach, leaving First Nations fishers feeling intimidated, angered, and deeply disrespected. In fact, worse yet, commercial fishers and their helpers have not been given a chance to make their case, whether at an individual level or at a collective level. Many feel that they have been treated aggressively. They've been disrespected, including the demand to receive records from fishers that have since passed on. Many have been put in situations where they've been interrogated with little supports pertaining to language, and others at a very difficult time for them and their families were called on without any sense of personal empathy to present their case, and in fact were put in very difficult situations as a result. Madam Speaker, we have to be clear about what this means. In a community like Norway House, commercial fishing is probably one of the best jobs one can have. Approximately 200 people are employed through the commercial fishery in Norway House, directly and indirectly. Over the years, millions of dollars have been pumped into the local economy. In fact, a labour market study conducted a short while ago indicated that 80% of fishing dollars stay within Norway House. And it was the Canadian Council of Professional Fish Harvesters that conducted that study. It is also important to note that, like many First Nations and northern communities, there are many people in Norway House that struggle in poverty. And so when there are good jobs and job opportunities, it is important that we support them. What fishers in Norway House are asking for, what their families, what their leaders are asking for, is an ability to come together and find a resolution at this difficult juncture. So my question some months ago to the Minister was, and I will reiterate once again, is calling on the Minister to work with Norway House commercial fishers, to work with the people of Norway House to find a resolution for this unacceptable situation.
The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce, Development and Labour.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Parliamentary Secretary,
Speaker,
sorry, I was giving you a raise.
Little bump in the per diem there. Madam Speaker, my friend and colleague know that having gone through the last Parliament, certainly the last government, had a very peculiar approach to dealing with the employment insurance program and the recipients of insurance benefits. Certainly one that I don't think cast any fine light on people who worked in seasonal industries or people who found themselves unemployed for no fault of their own. I know we had our own case in Cape Breton up in Bay St. Lawrence where there seemed to be a net thrown around the entire community where about 80 individuals have been cut off benefits, and then the investigation took place, and they came in. They even held the conversations, the interviews, at the RCMP station, which was a further aspect of the anxiety that's brought upon those that are being interviewed at the time is significant. So this isn't a government that feels that that's the way we go about business. But I know my colleague's a long-serving member. She knows that I can't speak specifically about the Norway House situation because of issues around confidentiality and privacy. She will also know that it's imperative that the Government of Canada and those that administer the program do so with an absolute commitment to the integrity of the program. Madam Speaker, it's the Employment Insurance Act that's being administered by the Government of Canada. It's a duty that the Government of Canada takes very seriously, but it's imperative that that the integrity of the program is upheld. And when we see any signs of abuse, when we see any signs of misuse, then I think it's imperative that we do draw issue with it. Certainly, the stat that we identify here, over the past 8 years, Service Canada has identified $1 billion in fraudulent claims for EI benefits and recovered about $600 million, about 60% that they recovered. But, that's a significant amount of fraudulent claims or abuse of the system. So I think it's imperative Canadians, both employers and employees that pay into that fund, they want to know that that fund is being administered properly. Certainly the investigation, I think that there could be probably a more respectful approach as far as the investigation goes, but I don't think the integrity of those investigations, I don't think we can compromise on. But Madam Speaker, it's imperative that as a government we stand and we defend the principles of the Employment Insurance Act and make sure that the Act does have the integrity that Canadians expect.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanuke, Askey.
Thank you to my colleague across, and I certainly appreciate his reflections on the need for a more respectful process. What is clear in this case is that people have felt deeply disrespected by the treatment they've received. We are talking about a community where a number of commercial fishers and others for whom English is not their first language, and yet no services were made available to recognize that. People in precarious health situations express that their situation. And no consideration was given on that fact, and ultimately, people were hauled into the RCMP offices. The records of people who are dead were requested, which of course is deeply disrespectful to the families and the colleagues of those that still live. So ultimately, what's being asked for here is a respectful process. No question, there needs to be the Employment Insurance Act needs to be.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Development. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. I know there's one more in there for the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
There you go. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague and I, we can agree on most of what's being said here, pretty much all of what's being said. I think it's incumbent on the government to make sure that absolutely make sure these investigations are thorough, not compromise on the integrity of the investigation, but it has to be done in a timely manner, it has to be done in a respectful manner, and I believe the points that the member brought up should be taken under advisement. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the question I asked the Minister of Health about Bill C-2, the former Conservative government's so-called Respect for Communities Act. I want to begin by taking a moment to commend the Minister for her decision to visit Insight, Vancouver's life-saving safe injection site, in January. This visit was an important symbol of the welcome and necessary change in tone from the Liberal government with respect to evidence-based harm reduction policy within our healthcare system. I myself have visited Insight and can attest firsthand to the incredible work Insight does to reduce overdoses, lower the transmission of infectious disease, provide essential health services, including addictions treatment, and most importantly, save lives. However, words are not enough. Communities with individuals suffering from addictions, serious mental illness, and infectious diseases need a better, more responsive, and more caring healthcare system. Therefore, I was shocked by the Minister's statement in March that she has decided not to repeal Bill C-2. This harmful legislation runs diametrically against progressive health policy and erects unnecessary barriers to the opening of new life-saving, safe consumption sites in communities that need them right across Canada. Upon the passage of C-2 in June 2015, a coalition of 65 health, patient, and harm reduction advocacy groups from across Canada issued a public declaration condemning this legislation. They broadcast a clear warning to the Canadian public about the serious problems with this legislation. Here are a few quotes that sum up their position. Bill C-2 will put the lives of vulnerable Canadians at risk by establishing excessive and unreasonable requirements for health authorities and community agencies looking to open or continue operating supervised consumption sites. The bill establishes 26 new requirements that applicants must meet before the Federal Minister of Health will even consider an approval to operate a supervised consumption site. Finally, the barriers this bill presents to accessing supervised consumption sites will allow a public health emergency to be treated under a law and order agenda, exposing patients and communities to infection, suffering, and death." End quote. Among the prominent signatories to this declaration were Toronto Public Health, the BC Centre of Excellence in HIV and AIDS, the Association of Ontario Health Centres, the Canadian HIV/AIDS Legal Network, and the BC Centre for Disease Control. And calls for more harm reduction facilities are only growing as overdose deaths continue to rise across Canada. Just last month, British Columbia Provincial Health Officer Dr. Perry Kendall declared a public health emergency after more than 200 overdose deaths were reported in my province in 3 months. Nearly 300 Albertans died of overdoses in 2015, more than double the 2014 death toll. Similarly, Ontario has seen a 72% increase over the last decade. Now, health authorities in Montreal, Toronto, and Victoria are working to open life-saving harm reduction facilities as they struggle to save lives. Unfortunately, the onerous provisions of Bill C-2 continue to delay the opening of new safe consumption sites. Madam Speaker, it's time for the Minister to move from symbolism to action in harm reduction and commit to repealing Bill C-2 once and for all. Will she do so?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address the concerns raised by my colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, regarding the federal process to allow for the operation of supervised consumption site. I would like to start off by acknowledging the alarming rise in opioid-related overdose deaths occurring across the country. Drug use is a significant public health and safety issue in Canada that can have wide-ranging impacts on individuals, their families, and communities at large. One of the most devastating impacts is losing a family member or friend to a preventable drug overdose. Madam Speaker, that is why our government strongly supports a comprehensive public health approach to addressing problematic drug use, one that is based on compassion and collaboration and is guided by scientific evidence. In this case, the evidence is absolutely clear. Such an approach must include harm reduction. Madam Speaker, our government is working hard
to ensure that harm reduction measures are part of our approach to drug policy to help prevent the transmission of infection diseases, overdose deaths, and stigma. We've also shown support for supervised consumption sites, which provide a controlled space whereby people who use drugs can bring their own substances to consume under the safe supervision of healthcare professionals and at the same time gain access to other health and social services, including drug treatment. Madam Speaker, in January of this year, after a thorough and rigorous review, Health Canada granted an exemption from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act for the Dr. Peters Centre, a leading HIV/AIDS treatment center, to provide supervised consumption site services as part of its programs. And on March 16th, Health Canada granted Insight an unprecedented 4-year exemption. Insight is one of the most established and well-researched supervised consumption sites in the world. It is an excellent example of what an integrated public health approach to problematic drug use can look like. Earlier this year, the Minister of Health had the privilege of visiting Insight and speaking to the staff and clients there. There is a reason why people from all over the world look to Insight for advice on implementing their own sites. Madam Speaker, yes, Insight provides a clean and supervised space for injection drug use, but it is so much more than that. It offers a holistic program where diseases is less likely to spread, overdose deaths are averted, and individuals are more likely to have access to health and social services, including immunization, counseling, and drug treatment. Our government anticipates receiving more applications for supervised consumption sites in the future. We will ensure that they are diligently assessed so that informed and evidence-based decisions can be made. Madam Speaker, in closing, it is our government's belief that effectively addressing problematic drug use requires a comprehensive and compassionate public health approach that is inclusive of evidence-based harm reduction measures, including supervised consumption sites. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As drug overdoses continue to kill more and more Canadians, the Minister has failed to act proactively on another serious issue. In recent weeks, the Minister has decided to abandon new regulations to require tamper-resistant forms of powerful opioid prescription drugs. The Minister has stated that she believes these regulations will not solve the problem because they are only applied to a single opioid drug, OxyContin. But the solution to that is obvious. We need to bring in tamper-resistant regulations across the entire class of opioids, as the US FDA has done. Madam Speaker, Canada is in the midst of an opioid overdose crisis. Hundreds of people are dying, and British Columbia has declared a public health emergency. Madam Speaker, more people will die. So why won't the Minister introduce tamper-resistant regulations to the entire class of opioid drugs and help save lives?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to operate legally, a supervised consumption site requires an exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Canada's drug-controlled framework. The purpose of this act is to protect public health and maintain public safety, and it is federal government's responsibility to ensure that it is upheld in all circumstances where activities with controlled substances are taking place. Health Canada requires sufficient information upon which to base any decision allowing an exemption. For this reason, requirements to demonstrate that a supervised consumption site will be properly established and managed predate the Respect for Communities Act. I acknowledge the concerns being voiced by the member. However, the recent approval of exemptions for the Dr. Peters Centre and Insight demonstrate that the existing legislation does not preclude sound and evidence-based decision regarding supervised consumption sites. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.